Take him.
Just the chef, just it's fine. Okay, let's go. Take another thing. If you have another one, I will present. I can keep you. I have to change the button. So I can bring one less short after lunch. After lunch, I can give it to you. Hopefully, you think it will fit? I think it will.
We bring some Mohammed or Thompson, yeah. He didn't present it. Look how he's there. Mohammed, I will say you. You make the business flash check in my business. You pay. This is a just respect.
Yeah, romantic is shit. Not this
Then
one,
you
maybe
present it.
another one after.
Yeah, no, you can. Not now.
I was going to buy yesterday.
No,
No, I told him we would go and buy, but you know, I had to work a little bit.
No need to buy. Bring some shoes. You can change in your own place. Because that is also us.
You want sweat?
Because I must be here. Okay? Your presentation is complicated. So this how
Oh, no, I think it's nice.
not nice format.
Can we go try?
Not
now?
that, not now.
It's gonna be fit. Not this
No.
one, but another one.
No, moment,
There's two.
just presentation. Just like, we have a break actually.
After.
Just relax because you have somebody.
I am already excited. I'm even more excited now. I think two. One, yeah, the other one I wear 2D, so it's a little bit small. So this one is. This one definitely. I'm gonna give this one. I'm gonna do your daughter. I can check now also on the there is I can buy in the bazaar. And almost and it's clean. I just put but it's difficult to where you are wearing it now and anywhere that is different. It's not the bother me yet. Not bother me, it's okay.
Geçebilirim de.
Tabii, tabii.
Ha.
Evet.
Sağa doğru elinizi doğru. Bırakırsanız diğer tarafa basıp çıkmanız gerekiyor. Ben biraz bir şey göstermek isterseniz özellikle olur. Tamam, olur.
Denedim şeyi hem sunumumu verdim.
first one, or the first one now. So you have four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is so one is down plus. So 1 is down. Then 4. 5 plus 4. It's not on your phone. Probably this number 2. Yes, this is number 2.
No.
Presentation. Do you have a memory stick that I can get?
Yes, of course. Kardeş bak ilk birinci opening speech'tir. O Arya, o bir yazdık şu. Bu online'dır.
İkincisi online, üçüncüsü Buse İlhan.
Evet. Bu online'dır. Profesör Sujatha.
Tamam.
Bu Arya Asadi buradadır. Bu olan Scopes of Using Activated. Dur bakalım hangisidir. Yok bir altındakidir kardeş. Ha o burada sunacak bunu görün.
5.
5. Bu çocuk getirdiğimizse Ahmet Basil Haydir. Böyle yanağında böyle kırmızı bir iz var. Tamam, o getirecek o zaman. Alfred getirdi. Alfred Opoku mu? Yoktur. O da getirecek. Bu Polidor getirdi ha. Yani nereden tuttun biri? Bir budur senin için yoksa Arya'dır.
Arya dedik.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 oldu değil mi? 9 hibaptır. En altta. Tamam. Şimdi şöyle bir şey zaten. Bir tanesi de arkadaş. O presentation 2 var ya. Onu açabilin. O da kardeş. Adı ne be bunun böyle? Aşağı bakayım nerede? 3'e aç. Ya da 4 neyse. Yoktur. Tamam kardeş. Bunlar diğer oturumlarındır. Bir yere boyda alırız sonra. Evet ama mesela Ahmet aman nasıl be gitti? Ahmet, Alfred getirmedi. Onlar da getirecek. İlk yok.
Kaç tane geldi abi?
Bu defaki notlar kardeş 30'dur. Ama yani buna vermedi. Sesiyle
Kaç tanesi?
Bir de Çağrı. Şimdi. Hocalar.
Sayın İnşaat Mühendisleri Odası Başkanı, Sayın TMMOB İnşaat Mühendisleri, Sakarya Şube Başkanı, Sayın Avusturya Federal Uzman İnşaat Mühendisleri Grubu Başkanı, Sayın Yapılar için Doğadan İlham Alan Çözümler Çalışma Grubu Başkanı, çok değerli hocalarımız ve siz kıymetli misafirler. İkinci Uluslararası Yapılar için Doğadan İlham Alan Çözümler Konferansı'na hoş geldiniz. Dear Chair of Civil Engineers, dear Union of Chambers of Turkish Engineers and Architects, Chambers of Civil Engineers, Sakarya Branch Chair, dear Chairman of the Federal Expert Group of Civil Engineers of Austria, dear Chair of Nature Inspired Solutions for Building Working Group, our dear professors and dear guests, welcome to the second Nature Inspired Solutions for the Built Environment Conference. Açılış konuşmasını yapmak üzere İnşaat Mühendisleri Odası Genel Sekreteri Sayın Abdullah Ekinci kürsüye davet ediyor. I would like to present Mr. Abdullah Ekinci, General Secretary of Chamber of Civil Engineers, for his opening speech.
Sayın Başkanım, değerli misafirler, etkinliğimizin 3. gününe hoş geldiniz. Tabii şöyle bir geriye baktığımız zaman 2 yıllık bir süreç var aslında tüm bu etkinliklerin arkasında. Bugün ikincisinin düzenleneceği, daha önce birincinin İngiltere'nin Londra kentinde yapılan doğadan ilham alan çözümler konferansı yapılacaktır. Bu kapsamda ben hem geçtiğimiz 2 gündeki sempozyumda hem de bugün ve yarın yapılacak çalıştayda öncelikle organizasyon komitesine, yönetim kurulumuza ve odamız emektarlarına teşekkür ederim. Şöyle bir geçmişiyle ilgili bir konuşma yapmak istedim ben. Tüm bu etkinlikleri biz ilk yönetim kuruluna seçildiğimiz zaman işte endüstriyle akademiyi bir araya nasıl getiririz diye çok konuştuk, çok düşündük. Bununla birlikte öncelikle bir akademik kurul oluşturulduk. Sağ olsun tüm hocalarımız, ülkemizin inşaat mühendisliği bölüm hocaları bu akademik kurulda yer aldı. Hepsine buradan yine ben teşekkür etmek isterim. Ve onunla birlikte biz bu sempozyumlara başladık. Birincisini geçen yıl yaptık. Birinci Ulusal İnşaat Mühendisliği sempozyumunu. Orada sanırım 40'a yakın sunum yapılmıştı geçtiğimiz yıl. Ve sonuçları aslında herkes tarafından beğeni topladı. İkincisi için planına başladığımızda bu ulusalın yanında bu yıl şöyle bir şey gerçekleştirdik. Dedik ki ülkemizin problemleri ve ülkemizde sıkıntılı görülen alanlarla ilgili özel bir tema ile sizin karşınıza gelelim. Burada da ben Arya'ya teşekkür etmek isterim. Kendisi bu ikincisi yapılacak olan doğadan ilham alan çözümler konferansını bizler için hazırladı. Bir sonrası ise daha da bir daralan bir çalıştay olacak. Yarın gerçekleşecek bu çalıştay. Orada da sıvılaşan zeminler ki bunlar ülkemizin en problemli zemin problemlerinden biri olan tuzla ve Bulunmuş bölgesinde görülen bir sıkıntı irdelenecek. Tabii bunun yanında laboratuvar çalışmaları da bulunacak. Birçok tabii bir konuşmacımız var. Ben hep şunu söyledim. Bu yapılan etkinliğin etkilerini yarın görmeyeceğiz. Bu etkinliğin etkileri yıllar sonra görülecek. Hem akademik çevreler tarafından kurulan ilişkilerle birlikte ve burada yapılan çalışmaların kalitesi gördüğüm kadarıyla her geçen artıyor. Biz de kendimizi bir baskı altına alıp daha da güzel çalışmalar yapıyoruz. Umuyorum hepimize hem ulusal hem de uluslararası camiaya katkısı olacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Bu kapsamda ben tüm davetli konuşmacılara, tüm organizasyon komitesindeki meslektaşlarına ve yine en önemlisi oda personelimize teşekkürlerimi sunarım. Çok güzel 2 gün olacaktır. Ben artık sözü çok fazla uzatmak istemiyorum. Hepinize tekrardan katılımınız için teşekkür ederim.
Konferansın açılış konuşmasını yapmak üzere Yapılar için Doğadan İlham Alan Çözümler Çalışma Grubu Başkanı Sayın Doktor Ali Asadilendi'yi kürsüye davet ediyorum. I would like to present Dr. Ali Asadilendi, the Chair of Nature Inspired Solutions for Building Working Group, for the opening speech of the conference.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming to this second meeting of NISE. Before I start, I would like to thank the chairman of the Chamber of Civil Engineering, Mr. Gurka, for helping us with arranging this conference. I really am thankful. The sponsors and the organizing committee, particularly Dr. Fincher, who started from August 6 months ago, and then we had our beautiful, excellent organizing committee, a couple of academics, and we I mean, I did nothing, but we did everything, and I'm very much thankful to them. So this is the second NISE. NISE is nature-inspired solutions for the built environment. Initially, I was thinking that should be ground engineering, but then we changed to built environment because, well, ground is an integrated system of systems, and it's a better idea to be as inclusive as we can. I hope that, yeah. So this is this was and this is the triangle that is basically the backbone of NISE. The idea is this: traditionally and conventionally, even now, ground for us is a medium to be built on, to be built with, to be built into. And we really don't care what other functions ground has to offer. Ground is a multifunctional system. And in that sense, if we do not consider all those other functions, and if we simply speaking fill all the void spaces with chemicals, destroy all the habitats and the environment for flora and fauna, then at some point, sooner or later, we will pay the price. And that's the idea behind nature-inspired solutions for the built environment, because we believe that ground as a natural system has systems in itself that allows it to self-heal, allows it to offer us all those mechanical properties that we wish it to offer, whilst not other functions of its performance are compromised. So what we really like to do is to find methods, materials, and models that helps us to, yes, preserve the ground quality. Ground is a physical support for foundations, for retaining structures. Ground is a source of energy, minerals that we extract and use for construction. Ground is a moderator of flow, it's a conduit for water. And ground is a living medium for flora and fauna. So we really like to preserve that quality of ground. On that account, preserving the soil life, preserving the soil drainage and the ability of soil to convey air and water. And also to, in a way, doing all that and improving air quality, probably stopping the dust influx and probably even changing the ground surface into a wet trap or structures that we are building in the ground, brick for instance, into a wet trap to attract all these particulate matters that often carry pollutants and bacteria. By doing all that, we know that the balance between engineering systems and natural systems in ground is now disturbed, thanks to us. We want to rebalance that relationship and do our best to restore it and enhance it. That is the main idea behind NISE. And now the question is how? And that is the topic of our first keynote speech, Dr. Henry Dix, who will be joining us in a moment. Biomimetics or biomimicry. How to observe nature, how to understand the natural traits in nature, how to classify them into simple traits, so that they remain economical, and how to basically repeat them and try to mimic them in designing out materials, methods, and models. So there are numerous types of traits, and from all these, let's say, a collection of traits, we like to choose a minimum number of them, so that's our practice is economical, viable, comprehensive, so it's inclusive. So we are looking into all those traits that needs to be mimicked in our design, engineering design of methods, models, and materials, and coherent, so they do not overlap. Because if they overlap, one, there will be a technical problem, and two, it will be economical. And that's our ideal typology. And Henry, in a moment, will talk about these four things that it has philosophical roots, philosophical roots. These four, if you like, traits are what we like to basically mimic in designing our 3Ms. The forms, the shapes, if you like, at least that's what it means to me as a ground engineer. Materials, I'll talk about that. Functions and generative processes. Couple of examples. I start with forms, and I hope that this is at least my understanding of forms meets Henry's understanding, who will join us again in a moment. The picture to the left is an SEM image got by Mirdowski from Hope. Don't know why. Okay, back. From Los, the material that I'm interested in. It sounds and what you see is a delicate meshwork of needle fiber calcite and calcite and ironite, to be honest, that is lining the walls of all these roots and rootlet channels. This is a site in Pegwell Bay in Kent, and you still have this impact soil Los, to be particular there. And then to the right-hand side, you see three more SEM images, and this is not those. This is basically stabilized soil. So the first one shows a porous space which is kept open after soil stabilization. Mechanical properties are ideal, and you can see that the additives, which in this case was shred tire, are added to the soil in such a way to naturally and organically, if you like, generate this meshwork, which looks like a calcite meshwork around the porous space. So you're getting that stiffness that you like, you are getting that strength that you like, hopefully, and you feel that you're enjoying that open pore space network. The picture to the left are two historical pictures, Cranesley and Dornkamp. They published a book, and I read that book during my PhD, so they have an atlas of SEO images. It's a beautiful book. And this image is from one of their papers in the early 70s. It shows amorphous silica, weathered, if you like, silt and sand. And it appears in nature in two different forms, depending on how it precipitates. It can be, let's say, rounded nodules. It can be a coating agent. In this case, it's a coating agent. I'm not going to talk about how, when these different shapes form, but you can see how the amorphous silica is now coating the quartz grain particles. And that's, in the image below, how this coating or shielding is growing to make buttress units and bridge units between soil particles and add that in the particle forces that we wish to have. Moving to the picture to the right, from natural to the engineered, you can see that you and us, can use an informed way of introducing stuff like nanosilica and minosilica to the soil to leave these shields to regenerate those functions and still keep the network of pore spaces open. You may decide to mimic materials, abiotic materials. Two pictures, one I got it in Wales in my geology field courses, one of them it's a mudstone, jointed mudstone, and these joints are filled with calcite. And the one to the bottom is not diamond, it's like this figure, and it shows quartz veins. So if you drop acid on the face, that's how you differentiate between quartz veins and calcite veins. So that's quartz veins in rhyolite. So a network of fibers, if you like, in the medium of earth-based material. The question is, can you make use of recycled plastic and make allied fibers and introduce these fibers into the soil, randomly distributed? That random distribution is quite important and quite, disputed, and regenerate the very same, if you like, reinforcement effects. Sometimes your materials are biotic, like this ivy plant, which is very beautiful, but I got rid of it in my garden because that's just horrendous. It was huge. But it's beautiful in that sense that it has all these stem, and then the stem grows these roots, and the roots kind of penetrate into the wall or your garden panels. And in a way, it grows on itself, and it reinforces the material in which it's penetrated. And that is pretty much like the vegetation cover that we make use of it to improve slopes and embankments. So NISE is basically the legacy of NISE 1. That was a fun idea, and it happened last year online on Microsoft Teams, and 2 days of talks, and I'm very much happy that now we are having NISE in a slightly different way. This time we have academics, but we also have our students, so we are going to learn one or two things from them too. So it's more diverse now. We are going to be a team and basically, hopefully, find ways to collaborate, ways to move forward our research, because we are, I believe that we are all like-minded in this sense. Last year we had 4 teams. This year we have, I think, only 3 teams. This year we are going to have materials, so talks which are under the theme of materials, talks which are under the theme of methods and models, and we're not going to talk about adaptability to emerging or extreme climates, because that comes within the talks, but instead we are going to talk about management and governance, because I believe that if you do not think about the governance of all those new methods and materials and models that you are generating, then it's maybe pointless, because you can never do it, because you have got to buy the insurance underwriters and the government and the policymakers, otherwise you have done the session in the laboratory. So that's important. We're going to have some talks on the governance and the management side. And I should say that the majority of our research is constrained to the technical side and not that side. And that maybe is quite worrying, because that is not less important than the technical job that we do in our laboratory. At the end of NISE 1, we developed a very raw model, a rating model, and I'm not sure if I can show it. Oh, there you go. So this very raw model, and this was a rating model, and we kind of a group of people who attended NISE 1, and we published this report from NISE 1. We put together this system to rate models, methods, and materials, how to see how close these methods, models, and materials, and integration of them are to NISE and ideals of NISE. So what time is it? I've talked for 15 minutes. Good. I'm going to stop here, and I'll do the rest of it later on. The good news is that this morning is going to be relaxed, because we have half an hour more for lunch, and I'm going to get that from you. And also we have one presenter who, for technical reasons, can't attend. So I'm going to continue this slides and later on when I'm recapping the talks. But without further ado, I'm with apologies from Dr. Henry Dix. I would like to go to my guest and introduce Henry, and then we'll listen to that interesting keynote message. Thank you. So, Dr. Dix is going to join us online on Zoom, I think from Leeds or Paris, I'm not sure. But let me introduce him to you. Right, so Dr. Dix is a very dear friend. He's a philosopher. He's an environmental philosopher. The beauty of this is that Dr. Dix is not an engineer, but he's an environmental philosopher who is basically basically studying and analyzing the philosophy behind all that we are doing. All the talks yesterday happened on materials and concrete and in Zoom, and all the talks that are going to happen today. The backbone, that backbone philosophy is what Dr. Dix is studying. He studies environmental ethics, he studies philosophy of biomimicry. I hope that he starts with the definition of biomimicry at the beginning of his speech. And he has recently published a book, and I've got my copy, the Biomimicry Revolution, Learning from Nature, How to Inhabit the Earth. It's published by Columbia University Press, and I can't wait to start reading the book once it's so, Dr. Dix, Henry, can I invite you to start your speech?
Okay, let me just try and share my screen first, because I've got a PowerPoint presentation. Share. Okay, all right, I'll go back to the beginning. Oops. Okay. If I put that on slideshow, sometimes there's a problem when it's on slideshow. When I scroll through, can you see is the screen changing? Yeah, sorry. So the first screen, realizing the biomimicry revolution. Can everyone see that? Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
And can you see my screen okay? If I scroll from one screen to the other, can you see that? No? Let me have a look in the chat. Yes, all good. Okay, right. Okay, I'd like to start just by thanking Aya. Aya, thanks so much for inviting me to give this talk. It's a real honor. Thanks also more generally for taking an interest in my work. I mean, you know, even this morning, you're integrating what I'm doing. It's very gratifying as a philosopher when people doing real work out there in the world take an interest in what you do. So thank you very much for that. I'm sorry I can't attend this conference in person. I've just got so much on, and it wouldn't really have been feasible from a practical perspective. Okay, so moving on to my talk. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about the concept of the biomimicry revolution. So here's a picture of Janine Benyus's book, Biomimicry, Innovation Inspired by Nature. I expect almost everyone here is familiar with this book, given what you work on. And it's here that the concept of the biomimicry revolution is first introduced, as far as I'm aware. So on page 2 of her book, Benyus says, unlike the Industrial Revolution, the biomimicry revolution introduces an era based not on what we can extract from nature, but on what we can learn from her. And there are a few points I'd like to make about this. The first is the contrast of the biomimicry revolution with the Industrial Revolution. The second is the idea that underlying it is this general epistemological idea of learning from nature, of gaining knowledge from nature. And the third point is that Benyus doesn't actually say a lot more than this. To the extent that she talks elsewhere in the book about the biomimicry revolution, it's just in the sense that she provides some inspiring examples. Actually, not now, buddy. Sorry, it's my son. He's just going to school. Go away, buddy. Go away. Sorry, Patrick, please go away. Okay, so she just provides some inspiring examples. She doesn't really analyze the concept of the biomimicry revolution. And this is where I pick up from Benyus. So as Aya mentioned, I've just published a book, The Biomimicry Revolution, Learning from Nature, How to Inhabit the Earth with Columbia University Press. And what I try and do in this book is analyze the philosophical foundations of the biomimicry revolution. So there are 4 chapters. The first chapter is all about what nature is, and I present nature as physis. So this is a Greek word from which we get our word physics, and I interpret physis as self-production. Nature is that which produces itself. I can't go into any more details about that here. And then in chapters 2, 3, and 4, I take up the 3 principles that Benyus presents at the beginning of biomimicry, in the epigraph, nature as model, nature as measure, and nature as mentor. And I tie those to a branch of philosophy. So technics, which I'll be talking about more later, ethics, and epistemology. So whereas Benyus just writes 1 sentence or 2 sentences about each of these principles, I write 60 pages. So I really explore these principles and what they're fundamentally about. A second thing that I do that's different from Benyus is bring in a historical perspective. So in Benyus, sure, there's a contrast with the Industrial Revolution, and that's it, really. Whereas I'm interested in how the biomimicry revolution is different from the Industrial Revolution, how it relates to how we've understood art and technology in other periods of history, and so on. I'll be talking about that in a minute as well. And then thirdly, perhaps more so even than Benyus, I relate biomimicry and related fields, biomimetics and so on, to the ecological crisis. And you see this in the subtitle of my book, Learning from Nature, How to Inhabit the Earth. So Benyus's book, the subtitle is Innovation Inspired by Nature. There's no direct reference to, the environment or ecology or anything like that, whereas that's something that comes across more in my subtitle. And as Aya said, I'm an environmental philosopher, and this book is fundamentally a work on environmental philosophy. I present biomimicry as an environmental philosophy, from which, of course, you then get possibility of concrete design practices and so on. But those are, in a sense, kind of secondary to the sort of fundamental conceptual and theoretical changes which I think biomimicry is introducing. Okay, so what about today's talk? Well, I'm going to be drawing on my book, and I've kind of identified a strand of thinking in that book that I'd like to present to you. And I'm dividing the talk into two parts. So in the first part, I'm going to situate this idea of a biomimicry revolution with respect to history, especially the history of philosophical thinking about technology. And then I'm going to, in the second part, draw some conclusions from all of that about how we might realize the biomimicry revolution. Okay, so the historical perspective. Now, if you're a philosopher and if you come across the idea of biomimicry or biomimetics, you will inevitably make the connection with the ancient Greeks, at least if you were paying attention at university, because it was widespread in ancient Greece to see what they call techne, from which we get our word technology, but it covers also art and craft, as mimesis. So that's a Greek word for imitation, sometimes translated in certain contexts as representation, of physis, which is their word for nature, or at least it's often translated as nature. So if you look up the entry on philosophy of technology in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, you can read this: philosophical reflection on technology is about as old as philosophy itself. Our oldest testimony is from ancient Greece. There are four prominent themes. One early theme is the thesis that technology learns from or imitates nature. And this theme is present notably in Democritus, who gives lots of examples. You find it in Plato, and then perhaps the most famous reference is Aristotle, who theorized this idea in the Physics and the Poetics. There are, of course, differences from contemporary biomimicry. The ancient Greeks weren't trying to put forward a program for innovation. They weren't really concerned with inventing new technologies. What they were interested in was a theory of the origin and the nature of technology. So when Democritus says that house building emerged through imitating the nest building activity of swallows, he was trying to explain where it came from, rather than propose a radical new method for building houses or suggesting we might really learn from that to make better houses and things like that. And in fact, when you look at swallow's nests, you can see why he might have thought that house building came from that. The use of mud and straw and so on is something that humans have done too. Okay, the next period I'd like to talk about is the Middle Ages. And during the Middle Ages, the ancient idea that art is art in the broad sense of the creation of artifacts, including technology, the basic idea that art is imitation of nature was upheld. It wasn't contested, and yet because of the way they understood nature, it was understood very differently from the Greeks. So nature was seen as God's creation. And what that meant was that when you're imitating nature, you're ultimately imitating God, in the sense that you're imitating the ideas that God had that underlay creation. A key example of this way of thinking is Thomas Aquinas, who drew a lot on Aristotle. And analyzing this period, I argue that ultimately what you find in the Middle Ages is something that I call, by analogy, biomimicry, theomimicry. This is the idea of God as model, measure, and mentor. So the idea of God as providing ultimate models on which innovations are based comes from the idea that it's God's ideas that underlie creation. But God's also the measure, in the sense that he sets the standards we can only hope to, get close to at best, but never quite live up to. And he's also our mentor, in the sense of being a spiritual guide for humankind. And it's also worth noting, you do also find in the Middle Ages the idea of imitating God, imitatio Dei in Latin. So in the Bible, you can read that we should be imitators of God. From the Renaissance onwards, another important change occurred. the ancient idea of art as imitation of nature was again upheld explicitly, and yet somehow it got changed into something else. So just as imitating nature changed into imitating God in the Middle Ages, well, in the modern period, it changed into imitating man. And it did this by means of an argument, which was generally that the human being is the greatest thing in nature. What's the point of imitating anything else in nature when the best thing in nature are human beings? You also find the idea that human beings, in some sense, contain the rest of nature. So the early Italian Renaissance architect, Francesco di Giorgio Martini, said that human beings contain the minerality present in the mineral realm, in the form of bones and teeth and so on. They contain the fundamental trait of plants, which is to grow. They contain the fundamental trait of animals, which is to be sentient. And they even have the rationality of disembodied angels. So the whole world is contained within humankind. We're a kind of microcosm of the world. So why bother trying to imitate anything else? You also find the idea in political philosophers. Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan conceives the state as an imitation of man. He sees it as an artificial man, which he also says is the most excellent thing in all of nature. So that's modern anthropomimicry. A radical break then occurs in the late 18th and early 19th centuries in the form of German idealism. So two major German idealists, Kant and Hegel. The relevance of Kant is particularly visible in his conception of enlightenment. So this is summarized in the idea of sapere aude, dare to know, which Kant kind of glosses as have the courage and resolution not to turn to another for guidance. He's thinking, the idea is autonomy. The idea is you've got to think on your own. You've got to use your reason, your understanding, the information that comes in through the senses to develop knowledge without just relying on authority, you know, whether it's the priests or, you know, the Bible or whatever it is. But in rejecting this idea of taking guidance from another, you're also rejecting the idea of getting guidance from nature. So that's an important moment. Hegel, for the first time, as far as I'm aware, in the history of philosophy, directly attacked the idea of art as imitation of nature. He said that's the most common opinion about what art. And by art, he means not just paintings and so on, but boats and hammers and nails and various other things that he provides as examples. So there's this common idea of art as imitation of nature, and for a variety of reasons, Hegel rejects that and says, no, you know, the most simple human creation is better than any imitation of nature. This then paves the way for the emergence of philosophy of technology, understood as a branch of philosophy, an explicit branch of philosophy, which emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So the first clearly identifiable work in the philosophy of technology is Ernst Kapp's 1877 Elements of a Philosophy of Technology. And in this book, he, in many respects, goes back to the anthropomimicry of the Renaissance, and his work could even be seen as the culmination of that. So each chapter takes a different set of technologies and says it replicates the human form. So hand tools, which are the subject of one chapter, he says all imitate, you know, the human arm and hand. So a spade is an outstretched palm and an arm, and a hammer is an outstretched arm and a fist, and a rake is an outstretched arm and fingers, and so on. And then musical instruments are based on the forms in the human ear, and optical instruments, the forms of the human eye, and the railways based on the sanguine system, and the state as a whole, as in Hobbes, is based on the human organism. Okay, so you might think, well, how does this fit with the idea of break, of no longer imitating nature? Well, what Kapp says is that he doesn't use the word imitation. To imitate was always to deliberately copy something. He used the word replication. Our technologies replicate the forms of the human body, but he drew on the concept of the unconscious, which had just emerged in Germany at the time and was later taken up famously by Freud, to say that we did this unconsciously. It was only looking back on it that we could realize that all our technologies had been replicating the form of the human body. So, you know, the key thing here for me is that we're no longer with CAP seen as deliberately imitating nature. Other philosophers of technology went much further. Friedrich Dessauer wrote a book in 1927 called Philosophie der Technik, Philosophy of Technology, in which he said that technology is absolutely not imitation of nature. And he argued that where we've been going wrong for centuries, what had been holding technology back was that we were trying to imitate nature. And that was a fundamental mistake, he thought. He gives the example of aviation. He says, you know, as long as we're trying to make flying machines with flapping wings, it's not going to get off the ground. And it's only when we come up with a completely different solution that doesn't have any comparable, any comparison in nature, like the jet engine, that planes work. And he thought this was the case everywhere. Ultimately, for Dessauer, technological solutions never came from nature. They came from a separate realm, a sort of spiritual realm, a bit like Plato's realm of ideas, that he thought humans alone could access. And he thought they could access these technological ideas, bring them down to earth, and that ultimately we would replace the whole of nature, you know, cut down all the trees and so on, and replace them with these technological ideas that we access that belong to a separate realm and work completely differently from nature. Ernst Cassirer, a neo-Kantian in 1932, looked back on the work of people like Dessauer and other Franz Rouleau, other theorists of, you know, engineering and modern machinery and so on, and argued that the basic principle of modern mechanical engineering, so you could also argue of the Industrial Revolution, is that it no longer seeks to imitate the work of the hand or of nature. And then in 1957, the German philosopher Hans Blumenberg reflects on all this period and tells a story comparable to the story I've been telling. He goes back to the ancient Greeks. He says that for millennia, we saw art as imitation of nature. And then that idea eventually collapsed and was replaced by the idea of art as human creation. He doesn't talk about theomimicry and anthropomimicry. He doesn't talk about Kant and Hegel, but he tells a comparable story to the story that I've told. Also, another interesting aspect of Blumenberg's work is that whereas Kapp, Dessauer, and Cassirer are only talking about technology, Blumenberg is also talking about art. And it's interesting that this change in technology, i.e. the view that technology isn't and shouldn't imitate nature, that was also present in art. If you look at art over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, how it's developed, common thread is the rejection of the idea of art as imitation or representation of nature. A major break is Impressionism. You're no longer trying to, imitate the objects. You're just showing the impressions they make on the human mind. Expressionism, abstract art, conceptual art, found art. My favorite example of this is Piet Mondrian. So that's the image that you can see here on the left. It's from 1921, so smack bang in the middle of this time where everyone was saying art is an imitation of nature. And he deliberately avoided the use of curved lines. He said, okay, so you get curved lines in nature, it's a cliche. I'm not going to use curved lines in my work. Similarly, the color of nature is green. Well, I'm not going to use green in my work, right? So, this composition in red, yellow, blue, black, as it's called, is kind of the opposite of what you would get if you were to wander into the wilderness and look around. You'd see lots of green and lots of curves, right? And this was very deliberate. He talks about this. This was the foundation of his work. He developed everything he did by rejecting the idea of art as imitation of nature and doing the opposite. Okay. So I'm going to move now to the second part, which is some inferences and conclusions. What can we learn from this story I've been telling? Well, I think there is a fundamental problem with philosophy of technology that people working in the field today are not aware of. And this is because philosophy of technology was grounded on the rejection of the idea of techne as imitation of nature. And the reason that allowed philosophy of technology to get off the ground was that previously you couldn't isolate technology because you always had to, see it in relation to nature, to the models or God or man or whatever it is that you're taking as model. Whereas for the first time, the idea emerged that technology was something totally separate that could be isolated on its own and take as a kind of singular object of study. So that I see as problematic, and most people working in philosophy of technology aren't even aware of this. They're not going to go back and read Cap and Dessauer. They're going to look at contemporary problems, and contemporary problems in the philosophy of technology take it for granted that technology is not, or not generally, imitation of nature. That's just not really a theme anymore in the philosophy of technology. The only minor exception being the 3 or 4 people in the world who are interested in biomimicry. Philosophy of technology is also problematic because it coincides with the Industrial Revolution, with modern mechanical engineering, which, as we've seen, is predicated on this rejection of the idea of art as imitation of nature. And then it also coincides with the emergence of ecological crisis. I think there's a kind of constellation of things going on here. The emergence of philosophy of technology, rejection of the idea of art as imitation of nature, the Industrial Revolution, and ecological crisis. These all, as far as I'm concerned, belong together. Of course, the situation is changing. Just as Hans Blumenberg was saying, well, we are all of the view today that art is not imitation of nature. When he was saying that in 1957, at that precise moment, biomimetics and bionics emerged. Otto Schmidt and Jackie Steele started introducing the opposite idea, but this idea came across as some sort of major innovation. There wasn't really that much awareness of the fact that, in fact, this was how art and technology had been viewed for thousands of years, because by the time they were writing in the late 1950s, it was pretty much universally accepted that technology wasn't imitation of nature. And biomimetics and bionics were viewed as very unorthodox innovation strategies. Even today, non-biomimetic innovation is orthodoxy. Very often, biomimicry is presented as some sort of curiosity. I was reading an interesting example of biomimicry the other day. Some researchers have developed some tweezers that are based on the form of the crow's beak. Great, but these kind of tiny little innovations that sort of titillate and entertain people, this is seen as some sort of curiosity from the hard work of genuine technological innovation in the form of, software and AI and all of this sort of stuff. AI, of course, could be seen as biomimetic in many respects, but anyway, that's not often how it's thought. And a lot of these innovations, certainly originally in biomimetics and bionics, were not really ecologically oriented. The idea of a kind of ecologically oriented biomimicry or imitation of nature really, I think, was first developed in a sustained way by Janine Benyus. She was the first person to really say, hold on, this is the key, or a big part of the key to overcoming the ecological crisis, and that we need some sort of sequel to the Industrial Revolution. And if you look at the ISO 18458 on biomimetics, in a nutshell, biomimicry is presented there as sustainability-oriented biomimetics. It's biomimetics for the objectives of sustainable development. I wouldn't personally define biomimicry simply in that way. I think there's more to it than that, but that is a big part of it. But this revolution, this ecologically oriented revolution, is yet to be achieved. So the question then, and here I come to the title of my talk, is, well, how can we realize the biomimicry revolution? Now, I'm not going to provide a comprehensive answer to that question. I'm only talking about one aspect or one part of realizing biomimicry revolution. And it relates to the subtitle of my talk, The Death of Philosophy of Technology, or the End of Philosophy of Technology and the Birth of Technics. Now, you often hear people saying, well, the problem, what makes biomimicry or biomimetics difficult is a lack of interdisciplinarity. You know, we need engineers to work together with, you know, soil microbiologists or whatever it is. Okay, sure, that would help, but especially if you situate that idea just within a more general framework according to which the problem in the world is a lack of interdisciplinarity, then I think that this call for more interdisciplinarity is radically insufficient. I think we need to go further and not just take the disciplines as they stand and try and connect them to one another. I think we need to restructure how we think about the world, how we organize the disciplines, how we divide the world up. And in keeping with this, I think that the very notion of philosophy of technology is problematic. As it stands, you're either a philosophy of biology or you're a philosopher of technology. And if you're a philosopher of technology, because the origin of your discipline goes back to the rejection of the idea of art as imitation of nature, and everyone just kind of takes that for granted now, you can't really think about biomimicry. I mean, sure, I published an article in a journal called Philosophy and Technology called The Philosophy of Biomimicry. It's not that there's some sort of ban on doing this. It's just that as a general rule, people wouldn't really do that. When we organized a conference track on the philosophy of biomimicry at a conference a few years ago, hardly anyone turned up. You know, everyone's drawn to other aspects of philosophy of technology right now. Okay, so philosophy of technology, I see it, is problematic. And the solution I propose is to kind of reconceptualize how we think about the products that we make, how we think about them philosophically. And to that end, I propose the concept of technics, understood as the study of forms, materials, generative processes, and functions in both nature and human design. So this typology of imitable traits, forms, materials, generative processes, and functions, which I mentioned earlier and said he got from me. Well, he might have got it from me, but I got it from Aristotle. In Aristotle's physics, there's this idea that everything, whether natural or artificial, has four causes. Now, the notion of causes here is controversial and perhaps confusing, but you could say there are four basic traits to everything: its forms, its materials, how it came into being, its generative, the generative process behind it, and its functions. And technics would be the study of these forms, materials, generative processes, functions, both in nature and in human design. Biomimetic techniques would involve taking the former as model for the latter. And I would propose techniques as a basic branch of philosophy. It doesn't exist today. No, you can't study techniques, right? You can study ethics, you can study epistemology, you can study philosophy of technology, which rejects the idea of art as imitation, technology as imitation of nature, but you can't study techniques. Okay, what would the implications of this be for what I call the technical disciplines? Things like engineering, design, architecture. And incidentally, if I use the expression technical disciplines, it's because I want to see them as related to this concept of techniques. What would the implications be? Well, I think, first of all, we need to sort of work towards rejecting the status quo according to which biomimicry is, so, you know, unorthodox and marginal, right? That was how it emerged in the 1950s, but I think we need to challenge that. To do so, I think it would help to integrate the study of what I call natural techniques. So, you know, forms, materials, generative processes, and functions in nature, which involves not just biology and ecology, but biophysics and organic chemistry and all this sort of stuff. That would need to be integrated into the technical disciplines, which isn't to say, oh, all we need is more interdisciplinarity. It's not just about giving engineers lessons in biology and ecology, because it needs to be targeted. right? To the extent that it's particularly relevant for engineers, it needs to be a study of natural techniques, how nature does things, the forms, the materials, and so on, because in that, then it becomes much more relevant to people in the technical disciplines. And then a central element of the technical disciplines would also need to be not just techniques, but also biomimetic techniques, right? The principle, the whole idea of abstracting and transferring models and so on, all of that would need to be integrated as well. I also think that rather than seeing biomimicry as some sort of separate module, right, which maintains this idea of conventional non-biomimetic innovation as the norm, and then biomimicry as some sort of kooky alternative, I see that as kind of problematic. It's great that there are more and more master's programs on biomimicry. In the last couple of years, 3 master's programs have emerged in France that I've been invited to teach on. Great, I'm very happy to do so, but I think it also needs to be integrated into core programs of study at undergraduate level as well. I'm not saying that hasn't happened anywhere. I haven't sort of studied every single engineering degree in the world to sort of see to what extent this is already occurring, but it's just a general proposal. Okay, so I'm going to conclude now by talking a little bit more generally about the relationship between philosophy and biomimicry. Now, this proposal for techniques and biomimetic techniques is only one part of the biomimicry revolution as I see it. What else can philosophy contribute? Well, coming back to my work, especially my book, I think that 4 fundamental branches of philosophy: ontology, the study of being or nature; techniques, the study of how nature does things and how humans do things; ethics, a study of standards and rules for action; epistemology, the study of knowledge, including the knowledge we get from nature. Philosophy can think about all of that, for sure. But at a more general level, I'd like to say something about what I think philosophy can contribute to biomimicry, or at least how it relates to realizing biomimicry revolution. And to do that, I'd like to draw on something Aldo Leopold said. So Aldo Leopold was a famous American ecologist. He wrote a text called The Land Ethic in 1948, which is now recognized as foundational for the discipline of environmental ethics. And what he says is this: the proof that conservation has not yet touched the foundations of conduct lies in the fact that philosophy and religion have not yet heard of it. In our attempt to make conservation easy, we have made it trivial. And now we have heard, philosophers have heard of conservation. There are thousands of lecturers in environmental ethics throughout the world. Conservation is discussed at important United Nations meetings and so on. Conservation has become important, but philosophers haven't really yet heard of biomimicry. If I say to my colleagues that I work on biomimicry, typically the answer is, what's that? With a bit of prodding, they can often work it out from the etymology. Okay, bios, life; mimicry, imitating. Okay, so it's imitating life. They can just about get there, but generally they've never heard of it. When I say I work on the philosophy of biomimicry, typically the reaction is, I didn't know that existed. Like, what's that? Is biomimicry a suitable object for philosophy any more than, I don't know, looking around me, radiators? I mean, it's not taken seriously by philosophy. There's 3 or 4 people in the world working on this. So biomimicry is in a similar position to conservation was in the late 1940s. And I think that, if we're going to take biomimicry very seriously, if it's going to be integrated into the heart of engineering, design, architecture, urbanism, and so on and so forth, then, similarly to Leopold, I think it's important for philosophers to engage with it, because that would signal it's becoming something worthy of profound reflection and not just some sort of marginal curiosity. And in that, if that happens, then I think Benious's dream of a biomimicry revolution of comparable scope and scale to the Industrial Revolution, but that would also, in many ways, overturn the foundations of the Industrial Revolution, which was the rejection of the idea of art as imitation of nature, then I think that could occur. Whether it will or not, we'll see. I'm doing my best to contribute to this. I can't, as I said, be there with you, as I said, as is obvious. If you're interested in what I've said and would like to get in touch and talk about it, here's my email address. I also run a website, philosophyandbiomimicry.org, where you can find publications by myself and my colleagues who work on biomimicry. Though I have to say that my own publications, my own articles, I see as kind of out of date now. They were the sort of ideas I started working on. And then I kind of, you know, developed them, went beyond them, brought them all together in this book, which is available now for pre-order from Columbia University Press. There's even a discount, 20% off with the discount code CUP20. Aya, I know, has ordered 5 copies for his library, so that's fantastic. It'd be wonderful to get this book into libraries so that undergraduates can look at it. And yeah, if you're interested in the sort of things I have to say, I think this is the place to go. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I hope you found that interesting, and I hope you all have a great conference. I don't know if we have time for questions, Aya, or if we're moving on, but in any case, I'm done with the talk.
Do it now, otherwise I'm sure that you can find Henry's email address there and you can get in touch with him either for questions or what I had always in mind, the next bit that I'm writing and the next time that I'm going to put together an interdisciplinary, if you like, group of researchers to put together a research paper. If you are like me and you want to have a philosopher on board, that could be your email address. Now, any questions from Henry at this point? No. Henry, thank you very much for your time, for the talk. I did enjoy it, and I've taken my notes, and I'm going to tie in what you said to the series of talks that are happening in the next hours and bring that in my conclusion. So thank you very much. Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. I have one question.
Thank you very much, Henry, for your very interesting and enlightening speech. And I must think, okay, I'm one of the older engineers here in the room. I must say, if I look back, I think as engineers, we've lost the connection to nature in the early 20s, 30s of the last century. And we should get back to that. And I think the way you highlight it, it's great. It will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Henry. It's now time is, oh, I am still on time. So it's 10 to 11. Let's have a coffee break till 11, and let's start the talks at sharp 11. 10 minutes of coffee break. Thank you very much.
Tamam.
Right. So thank you very much for coming back to the venue. We are going to start with our session one, and in our session one, we will have papers on the material. I think we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 papers, but I know that one of those papers are not going to be presented, so hence we have time, so that is good. And then after session one, we will go to the lunch, and we will come back in session two. We will have further talks on the material side, mostly online from Canada, the US, I think one from Australia, and then we move on to methods and then models, and in the afternoon, we have a number of talks on technology as implementation, that's theme 2, and then finally 3, risk management and governance. So I would like to introduce our first speaker. Let's get my program in front of me. Okay. So, the first talk, I think, is going to be given by Dr. Aisha. Dr. Iman. No?
Yes.
Yes. So, sorry. Am I wrong? Oh, sorry. You want to, yeah, let's, you want to open the session? Or shall I go there? Okay. So, okay. Can I invite our first speaker, or you know what? Yes. So our first speaker, Dr. Ilman, a paper on, I have a bad feeling that I'm making the huge mistake here, but the fact that I see some smiles, but I'm going to go with it anyways. Review of utilization of biopolymers in soil stabilization. Dr. Ilman, there you go, and also co-written by Dr. Aisha Balkis. Now, the area of our two speakers, the area that they read is on earth-based materials, use of upcycled wastes in grouts, in mortar, in soil as a stabilizer, and also as additive, and also technologies, and that is quite interesting, and we will have a little talk on that, technologies on lab-scale determination of SWCC, or soil water capture sticker, and a very interesting paper. So excellent, Dr. Iman.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Rosa Iman, and today's topic is review of utilization of biopolymer in soil stabilization. I have divided my presentation into 5 parts. First, I will be looking at introduction, then biopolymer stabilization. After that, I will talk about the review part for discussion, and finally, I will show my references. My presentation, I hope, will take 10 minutes. In this part of my presentation, I would like to talk about the introduction part. First, I will try to give information related to improving the soil. We know that this is very important for us. And the main purpose of improving the soil is to provide them with the features that will provide more suitable and adequate conditions for inadequate floors and building foundation floors affected by disasters such as what I may, heavy loading situations, earthquake or landslides. And the stabilization of soil is defined as the products or biological process used to improve soil properties. Although the biostabilization is considered to be a new technical process, but it's actually a process that has been used and known by humanity before. Why? Because when we check the literature, we can see that the Romans used biostabilizers such as protein as a set retardant for gypsum used in building construction. And nowadays, biostabilization techniques are preferred of soil stabilization. But we know that one of the newest environmentally friendly stabilization techniques that has been actively studied, and usually biopolymers have been used as green alternatives to replace chemical stabilizers to improve the mechanical properties of soil. But we know that cement is often doing the stabilization of soil, And this increases the energy consumption. But however, the biopolymers used for stabilization is a green alternative and provides environmental protection. And if you talk about biostabilization techniques, in this sense, it should be considered a success of rising these climate strategies. And in addition, we talked about, if I read one more time, stabilizers like cement have replaced these biostabilizers for improved strength and durability of soil. And on the other hand, the use of biological process or products to improve soil properties is termed, we know that biostabilization of soil. And these techniques have been proposed as a potential alternative to chemical stabilizers. And if I give information related to biopolymers, we know that biopolymers are polysaccharides consisting of a monosaccharide network, and these monosaccharides are bound to hydrogen groups. And when these hydrogens are mixed with soil and water, an uncomplicated structure connecting the soil particles and to each other occurs, and to ensure the stabilization effect. And with this figure, we can see an example how the monosaccharide units combine to form a biopolymer. And if we look at the first one, we can see the monosaccharide unit for glucose. And as you can see here, the typical interaction of biopolymer with granular media as presented by Koresh et al. Now I'm moving directly to review part. I will try to shortly summarize the past relevant studies. First of all, I want to start to talk about the effect of biopolymer stabilization on different soil properties. One of the important research, Çobalar and Çamakçı, they investigated the effect of xanthan gum biopolymer on strength using the direct shear test, and they reported that xanthan gum solution of 3 and 5% had a higher angle of internal friction than those of untreated samples, indicating improvement in soil strength due to addition of xanthan gum. And another research, they conducted a feasibility study to understand the stabilization effect of guaiacol and xanthan gum on mile tilings. And the study found that those biopolymers increase both the liquid limit and the underlay strength of the treated mile tailings. And with this figure, it's a scanning electron microscope image of mile tailings tried with figure A shows us the xanthan gum and figure B shows us the guaiacol results. And another research, they described study of the strength effect of xanthan gum on different soil types. They use 4 different types of soil, some perforated, some naturally clay and calcitic clay. And they reported that xanthan gum was more effective in improving the strength and stiffness of clays and well-graded soils. And with this figure, we can see the results of their research. And another research, they treated sand and silt with biopolymers. They used 3 different biopolymers, xanthan gum, modified starch, and guar. And they studied the effect of these biopolymers on compaction, strength, and permeability characteristics. And they found that when the total addition of these biopolymers has improved strength and permeability properties of both soils. And in addition, it has a different effect on compaction and characteristics depending on the soil type. And with this figure, we can see the soils, again, the sand image of xanthan gum treated soils. Figure A shows us the sand, figure B shows us the yellow soil, and final figure C gives us the clay. And another research, TP, they studied effect of exogenous, and again they used two different types of clay, bentonite and kaolin. And with these two soils, they treated with some percent of exogenous, 0.51, 1.52, and 2.5%, and they tested unconfined compressive strength for 3 to 90 days. And again, they found that these soil and biopolymer interactions lead to particle agglomerations. And another research, finally now I'm reaching end of my presentation, Karachi, they created the desert sand with different proportion of exogenous. Again, they use 1, 2, 3, 5%, and they compare with 10% cement of dry soil mass. And they concluded that, they found that durability index of sand traded with 3% of exogenous was higher than that of the sand traded with 10% cement. And this is the, again, same image of that research. Figure A shows us the 1 hour, figure B 1 week, and figure C 3 week results. Sorry. And last research, 10, they investigate the effect of drying on example gum treated sand, and finally they reported that the oven dry samples show a gradual improvement in strength with dry. And this is the, let me point out that the discussion part. Now I'm approaching the end of my presentation. Biostabilization techniques are widely preferred for, the soil stabilization, and in previous researches I explained that it has been found that the biopolymers contribute significantly to soil stabilization. And finally, soil can be improved by ensuring the sustainability of the environment with biopolymers. And you can see my references. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. We will take questions at the end of the session. Can I ask you to sit in this row for questions at the very end? Thank you very much. So our next presentation is going to be an online one. And I would like to introduce Professor Ramani Sujata from the Sastra University in India. She's a professor of geotechnical engineering, and she reads on soil stabilization using a range of materials from natural polymers to nanoscale silicates, something that I'm very much interested in. She studies, this is again something very interesting, mechanics or micromechanics of equipment at obviously microscale. She has done some very interesting studies on liners, again something that I'm developing some interest. The desiccation cracking, on the elevated temperatures and ways to manage. So can we have the Zoom page here, and then I hope that Professor Sujata, I saw her online, so can we have the Zoom?
So, yes, I am online and I'm starting my presentation now. Yes. Thank you for the introduction.
So Professor Sujata, can you say
yes.
and test whether we can hear you or not?
Can you see my presentation? Yes, can you see my presentation?
We had this glitch yesterday, so we'll find a way. We will find a way.
Sus.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the introduction. I hope I'm audible. Today I would be discussing on cellulose as, thank you. I would be discussing on cellulose as a viable stabilizer for soils. Like we were listening to the earlier speaker who had been telling us about a number of biopolymers like xanthine, guar, beta-glucan, and agar. All these have been investigated, and my presentation will cover the entire gamut of, not the entire gamut, but the most common gamut of geotechnical applications using cellulose. So so we all know that today the biggest problem is the carbon emissions. They are impacting the environment to a greater degree. And construction industry is one of the major contributor to carbon dioxide emissions, particularly when in the cement manufacture process, which is very widely used, we have a lot of carbon emissions. So the industry itself is moving towards a more eco-friendly and energy efficient approach. There are many different ways in which the industry is moving towards a bio approach. But today in my presentation, I would like to highlight the role of biopolymers as a sustainable alternative to cement stabilization, which is one of the most traditional and conventional soil stabilization that is adopted world over. Despite a number of biopolymers that have been in use, like the xanthan, guar, galangum, beta-glucan, alginate, there are a host of things, biopolymers that are experimented, though this has not brought on a large scale to the field, but we see that there are a lot of research findings on these biopolymers. But on cellulose, though it appears to be the most abundant biopolymer, we see that the research is very limited. So we have taken up this topic of using cellulose in the form of sodium carboxymethyl cellulose. This is a commercially available cellulose product for improving the properties of the soil. Starting from the basic properties like the compaction behavior, strength, and then the subgrade strength, we have moved on to some peripheral applications like the behavior in extreme environments. All of these tests are supported by morphological study using SEM, and then chemical analysis using XRD and FTIR. The soil that we have selected for the study is organic silt. It has 13.6% organic content. It is a low compressible soil with a specific gravity of 2.33 and a liquid limit less than 50 with a differential swell index of 35%. This soil has been improved using carboxymethyl cellulose. The primary reason for using the sodium carboxymethyl cellulose is that it is soluble in water, which makes it easier in large-scale geotechnical applications. So we have procured this, as I said earlier, this is a commercially available form of cellulose. We have procured this cellulose from Amster Microcell Private Limited, and it's a white fibrous powder with a pH of 6 and a viscosity of 222 centipoise. The average particle size is 398 micrometer, and it has a density of 1.6 gram per cc. So these are the basic properties of the material that we have used to stabilize the soil. Like I already told you, we have done the compaction test, and because this is organic silt, we did the unconfined compression test to study the improvement in strength on using carboxymethyl cellulose, sodium carboxymethyl cellulose. Also, we have studied this for a a period ranging from 2 hours after mixing up to 28 days. So this is a short duration period study. This has been done both for strength as well as for hydraulic conductivity. And the compressibility behavior was studied using the consolidation test. Here we moved on up to a load of 3.2 kg per centimeter square. And the CBR test was conducted on dry samples. Also, the behavior of the treated soil in extreme acidic and alkaline environments was studied. We start with the compaction behavior. So now here, as in any biopolymer, the optimum moisture content increases with the dosage. So we use dosages of 0.25, 0.5, 0.75 and 1%. This was fixed by a trial and error study. So in the trial and error, in the primary preliminary investigation, we started from 0.25% and we moved up to 1.4%. And then we saw that the strength decreased beyond 0.5%. So we limited our study to a dosage range of 0.25 to 1%. So based on that criteria, we have limited all the presented studies between 0.25 to 0.25 to 1%. We see that OMC slightly increases and the dry density also marginally reduces. For the untreated soil is 16.8 kilonewton per meter cube. And when we added up to 1% of NaCMC, we see that it decreased to 14.9 kilonewton per meter cube. As far as the optimum moisture content was concerned, that is the moisture content at which we had the maximum density, there was not much change. That is, for the untreated soil, it is 17.5%. For 0.25% of biopolymer addition, it is 17.6%. And at the maximum dosage of 1%, it is only 17.8%. So, which means that this soil is not sensitive to moisture changes, which makes it more applicable in the field. And then the strength test, we did the unconfined compression strength test. This is one of the most easiest tests to get a better understanding of the stabilization on the soil. So here I have presented the stress strain curves for different curing periods that has been investigated. So now from the stress strain curves, we can see that for early periods of curing, we see that there is not much variation in the strength. And all the soils show more plastic behavior with a gradual stress strain response. And as the soil tends to, after aging, it tends to stiffen, and there is a gradual increase in the, the rate at which the load is resisted. So based on the curves, we can see that the failure strain decreases with the dosage and with the curing period. So it gets stiffer with the increase in the sodium carboxymethyl cellulose content, and also with aging, we see that there is a decrease. So from 6.25% at 0 days of 0.2%, 0.25% additive, it is reduced to 3.95% after 28 days when the additive is 1%. So that is the range in which it has stiffened, and we see that the resistance happens a little earlier. So mimicking on the curves, we can see that the stiffness also increases. So the stiffness has been observed to increase maximum in the case of 0.5% addition. So we see that here this failure modulus, which is the modulus at failure or the maximum load has increased with the dosage, and it has also increased with the curing period. And then we have the unconfined compression strength. So here we can see that when the soil is tested initially after mixing, that is, we gave it a curing time of 2 hours so that to ensure that the basic reactions start. At this phase, we see that the strength is more or less the same. For 0.25% of cellulose addition, the strength was 205 kilonewton per meter square, and it increased to a maximum at 0.5% addition, which is 219 kilonewton per meter square, gradually reduced to 215 kilonewton per meter square when it was 1% addition. And on the 7th day, we saw that there is an increase of nearly 16.1% in the strength of the treated samples. So here we saw that 0.25%, it was 248, and 0.5% 288 kilonewton per meter square, and 1% 239 kilonewton per meter square. And on further increase in the curing period, the rate of increase in strength decreased, though there was a hike in strength. For example, on the 14th day, for 0.5% of sodium carboxymethyl cellulose, the strength was 246 kilonewton per meter square, but 296 kilonewton per meter square. But this change is lesser. It is approximately 2.7% compared to the change in the strength from 0 to 7 days. Similarly, when we moved on to 28 days, the strength increased, but the rate of increase was very marginal. So we can say that it sort of stabilizes with the days of curing. And here we see that the 0.5% gave the maximum strength for all the curing periods that have been investigated. In a biological material like cellulose, or for that matter, any of the biological material that we are using, there is always the possibility of deterioration, or we cannot be very sure, as in the case of trial tested materials like lime or cement, on the long-term performance. So we have made it mandatory to study at least for a short period of time to see that this action is there throughout the time period that is investigated. And then we have moved on to subgrade strength. Subgrade strength, see, any soil stabilization method, be it lime stabilization or cement stabilization, the most important application is in the improvement of the subgrade. So here we saw that the strength was maximum for 0.5%. So we compared this 0.5% and saw what would be the increase in the CBR. So for soil, the CBR was 4.76, less than 5%. It was a very poor subgrade. And then on adding 0.5% of sodium carboxymethyl cellulose, we saw that it improved to 6.34%. And this test was conducted after 2 hours after mixing. So even in the initial time, it gave a fairly good hike in the strength. So the subgrade quality moved from very poor to fair, indicating that cellulose can be used as a stabilizer for improving the subgrade strength. It can be a highway pavement or an airfield pavement, or for any of these applications. So now we had an increase in strength. To understand how this increase in strength has happened, we see that we just sort of represented the change in the soil matrix through a schematic diagram here. So here we have the soil particles that are not stabilized. And then when we add sodium carboxymethyl cellulose, we see that because of its gelling tendency with water, there is a viscous binding within the particles, and over a period of time, it starts to form thread-like structures here. So this helps in binding the particles together. But if you remember, like earlier, up to 0.5%, there was an increase in strength. But beyond 0.5%, we saw there was a slight decrease in strength. So that happens because we see that the viscosity increases. And as the viscosity increases, this gel that is holding the soil particles prevent interparticle contact. Thereby, the strength decreases beyond the optimum percent. So now here are some images for the morphological study. Here I have shown the soil at different magnifications. And then here I have shown the soil that is treated with 0.5% cellulose. So you can see here that the gel threads are formed. These images were taken 7 days after curing to show the formation of the gel threads clearly. So here we can see these gel threads that have been instrumental in binding the soil particles and thereby improving the strength. So now to ascertain if there are any new chemical compounds that are formed, we conducted the FTIR and XRD tests. Both the XRD and FTIR tests showed that there is no formation of new compounds. When we worked on xanthan gum and guar gum, we saw the formation of CSH. But in this case, when we worked with cellulose, we did not see any formation of new materials. So it was more a physical interaction that caused the increase in strength. So these fiber threads basically led to the enhancement of the soil particles.
Professor Sujata, sorry for interrupting. Can I ask you to kindly wrap up so that we can catch up with the rest of the folks?
Yes. Just, can I take a minute?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the next property is the hydraulic conductivity, and we saw that the hydraulic conductivity was lesser than soil for all dosages and for all durations. And then we had the consolidation characteristics. We see that the coefficient of consolidation and compression index reduced with the dosage, but the swell index showed a very slight increase from 0.05 to 0.08. That is because of the tendency of cellulose to form gel and move the particles apart. And then for studying the behavior of the treated soil in extreme environments, we did the acid and alkaline solution test. In both of these tests, we saw that adding the sodium carboxymethyl cellulose brought it down to a more neutral level, indicating its efficiency in showing this as a more sustainable material. So to conclude, I can say that this has proven to be a very good alternative biopolymer to improve not only the strength, but also to have a well-drained medium to improve the substrate properties. And also it can handle extreme environments to a greater degree so that the foundations or any substructures that are formed are not affected. So these are very viable materials for large-scale geotechnical applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sujata.
Thank you.
We will take questions at the end of the session in favor of time. I think the next speaker is probably myself. Yes. So manage your expectations. This is going to be just fun. So yeah, in the next 10 minutes, hopefully, I'm talking about some very simple experiments that we have done in London and Taiwan across a couple of months, some preliminary results, and hopefully a bit of take homes for everyone. This is locked for. Yeah. And go to the first slide because no, it's just going forward. Yep. Ah, good. Now it works. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about PECT, and I had some interesting chat with Professor Ibrahim Bey, I guess, the other day about PECT. It's an interesting material. And I'm going to talk about sugar beet and how PECT it comes from sugar beet or sugar cane, and then the range of potential benefits that it can have in ground stabilization. So it looks like this. It looks like this. It's a very fibrous material. I'll tell you where it's coming from. And the idea came from a fun job. We kind of mixed this material with peat. And it was not all good news, but some interesting properties emerged. And that led to testing the material on other kinds of soils. So where is it coming from? We have sugar beet and the global sugar production in 2023 is going to be about 182 million tons. UK is not one of the biggest producers of sugar, having said so. It's one of the fairly good consumer of sugar, so we import our sugar. We have some 5.9 million tons of harvested sugar beets in east of England. And then we import some 2.6 million tons from the EU. And then we have a number of plants across the country to have some 1.5 million tons of sugar generated from sugar beet, and the rest of about 500,000 tons, because we use 2 million tons of sugar, that's why I'm so fast. The rest of it comes from sugar cane. If you look into the ratio from this 1.5 million ton, we can get around 700,000 tons of lime cake. That is that very fibrous material that I showed you. And if you do a little bit of simple maths, and that is not the picture I'm telling you, but it's just simple math. If you consider micropile 6 meters long, 0.25 meters diameter, and if you assume that you're mixing this material with soil at a proportion of, I can't read that, 25 to 5 weight percent, then you're thinking about 5.8 million number of micropiles per year. So if it proves to be useful, then it probably can be used in ground improvements as a green material. Now, where is it coming from? We've got the sugar beets. First, you've got these aggregates, the pulp, which are these really macro scale fibers. Then you have sucrose. We inject milk of lime and water into sucrose, and we get the juice of sucrose, and then we flush carbon dioxide into the whole thing to get a thick juice, which is syrup, and you can have it for breakfast. And then the precipitate is an organic, if you like, a grade of calcium carbonate, or let's call it lime cake. It's also known as Pesmot or lime sludge. If you add sugar nodules to this thick juice, you can get sugar, that's white sugar, and mollusk, which is good for hair. So if you have it, you grow more hair. It does not work for me, but so from every 7 tons of sugar beet, you get around 0.48 tons of lime sludge, the very material that in the next slide, I'm going to show that we have introduced it into a typical, a certain type of soil, using the idea of NISE at the back of our mind to see what happens. So we are talking about the natural influence. The natural pozzolana is made up of a calcium-rich soft, let's call it precursor, P capital, and an activator. You need this activator to get those hydration and get those cementing gels that eventually will increase the soil strength. 3 different P/A ratios. So the higher ratio means the greater degree of activator, and your activator here is pretty much environmental friendly. It's basically sodium silicate, the very material that was used by Russians in the 60s and 70s for stabilization of the soils. We have very OPCC content, that's by weight from 10 to 45, so low calcium, high calcium, 2 very different kinds of cementing gels, the very cementing gels that you can also get in cement. And we have treated the samples 3 to 21 days, contained and exposed. So contained means we wrapped it and even allow it to lose moisture to absorb stuff from the air. And exposed means that we put it in the environmental chamber, relative humidity constant, temperature constant, but we allowed it to absorb carbon dioxide, see whether carbon sequestrates there or not, and what can be the effect. What we did though was not really traditional ground improvement. We didn't compact our samples, we kept the void ratio as loose as we can, void ratio 0.5, that's quite high. Degree of saturation 55%, and air voids content 50%. So a very, very loose but stabilized material. That's what we like. It's organic stuff, so GS, specific gravity, down from 2.6 to 2.1, and we aim to increase the UCS, which is understandable by all the contractors, from a low of 0.5 megapascal to 0.05 megapascal to 0.5 megapascal. That's 10 times increase. So we are aiming, or we hope to get a material that is very light, that is very porous, it breathes and it conveys air and it conveys water, and also hopefully it captures carbon dioxide for its hydration to give us some interesting properties. So this is how lime cake looks like. This is how lime cake looks like in the laboratory, a very smelly stuff. So people won't really like it from the social perspective. You need to do something about that smell. And when you dry it, it gets into a powder with that very strong smell. Interesting thing is that it contains about 30% ferric oxides. Now I will tell you why this is quite important. And a bit of calcium oxide, which is good. That is going to attract the carbon dioxide. We mix it with Mercia mudstone, which is an interesting material across the UK. It's vast, so it's a material of interest. And when you wrap this material and does not allow it to absorb carbon dioxide, 3 interplay mechanisms happen. One, you get your ferric oxides precipitate, that's about 20 to 30%, and you get these kind of clusters of very angular, interlocked, but with smooth surface ferric oxide nodules. Then you will get your alkali solution precipitate. No chemical interaction is happening because carbon dioxide is not there. But here you get these buttress units, and some strength comes from these buttress units, from these silicate precipitates. And then you have these organic fibers that tie in through these network of pores and tying these aggregates together, and hopefully will give us something interesting. But then if you expose it to carbon dioxide, you get something completely different. Look at these little dots. These are CHL or CAHL gels. They sit in between clay platelets and they glue these clay platelets together. They also sit on those buttress units, silicate buttress units, and further strengthen them. So very different mechanism. I'm not going to go through the chemistry of it, but you have got your aerosols. As soon as you introduce your bicarbonate and H-silicate to your clay material, and that is basically zeolite, and then you get your cation exchange, so your zeolite becomes a gel, And at the end, you will get your pectin material sits within that network of well, silicon, blah, blah, blah, blah, gels to make it further strengthen. It's not all good news, though. I'll tell you why. So very simple UCS tests. You will see that raising the organic precipitated carbonate from 0 to 10%. You will initially gain some strength. That is because you do not have enough ferric oxides, but your activator, your silicate activator is now precipitating, and your particle to particle like buttressing, which is good. Then, as you further increase, you see the carbon dioxide is not good. Now you are further increasing the OPCC. So these, let's say, ferric oxide stuff start to precipitate. Initially, you had this rigid wall effect, so they were kind of ineffective. But now these are too many, and they are kind of forming these interlocked clusters of angular matters and disturbing those buttresses. So, increasing the OPCC is now necessarily not helping you. You're losing some strength. But then as you further increase it, you will get better clusters of ferric oxides. Macropoles are partially killed, so you get a better strength. And in fact, you will get your best strength not at the highest content of OPCC, that would be around 25%. And this is a trouble, I would say why this is a big trouble operationally at the end when I'm wrapping up the talks, but at maximum activator content. FTIR is quite an interesting tool. And I'm not going to go through the details, but it shows you that you have both hydration and dehydration effects. Hydration means you are getting those gels when you are exposing your material to carbon dioxide. Dehydration means that something bad is happening to your gels. Your gels are losing water on drying. So those gels may increase the strength of the soil, but not necessarily be your friend when it comes to desiccation cracks and controlling the drying-induced cracking of your material. Yes, the volumetric strain comes down, so its overall desiccation crack is to some extent controlled, but you can see that cementing gels for this simple reason, dependency of volumetric strength on OPCC, which is increasing during time. These cementing gels are not really helping. In fact, they are hurting you because the more the volumetric the curing period, the more the volumetric strains. And that is what dehydration means. So these gels dehydrate and cost you dearly in terms of desiccation cracking. Having said so, the material is quite fine in terms of giving you greater capacity to the soil to keep, to reserve, to have water, and also to get your clay connectors a little bit, if I may say so, airtight. And that's come from AEB, air entry value, and the residual water content. I do not have enough time, so I'm going to skip a couple of these slides, and I'm going to go to the very last slide, and that's it. Comparing the traditional way of introducing this good material. So you've got the good material, but you need to think about the method too. So the traditional way of introducing this material, compacting the soil at optimal water content, densifying the soil, and introducing this material to get a very, very porous void ratio of 0.5, that kind of porous material. If you look into this image, we can see that it might be good if you keep your porous spaces open. You will get a higher large strain stiffness. The material will get extremely brittle. You're going to do something about it, but you will get pretty much the same level of strength. So what I'm trying to say is that you do not have to compress your soil to the densest possible state. No, you can keep the porous spaces open if you know how to introduce your interesting new material in an informed way. And that's all. Thank you very much. I skipped some slides. Okay, so fine, and we are going to have our next presenter. So, may I invite Dr. Ahmed Haydar, if I'm right, to give us his presentation on influence of severe climate conditions on properties of soil reinforcement waste plastic shred. Now, Ahmed, I think I understand that he's online. Am I right?
Yes.
Abdullah? And yes. So, one option of such solution practice of cement into so. Hello, everybody. I'm Ahmed Haydar, and today I'll be introducing you to our work, which is the influence of severe climate conditions on the properties of certain forests with risk plastic shreds. First of all, one of the most common challenges faced during construction of highways is encountering weak clay soil. A common option of improving such soil is the practice of mixing cement into soil. Due to this sizable improvement, it gives the soil properties and also it is a cost-effective way. However, this solution is considered harmful for the environment. Also, the most important issue that is usually forgotten, which is the growth of stabilized soil, where the stabilized soil gets subjected to a number of severe weather conditions throughout the seasons of service years. These conditions may cause the stabilized soil to lose its strength. Growth can be defined as the capability of a material to maintain stability and integrity over large periods of exposure to weather. So if we summarize the problems in this study, they can be as follows. Whether weak soils can cause serious problems to highways, hence they need stabilization. Cement stabilization is a cost-effective solution, however, it is harmful for the environment. There are waste disposal problems all over the world which cause serious environmental problems. So the idea of this test was to combine between these problems alone for environmentally friendly solutions, and that is by adding PET shreds to cemented soil as a reinforcing material. And about the aims and objectives of this study, they were first examine the effectiveness of PET shreds to be used as a soil reinforcing material, to study the influence of severe climate conditions on cemented soil, refers to PET shreds through wet and dry cycles on durability in terms of loss of mass, stiffness through UPV, microstructure through NCM, and mineralogy through XRV, and also to study the effect of porosity binder index on durability and stiffness. If you come to the methodology that was followed to achieve these objectives, it was as follows. First of all, materials were collected. After collecting them, PET shreds were prepared and materials collected were tested. After testing the materials, two different sizes of PET shreds were selected, which were size number 10 and size number 40. After that, the PET shreds percentage to be added to the soil was selected, which were 0 from 1 at an interval of 0.1%. And after that, CBR samples of soil with and without PET shreds were prepared, and then the CBR samples were prepared to find the optimum PET shreds percentage range to be used in the reinforced the cemented soil. And after that, 3 different percentages of cement were selected to be added to the soil, which were 5, 7, and 10. After that, the CBR samples of cemented soil with and without PET shreds were prepared, and then they were cured for 7 and 28 days. And after curing, the samples were tested for durability, stiffness, microstructure, and mineralogy. Here, as you can see, it shows the preparation method of the PET shreds, and also here are the tested fiber carried out. If we come to the results, first of all, if we consider the effect of PET shreds addition to CBR of the cell, we can see that by adding PET shreds, regarding the size and the amount added, the CBR was improved by the PET shreds. But size number 10 proved to be more effective in improving the CBR of the cell, and also the optimum percentage of PET shreds was found to be 0.6, 0.7, and 0.8. Also, if we consider the effect of adding PET shreds to the specific cell on durability, we can see that by adding PET shreds, the durability of the specific cell was being improved as the loss of mass was being reduced. But size number 10 was better in improving the durability of the synthetic cell, and also by adding a higher cement content, the durability was getting improved more and more. Also, if we consider the effect of adding PET shreds to synthetic cell on stiffness, we can see that regarding the 7 days of duration, we can see that the shear modulus in the initial cycles got reduced, and then later cycles it got increased up to 12 cycle. But in the case of 28 days, as you can see, it came reducing, like the sickness was getting reducing from the first cycle up to 12th cycle. However, the loss of stiffness was getting improved, like it was reduced by adding PET shreds, which is a good thing. Also, another important thing which was studied is that the impact of adjusted porosity binder index on loss of mass, where a relationship was found between this index and the loss of mass, and a high coefficient of deformation was that. Also, the same story for stiffness, yeah, which is the maximum shear modulus. Also, if we come to the relationships among shear modulus and loss of mass, we can see that there is a relationship between them, and a high coefficient of deformation was there. And as you can see, as the shear modulus increases, also the loss of mass decreases too. Also, it's the effect of the cycles on neurology through XRD. We can see that the main 2 peaks were cortex and calcite, and these peaks were getting increased by subjecting the samples to more cycles. But these peaks were higher in the case of samples containing PET shreds of size number 10. Also, if we consider the effect of fluid dry cycles on microstructures with SEM, we can see that like the intensity and the size of the cracks and voids was getting increased by subjecting samples to more within drying cycles. However, if we consider samples with PET shreds size number 10, we can see that the intensity and the size of the cracks and voids was much lower than in the case of the samples with PET shreds size number 40. Yeah. So to come to the conclusion, we can see that the PET shreds addition to the cell improved the CBR up to about 90% of length cell. But and size number 10 was better improving the CBR of the cell than size number 40. And also the optimum percentage of the used ones was to be 0.6, 0.7, and 0.8. Also, the addition of the PET shreds to cement itself improved the durability compared to cell with stabilizing only cement, and also the size number 10 was better than size number 40. Also, the PET shreds conclusion reduced the stiffness loss through within drying cycles. Also, the usage of forced dependent index for presenting the performance of the mixing study. In this study, was violent, and also the trial to correlate between loss of mass and mixation modulus was proven to be violent. And also, according to the XRD, the main indexes were corpus and calcite, and these effects were increased by subjecting samples to more within drying cycles, and also the cracks and waste initiation increased by subjecting the soil samples to more within drying cycles, and that was, of course, due to severe conditions. And thank you for listening. Thank you very much. That was to our work. That was one very interesting other talk, and I will definitely have the board with Anusha and Abdullah later, which is quite interesting. Our next speaker is not going to be here, and I'm going to invite Polydor in a moment, but before I invite Polydor to the stage, let me tell you what the next speaker which was supposed to be here, and he's not, was going to talk about. So I know him from NISE University, and he started doing some tests on soil gassing. So introducing silicates to calcareous kinds of soils and then gases, inject carbon dioxide into the soil, and basically generating some fillers and I think some kinds of binders through some exothermic interaction. So that is quite an interesting but forgotten exercise. It initiated in the late 40s in USSR. There are a couple of good historical works, Askalanov and Skolovich, 1965 and 1949. These are in Russian, they're not in English, but if you manage to translate it, these are some really good forgotten works on silicatization and gaseous silicatization. The technique is not used anymore, but I think it has a lot to be said. I'm now going to invite Polydor on behalf of Dr. Shibab Ibrahim to give his talk on geopolymer bridge from construction and demolition waste, an area that I'm also very much interested in, demolition waste, that you know that it can be, I don't know about your talk, but it can be a good carbon sink. It's a bit disputable, but people think that demolished concrete and cementitious and silicated kind of materials are actually a carbon sink. All yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk about geopolymer brick from construction and demolition waste. Before I start, I would like to mention that it's an original paper test conducted by Polydor, Elijah, Mahmoud, and our supervisor, Mr. Shiao. This is the content, what I'm going to talk about today. Before I move to geopolymer and stuff, I would like to start from fire clay brick. We have to know that fire clay brick is one of the oldest manufactured production in construction. It started 4,000 years ago, but before fire clay brick, there was sun brick. So they was putting the brick in the water, and after they was drying with the sun. And after they realized that it was better to fry it, and that's why they call it traditional brick. And we have to know that it is up to 150 to 1,000 something. Yes, I think the fire clay brick is better. It's better because we are going to, yes, sorry. Yes, it gives more strength, more density, and more durability. But the issue we have with fire clay brick, it takes a lot of time and also a lot of energy. That's why I'm here to talk about geopolymer. As you can see, I'm going to focus on 90%. There is 2%, 0%, 5%, and 2%. But I'm going to talk about 90%. That those 90%, there is too much inside. Our aim is to reduce the 90% because there is carbon emission. In the carbon emission, there is cement. We know cement is not good for the safety and for our environment. That's why our aim is to reduce the 90%. We're going to remove the cement, we are going to remove the fuel, and yes. I'm going to talk about the construction and demolished waste. Construction and demolished waste, we can find it in the maintenance, natural disaster, like earthquake. You can find it in construction and demolition. In Europe, there is 924 million tons of waste. As you can see, also in the United States, there is 534 million tons. In China, our aim is to reuse the construction demolished waste. We cannot throw it and it will be a lot in the road. So our aim is to reduce those demolished waste and make it usable for everybody. Geopolymer. This is the second point you can consider. The geopolymer is the word introduced by Joseph David, a French guy, who gave this name in 1978. We have to know that for the geopolymer, this test has been used before us, and we are also trying to find the good alternative for everybody. But one of the big challenges for geopolymer or construction demolished waste is the proportion. The proportion is the same, so the data we are using, we cannot find it everywhere. That's why we base on Turkey. That is the main problem. Here in Cyprus, we cannot find everything, so we choose Turkey to fund our topic. As I said, the limitation is to evaluate the mechanical property of the brick from construction and demolished waste. I was talking about the limitation. The limitation is we cannot find every gypsum, glass, brick. We can only find everything on Turkey. That's why we are focused on in Turkey, but we live in Cyprus. Okay, those are the material we use for our test. We use brick, concrete, glass, gypsum, and also water. As alkaline activator, we use sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. Sodium silicate with liquids and sodium hydroxide powder. We have to know that we took the brick and we ground it up to 150 micro, and also concrete, glass, and gypsum. So it was a brick, we made it powder. And the liquid solid ratio was determined to have a probability for molding the sample. So we use a cube of 500 centimeters. So we use 6 cubes, 3 cubes for room temperature and three tubes for room temperature and other 3 tubes for 40 degrees. As you can see, so I would like to explain the procedure. After taking and ground it up to 150 microwaves, we combine all the sample and we put it in the cube, but we didn't use the machine for the compaction. We use hands, so we use our hand compaction, and after that we took our sample, we put it in room temperature for 24 hours. After that, we can put it in room temperature or in 40 degrees in oven. And the compressive strength at the age of 7 days or 28 maturation. We calculate, as you can see, we calculate the bulk density. So even if we put it in the oven, it was not dry. So that's why we calculate the bulk density. As you can see, those are the results we found. The effect of sodium silicate, sodium hydroxide, and also the compressive strength. We have to know that when we increase the sodium silicates, the compressive strength will also increase. So the strength will increase. So we don't need to put it in the oven if we increase the sodium silicates. So the oven does help us to speed the process. The effect of increasing sodium hydroxide from 8 to 10 is neglected. The curing at 40 degrees gives high strength at the age of 7 days, as you can see. So the curing. For the recommendation, for the future research, we have to cover different curing methods and those stuff. But we are still working, we're still continuing our work. That's why we need microstructure. We cannot remove all the voids in the brick. That's why we need microstructure to see what is inside. We need also the casting, we have to cast also in vacuum pressing machine to understand the effects of the void ratio. We also have to use fire resistance and durability for the study. Okay. Before I finish, the main problem we have is, as I was saying, is we cannot do our work properly because of lack of data. We are in Cyprus, I was saying we are in Cyprus, but we went in Turkey, so we took the data for the proportion for Turkey and we worked here. Those are the reference we use for our test and our thing. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for the work. Can I ask you to sit next to me in case we receive questions at the end of the panel? And may I take this opportunity now to invite our next presenter, Dr. Shihab Ibrahim, to talk about waste glass powder and how that can be introduced in ground improvement. This will be our last presentation in the morning. And after that, I will wrap up the talks and we can go for lunch and we will come back for the session 2. So, thank you, Brian.
Welcome to my presentation. This is soil stabilization we have with geopolymer using glass powder. Now that the topic divided into 3 sessions, I'll go very briefly over them, so we'll only focus on the experiment that we have. So, as we all know, the soil improvement can be done with different procedures, whether changing the soil or mechanically, or it can be done with the chemical stabilization or additives that we can add to the soil to improve the engineering property of the soil. Now, as we all know, lime and cement has been used in several decades or even past in a very old time for stabilization. And the mechanism of working the lime, it rises the pH value of the pore water, which later releases the aluminum silica from the soil, going to reactions for cementing property. On the other hand, cement is known that to hydrate with react with water, calcium silicates, and then sodium hydroxide or calcium hydroxide will go further reaction with the soil, aluminum, and silica. Those are well-known mechanisms for the 2 additives in soil sterilization. And we all know about the harmful or the environmental impacts of calcium-based additive, which is cement and lime, which mainly the carbon decomposition that leads to greenhouse gases, and then beside that, nitric oxide, which leads to acid rain, and some other durability problems which I'm not going to focus here because our study is still on the preliminary stage, so I cannot decide on the durability issue of the product that we have here. Now, many research was going on replacing the cement with organic material such as fly ash and DGBS in order to stabilize soil with a lower energy or lower environmental impact that's available. So the geopolymerization process in soil stabilization is kind of new in the past. Well, the geopolymerization is not new. Geopolymer is not new buying. It's been there since 1978, but in the soil stabilization, it's the last 2 decades, some research is going on using different classes of pozzolanic material in order to stabilize soil. And I have mentioned that it has a superior quality or properties over the traditional cement and lime stabilization. Now, geopolymer is considered as an organic material which comes in the reaction of aluminum and silica, which are available in soil, but in alkali media. So there's a requirement for alkali media in order for this process to be happening, which also considered to be somehow naturally occurring process. In one of the publications by Dr. Arya, they mentioned that it's kind of a process that's happening with weathering and chemical reactions in nature. But it's still early to decide with the final product to see how does it behave in the soil. So this is a schematic representation of the process that we have. So the alkali we have the solution and condensation goes into the hardening process, which is the 3D gel we have with the polymer. Now, on the other side of the project that we have is waste glass that's increasing over the last 10 years in Europe. This is a newest data I got. It's 34 kilograms per capita of waste glass we have. And the main glass that we have is soda lime, which is mainly the bottles or the one that we have. Now, in some countries, they use recycling of those glasses, but they have limited due to the coloring purposes. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of Cyprus. I have even data on the glass. Even in Turkey, we got some data. It's 1,200 tons per year, and it's a non-filling. Some goes for recycling, but we're not sure about the full data in Turkey. So this is one of the emerging things that we're looking for glass, and mainly it's silica. So our study here is focusing on the glass, which is the bottle colored one, which is highly silica, 70% silica, and then we have some soda ash because the bottle we have using is soda ash. And the soil that we have is considerably clay soil. Our focus is on the optimum moisture content here. However, there are some limitations to the study, which for the future research we can contribute more into the project. So we have some proportions that we have. So that the mix design has been done, all of them come up with the same optimal moisture content, which is based on the soil that we have it. So we didn't go into different optimal moisture content by adding those things. As we expected that the optimal moisture content can change when you have a geopolymerization. There's things that go in that the density changes, the porosity changes, or the material that we add in there, it changes the structure of the soil that we have. But we kept the optimal moisture content based on the soil that we have. So things that we have here, or I should mention it, we didn't go to take the unconfined compressive strengths at the optimal moisture content. Since your polymerization required time in order to gain strengths, so the tests that we've done them at the exposed sample, there are the dry condition, or let's say that in the room temperature, or we have two of them. One is the room temperature left day or 7 days to 8 days, one in the curing 60. So the things that we'll be discussing here are mainly focusing on the room temperature, since we don't want to use any or heating basically, or we cannot even use heat in the soil stabilization. So it's only done to see that increase in the strengths over age. So the one that we have it here, the effect of curing, we will see that the early ages, 7 days, 28 days, a rapid increase we have over age. But the things that we're interested here, the strengths that we gained in the process. Well, we can see this is the soil, which is without cement, and we have one control which has 10% cement to compare with the result that we have. Since they are a dry condition, that's why we have a higher strength. I'm sure that this isn't for those in soil stabilization, you see that this is high strength, but because they are dry, not at optimal moisture content, that's why I have these results here. For the soil, it's 2.54 megapascal, it's high strength basically, because it's a dry state. We left them at the room temperature for the 28 days. However, on the other side, I have it here for the room temperature, 13 megapascal is high strength for soil stabilization. That's why we might even shift the idea of this one in different perspective, not just for soil stabilization, or maybe in the future research, we will go further deeper to see in the porosity, this because all of them are compacted. And so we have mechanically, we have also chemically stabilization. So I might even go for more porosity to see. We can drop this one down with a higher porosity in the future. So the things that we have with molarity is one of the aspects in geopolymerization that we tried it here. It's clear in most of the cases 10 molarity will be more than enough. In the future research, we might even reduce this one because of the glass already has high sodium inside it, which may leach out and be used for the geopolymerization. This is one of the drawbacks in geopolymer we have because it's not user-friendly material. On the other side, sodium silicate is a user-friendly material, but this is one of the drawbacks that we have in the future research. We can focus on the alternative or maybe ways to be used for activation. Sodium silicate, as we said, that is one of the things that help us in the room curing, increases the compressive strength in the without going to the further curing stage that we have. What we did here, we used the optimum cases for the study and we did direct shear tests. And this is what we've seen here, a dramatic increase in the shear properties of the material, which you can see there from 76 10% cement to 697, which is the cohesiveness, and the angle of internal friction has increased dramatically there. This is something that we can focus later to do more research on that one to see how it behaves or the brittleness of the material. That will be a different aspect of the things that we have. So on the conclusion that we have it here, we already know that curing or in cycles basically because of the heat. So it might heat here, we can heighten the temperature for tea, basically for cypress in the condition that to increase the reaction and to see how does it work in different stages, whether winter or summer. Well, ambient temperature that we did was providing and gaining strength over age. So that might be another aspect that for the longer period to see how far the strength is going to go. That's something we can study. Well, not only the strength will be the later things that we have. Durability is one of the issues that we should encounter to see over age what will happen in sulfur attack and acid attacks. to see how this material will behave with age. So we provided that 10 molarity will be enough for the solution that we have here. You already know that sodium silicate is one of the things that it's important for us in order to bring the things in the curing condition rather than to go for the higher condition that we have here. I've also seen some of the shear stains, and this research is still ongoing, so we still have some things to contribute to it, and further things are coming. And the recommendation from yours will be, I'll be glad to get some recommendation over that project. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, and that was the last of Dr. Ibrahim Akande. If you are convinced me, I appreciate it. So that was the last of our presentations for this morning, and we started with materials, we ended with materials, we're going to continue with materials. We looked into biopolymers, we looked into geopolymers, we looked into plastic, glass fiber, the very last presentation. We looked into cellulose in the presentation from India, polysaccharides, the one that I tried to touch on. We will hear more on EICA and MICP, bacteria, and that will be our session too. We will hear more on vegetation and natural fibers in soil, again after lunch. But all sorts, and if you bring all sorts of materials and folks that you polysaccharides, the one that I tried to touch on, and we'll hear more on. Thanks. So if we bring all things that we had in the context of the keynote talk that was given this morning, and the 4 traits that
not affected by a stress ratio equal to 4. And if you look at the first graph, you immediately see that the blue and the green line, which are cemented sample stages, they don't have much axial strain at all with that stress ratio. However, the uncemented ones, they have a large deformation almost arriving at 5% before the monotonic shearing starts. I'm clicking. I didn't stop this. I'm clicking. There you go. So if you look at the stress ratio of 8, what you will see is that now the 1% cement will start showing deformation vertical strength, as well as volumetric, but volumetric are very, very small. But look at what happened with the uncemented sample, which is the black one. It ended up passing the 7.5% vertical strength. Just for the sake of information, I know that I mentioned 1 million cycles, but there are some tests that actually went up to 2 million cycles in string. So the ones that you see on 2M, they basically went to 2 million cycles. So what the first thing to notice is that the addition of cement reduces the effect of the stress ratio, and the higher the cement percentage, the higher is the effective stress ratio that you can apply to the sample before you start looking at large vertical strength. What we then did, because we did the monotonic at the end, we just looked at what's going to happen if we plot the last points of those monotonic sample cycle into the critical state lines that we actually determined before with the monotonic tests. And some of the tests, they ended up developing punctures, which is the case of the two that you can see basically reducing in volume drastically, which is the blue. So these are obviously discarded. But what you will see is that the cyclic and the monotonic samples, they seem to match. They seem to go to the same critical state line. There is a wider scatter though in these samples, but they seem to go towards the same critical state line that you actually done with the monotonic tests. And we couldn't see any influence of the stress ratio into the location of the monotonic line. There's not been a driver towards these tests. We did that for the 1% cement, and the critical state line of the 1% cement is that red line. And what you will see is that most of them are sort of before the line, which means that they couldn't reach that line. So essentially, the number of cycles is sort of starting to influence the bonding of the samples, and that's why they cannot reach that. So there is a damage that is caused by the cycle. There's also damage being caused by the monotonic, but they are not reaching that particular critical state line. And again, we didn't find any influence about the stress ratio. We couldn't correlate anything with stress ratio and the location of points and critical state line. We did that for the 2% cement as well, and the effects were slightly bigger. So again, disregard the yellow and the magenta. Those are samples that are not developing leaks, but they are clearly below the results of these monotonic tests. Less one of the monotonic tests are clearly below the critical state line that was defined in the monotonic tests. And so again, that looks at only being damaged during the cyclic loading, so that's why they can't reach that particular critical state line. So what I'm going to do now is to look into the cyclic load, what happened during the cyclic period. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to evaluate the irreversible deformation. So if you look at the figure, in black is the response from the sample. So every cycle will create a permanent deformation. And within that cycle, we have the resilient deformation, which is the one that you recover. So the permanent deformation you don't recover. So what we did is basically plot them against the number of cycles. The accumulated permanent strain for every cycle, just plot them against the number of cycles. And first thing to notice is that there is an accumulation of a large number of samples there at the bottom on that black square. And that's basically where all of the cemented samples are accumulated, apart from two. The first one is the orange one, which is a 2% cement, but look at the stress ratio, 20 times. And that failed basically. So we're going to be looking at that in one case. And the other one is a stress ratio of 4 for 1% cement. It sort of gave you slightly higher deformations, but the rest of the samples, they're all uncemented. So having an uncemented sample in various stress ratios causes a lot of deformation. The only time that the uncemented samples were actually at very low strengths is when the stress ratio is 1. So I'm just going to sort of show these because I'm going to use these concepts. So this is the work done by NISE in 2001, and it's the idealized behavior of granular materials under repeated cyclic loads. So what she did is define three ranges of classes, basically. So A, B, and C. So class A is when it's called plastic shakedown. So essentially, it's a decreasing strain, permanent strain rate. Strain rate keeps decreasing as you cycle. So there is no reaching elastic state and in these materials. And the range B is what we call a plastic creep limit. So essentially, what you have is the strain rate decreases initially and then starts increasing again with the number of cycles, albeit it takes much longer number of cycles to increase. And range C is when it sort of starts decreasing. Sorry, again, range C is called incremental collapse. So essentially the permanent strain rate decreases initially and starts increasing very rapidly in a small, a much lower number of cycles. All sort of a bit intuitive, but if I look at my data, this is what you will see. The samples that were accumulated at that sort of black box at the bottom, they are all aligned with the vertical axis. And what you see is that the vertical axis is the permanent strain rate, horizontal axis is permanent strain. And what you see is that the permanent strain rate keeps decreasing and keeps going down. And then we are now reaching values that of 10 to the minus 7 strain, which are very small. And I know that some of you might be asking how can you measure that? But we can discuss that later. With the answer will be a lot of aberration. So as soon as you start adding cementation, what you'll see, as soon as you start increasing the stress ratio, what you will see is that the curves tend to move towards the right, towards an unstable position, which range C would be sort of down there at the top. And when you increase the cement ratio, what you see is the samples kind of moving towards the left, towards a much stable position. Now, I mentioned the ranges from Bergmeister, and I kind of forgot to say that if you look at the orange test, the 2% 2400, range C, you see that initially it decreases, but all of a sudden it starts, the strain rate starts increasing and starts generating a lot of deformation within the number of cycles that we tested. And basically it is a failed test. The other one above, which the blue line, it basically reached more than 5% in 3,000 cycles. So we ended up saying that it's failure. It didn't arrive nowhere near like the others. And that's when I sort of present the results of the ballast, because we end up applying the same sort of research methodology to ballast. And these are basically the results. They're very similar to the results that we obtained for base and subbase. So essentially the dashed lines are the cemented samples, the cemented ballast, and the solid lines are the uncemented ones. Now, these graphs plotted up to 2.5%, not 5% like the other one. So don't be easily misled by the text. And what you will see is that as soon as you add cement to these, the curves move in exactly the same direction for us. So they move towards a much more stable position. As soon as you basically increase the stress ratio, they move towards an unstable position, towards a much higher permanent axial strength. Now, the other thing that we also notice in the ballast is
that increasing confining stresses also increase the permanent strain rates, bringing you to that unstable position. Again, not the case of our stuff. Now, what I wanted to sort of, I mentioned breakage in the beginning, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch into breakage for these materials, because well, so essentially in the dashed line, what you will see is basically the original grading, which is that black dashed line in the middle there. And what we did was to collect samples and get the grain size distribution of those samples in various parts of the test, various stresses. So after compaction, and you will see that after compaction is the magenta line, so the magenta line is the next one up from the dashed line. So every sample is, you have a little bit of breakage when you are compacting your sample. And then after shearing, which is the orange one after monoclinic shearing, so that kind of creates a bit more breakage into your material. And then after the cyclic plus monotonic, which creates the highest amount of breakage, which is that olive green line, which you can see there. Well, we also tried to do the same for the cemented sample, and that proves quite tricky. Although the interesting thing about light cementations is that they can actually be destroyed by hand very easily, which means that if you apply them on the side and you want to remove them, you don't need special machinery to do it. It's quite easy to remove them, and that's an advantage. So the cemented samples basically show a coarser grain size distribution. So we weren't energetic enough to break all the bonds, and therefore some of the particles were still stuck together. It was difficult to remove them, and that's why your grain size distribution basically plots below the original one. And that shows you why you end up having these clusters that I mentioned before inside of your sample that will tend to change the thickness of the shear band, therefore increasing the volumetric strength. We did the same for ballast. Ballast is a bit more complicated. It has and why is it more complicated? Because we actually mixed it 5% cement, slightly more than 2%, and that became basically make it more difficult to destructurate the material. So what we have is the cemented sample has essentially higher particles on the coarser side, which you can see that the red dot is slightly below the other ones, whilst the in the middle of the gradient you can actually see that there's some breakage in there, and then when you come to the fine portion, which is basically almost it's very little fines being produced by the cemented sample. So when you look at these, you'll see that there's the uncemented sample produces about 1.3% of fines passing the 0.15, whilst the cemented sample produces 0.23 after this our disaggregation. So part of it is probably goes to the. What's the importance of this? The importance of this is, in my view, related to attrition. So you are reducing the number of fines that are being produced by the ballast being moving against each other. So you're reducing the impact of these fines to go into the voids of the ballast. Conclusions. So I have an all huge list of them. Most of them I just kind of covered during the talk, but there is something that I want to say, which is related to the last two. So it's clear that the use of small percentages of cement in basin sub-base material is beneficial to bring these materials to a safer range. And in turn, they will handle a lot more cycles, which means that it is likely that you are going to reduce maintenance costs by increasing the interval between maintenance. And the same thing can be applied to ballast based on the results that we obtained. And the interesting thing about breakage is what I was talking about with attrition. So you are likely to reduce the amount of fines that are being produced by the ballast. And the other thing that a little bit of bonding might help is during the vibration, avoiding particles from getting loose and therefore reduce the problems of flying ballast. So hopefully, this might make a ballast an attractive solution instead of slab trucks, which is literally a massive concrete slab to hold fast trains. And that is the end of my talk. I would like to say my thank you to Mohammed Reza Rezain and Rajib Sativi. Those are the two students that did all the hard work for me to be here. And I will leave you with the inspiration for the natural inspiration for this talk, which is called NISE. So particulate materials cemented with a light cementation that have been used for production of construction material for our houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. It was excellent. Impressive. I really enjoyed it. Yes. I think of which. Yes. So, right. So I would like to ask Gulkar. All right. Yes. Sorry. It's my first time, so ignore me.
I would like to invite Chair of Civil Engineers, Mr. Gürkan Yelcioğlu, to present the token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Dr. Pedro Ferreira.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Right, so I would say we keep the questions for the end of the panel. Right, I'm now going to ask a question just to make sure that we had our speaker, Dr. Nifta, who was going to make his speech on time, but he's in the US and it's 4 a.m. So are we going to delay that talk? Right. Now, on that basis, can I stick to the original program and invite Aya Ahmed on behalf of Dr. Aisha Balkis to get to the stage and give her talk on these organic beautiful pine needles and the scope of the use in the new way of construction of buildings in the West and particularly Lebanon. Aya, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Aya Ahmed. Today I'm here to present a topic entitled Pine Needles as Natural Reinforcement for Other towards green buildings in Lebanon. To start with, there is a critical issue nowadays towards sustainable development. There is a rising demand towards sustainability in Lebanon, as we are all aware that Lebanon nowadays is facing economic crisis as well as environmental degradation. So we have to enhance the usage of energy-saving material and environmentally friendly construction methods. As we know, adobe is one of the sustainable building materials that we know nowadays because of its low minimum energy usage, its availability, recyclability, low cost, etc. Civil studies nowadays encourage the use of natural materials in construction. As you can see in this figure, the never-ending pine trees in Lebanon. Pine trees are considered to be evergreen. They keep their needles for about 2 years. When they become old, they fall down and soon new needles replace them. And the length for those pine needles ranges from 1 inch to 11 inches. As you can see, the pine needles in figure number 2. Pine needles are considered as vegetable fibers. If we try to use those fibers for adobe stabilization, it's going to control the cracking during the drying processes according to the literature review. Those vegetable fibers, which we consider as pine needles, also strengthen the flexor compression resistance against tensile stresses. Pine needles as well are widely used nowadays in Mexico. I have seen one study related to the usage of pine needles in adobe, which was in Spain. This is the properties of the different dimensions of pine needles. PN1, PN2, PN3 are pine needles with different dimensions, and they were comparing it with the wheat straw as a control sample. As you can see here in figure 3A, this is the wheat straw picture. B, C, and D are the pine needles with different dimensions and colors. Those are the demolded samples of the straw fibers and natural fiber reinforced adobe. The results reveal that the compressive strength for adobe brakes, adobe brakes for the wheat straw was around 2.7 megapascal. However, for the pine needles, it was much more than the control sample, which was for wheat straw. So the fibers containing pine needles, I think the length for this one was 99 millimeter, and for this one was 118 millimeter. So the mechanical properties for those two were better than the PN3. Let me go back and show what were the length for those. For the pine needle 1, 2, and 3, as you can see, the dimensions or the length and the other cross sections were different as well. So, as I mentioned, this is for the texture restraint value as well. We can realize that the pine needles with length 99 millimeter shows the best result as well. To sum up, pine needles can be used as vegetable fibers for adobe construction. Pine needles can boast the adults resistance up to 24% in comparison to the wheat straw. They also provide significant resistance and longevity to adults, both in terms of hardness and water absorption. Those needles contain resins which which gives them the binding property and they protect them. And the results obtained shows that those pine needles are viable, provide high resistance and activity to the adult. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aya. You can sit next to me, and now I'm going to try something funny because don't know what time we can. Can we get online and see whether Sarah is online or not? Miss Sarah Alandazar from Montreal.
Hello. Can you see me?
Oh, she's online.
Yes, I'm online.
Am I civil enough or not?
Sorry, I can't hear.
What time is it in Montreal now? Should be very early in the morning. Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear your voice. Excuse me.
No worries. But we can hear you, sir. So, yes, so 1 moment. Can you hear me now, Sarah?
Yes. Yes.
So, welcome, Sarah. Thank you very much for giving me your time. I'm not sure how early it is in Montreal. How early is it? Should be 7 a.m. or so.
Sorry, your voice have some noise.
Sorry. How early is it now? Is it all right for you?
Yes, I'm gonna take part in this conference online and virtually, and
okay,
from Polytechnic Montreal University.
Yes, so thank you, Sarah. What that Sarah is going to give us a talk on behalf of Dr. Kuhn and Dr. Corsell.
Sorry, you are muted. I cannot hear anything.
Wait for us. Is it all right now?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can hear us. If you can hear us, Sarah.
Yes, I can.
Then if you share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, I can share it. Can I start my presentation?
Yes, I just to let you know we are seeing of the presentation, just that you are aware of it.
So my name is Sarah. I'm going to talk about my subject, which is the effect of non-silice on the unconfined compressive strength of MICP treated kaolin soil. There are lots of methods for ground improvement, such as.
Sorry for interrupting you. I think you need to re-share your screen because what we are seeing is your conclusion page. So probably you are sharing your screen. If you share your PowerPoint file, I would say we will see what you're supposed to see. At the moment, we are seeing the conclusions.
Sorry, your voice has lots of noise.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Right, and what we are seeing, Sarah, is your conclusions page. So it looks like that you have opened your file on your email. So that's the look that you are seeing. Maybe you need to unshare and share again your screen or your PowerPoint file.
I have shared it. You cannot see my slide.
No, we can only see the conclusions. That's your last slide. That's what you see.
The first page of, yes, I think there is something. There are some problems.
Maybe you can unshare and share again. Yeah, I think that's a good move. Excellent. I think it's excellent now.
Can you see it?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. So I'm gonna start it.
Yes, please.
My subject is the effect of nanosilice on the unconfined compressive strain of MICP treated kaolin soil. There are lots of methods for ground improvement, mechanical improvement such as dynamic compression, preloading, deep soil mixing, jet grouting, which is a mixture of soil and cement, stabilization by mixing like chemical stabilization using lime, cement, etc. Using nanomaterials and using the biological stabilization. In this study, I'm gonna talk about these two methods more specifically. To be more precise, nanoparticles have high specific surface area and that may not chemically react with clay constituents. So their effect is limited to changing the texture and compressibility properties of the host soil. Nanomaterials such as nanosilica can act as an active pozzolan. So this pozzolanic reaction can be flourished when they are used along with lime and cement, but this use of lime and cement may create some detrimental environment problem. So there is a new nature-friendly biological method named microbially induced calcium precipitation, shall gradually replace with nature-harming traditional methods. One of these processes that is common in nature is called MICP. This technique relies on a set of biological and biochemical reaction using enzymatic.
I'm interrupting you again, Sarah. We can't see the change of your slides. So we are on your first title page.
I think there's some problem with the internet connection. I don't know why.
Yeah. Maybe try sharing your screen again or showing us a couple of important documents that we need to see if the slides are not changing. Yeah, I can see the nanomaterials now.
I'm here. Can you see this slide?
Yes, I can see your nanomaterials slide.
Okay. During MICP process, what's happening is that urea is hydrolyzed to 1 mole of ammonia and carbonic acid, which spontaneously hydrolyzes to another mole of ammonia and carbonic acid. Then these two products are equilibrated in water to form hydroxide ions and ammonia. The hydroxide ion can increase the pH of the environment that can shift bicarbonate balance to carbonate balance. And this shift can then produce calcium, and ammonia as well can increase the local pH that can lead to produce the precipitation of calcium carbonate. The main idea of the current research.
Sorry for interrupting, but I know the solution now. If you press on edit on the very top, so you can see that yellow ribbon, if you click on edit and then press F5, then your presentation will be full screen. And then as you click, we can see the slides changing. So probably you need to click on an edit button at the very top, the yellow ribbon.
Sorry.
So on the top, you have got the yellow ribbon, edit or make it editable, something like that. My eyesight is really bad. So if you click on that and then press F5, you can change it to full screen, and then you can see the slides actually changing.
You cannot see the change of my slide?
No, because it's not full screen. Now you changed it, so now I can see that, but I don't know what you did.
You can see now?
Yes, whatever you did worked this time, yes.
So you couldn't see anything before?
No, but now I can see the diagram.
Oh.
So whatever you did, keep doing.
So what should I do then? Shall I see?
Whatever you did now, we change the slide, that's good. Keep going, keep doing that. Or you can press that edit button, press F5, make it full screen, and you can follow as you move forward.
Is it okay now?
It is okay now. I can see the diagram. Yes.
Okay. So I was saying the main idea of my current research is to using the MICP process along with nanomaterials in order to enhance the efficiency of this process. Most of the early studies have focused on optimizing components and environmental conditions to optimizing for improving the efficiency of MICP. However, the idea of enhancing biocalcification process by nature-based nanoadditives has not been studied yet. Such an approach can create a better environment to enhance microbial calcification by surging the concentration of calcium, creating more cleation site, and even using MICP products by adding elements that can form new crystal. So this research aims to investigate the efficiency of nature-based nanotechnology on MICP process in kaolinite clay as a novel, eco-friendly, and sustainable ground improvement technique. In order to
Sorry for interrupting again. If you look into the chat box, I think my colleagues have put some tips for you how to make it right.
Okay, let me see.
Look into the chat box.
So I did. You cannot see.
Okay. No. So on this, in this case, I would like you to show us those key slides that you think that can deliver the message best, and in favor of time, give us those take-home messages that we need to learn from you.
Okay. So I'm gonna talk about my last.
I think that's a good move, and then we can all see that slide. I can see that you're moving your mouse now. Yeah.
Okay. So
now you see, I can now see the slides changing. This is very good. Please carry on.
Can you see now this slide?
Yes, I can clearly. Thanks.
Okay. Some samples were prepared and a series of unconfined compressive stress tests were done on them. Some of them were untreated, some of them were treated by a mixture of bacterial and cementation solutions, and some of them were treated by this mixture along with nanosilice. So this figure illustrates the stress-strain curves of the untreated kaolin. As you can see that the strength and stiffness values decrease as the degree of saturation increase from 50 to 100%. Can you see then this slide now?
Yes, I can see your diagram, actual strain, actual stress, that's your stress strain diagram.
Okay, this slide shows that the effect of MICP methods only on samples after 1 week curing time with different percentage of bacterial and cementation solution. As you can see that the best performance belongs to the sample, which was modified by 25% MICP method. And in this figure, you can see that this method was combined with with nanosilica, and after 1 week curing time and with a percentage of 1.5, you can see that the best performance belongs to the sample, which was modified by 30% MICP method and 1.5% of nanosilica. So this is 3 times more than the samples modified by MICP methods only, and 12 times more than the samples which was unmodified. And with different percentage of 1 and 1.5 and 2% of MI nanosilica, you can see that the best performance belongs to the samples which was modified with 30% of MICP method and 1.5% of nanosilica after 1 week curing time. So as a conclusion, the samples treated only by the MICP method, the optimum percentage of bacteria and cementation solution added to the host soil is found to be 25%. Increasing the percentage of bacteria and cementation solution to 30% leads to a lesser stirring and higher saturation degree. And for the MICP treated samples with 30% bacteria and cementation solution, adding 1.5% nanosilica has created higher stirring in comparison to samples treated by 1 and 2% nanosilica. Thank you very much for your patience and attention.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Do we have... Now, since Sarah is online, do you have any question from Sarah to ask now? No. So thank you very much, Sarah. It was quite interesting.
You're welcome.
Comparing the impacting of nanosilica and microbial immunity, which is something that is quite booming here in England, and I'm quite impressed by your talk. So I have one last talk, and that is my transition from materials to methods. So to this end, we heard a wide range of talks about a wide range of different kinds of upcycled, recycled, and biogenic materials and their potential application in ground improvement. And what we are going to do now is to move into methods. You only have two talks on the method side. One is eliminated, and I'm going to do that tomorrow because that's now the NISE trophy, and I'm going to enjoy that 15 minutes time, which is more than 10 minutes in cheeky here. So we're going to the single talk on the methods theme, and that is the application of close-range photogrammetry for earth retaining wall and slope stability assessment. Mehdad Nater, if I invite you to the stage. Mehdad is reading his PhD with Dr. Ekinci and Dr. Iravan. So if my colleagues, yes, so the presentation is there. We will listen to Mehdad's talk, and then we will have our question and answer, coffee, and rest of the session. All yours, Mehdad.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mehdad Nater, PhD candidate of NISE University. Today, I'm going to talk about my title is actually a novel application of closed photogrammetry for earth retaining wall and slope stability assessment. I have to thank my great supervisor, Associate Professor Dr. Anushya Ramanian, and my co-supervisor, Assistant Professor Dr. Abdul. My study is dedicated into 4 parts. The first one is introduction, then methodology that includes image collection, image processing, and data processing, then the case study and the results of my study, and finally conclusion. Here, actually, the geotechnical assets can fail during the lifetime because of some reasons. For example, the lack of proper design and maintenance and deterioration of the materials. And this failure needs the monitoring issues. And we have some monitoring techniques, conventional, traditional, and new one. To say about conventional, I can mention the precise leveling or totalization. And for new one, I can mention the GPS and the fiber optics, and now the closed-range photogrammetry, actually aerial closed-range photogrammetry. Here you can see the concept of the closed-range photogrammetry or aerial photogrammetry. This essentially is provided by the many, photos from different perspectives and different angles. and prepared by the proper software, just like IGSOF and then closed number. As many other methods, closed geometry has pros and cons, and advantages are like just cost effectiveness, time reduction of field work, accessibility of typical locations, the optimization, three-dimensional results, contact-free with the scanned object, and numerous data points that we can use for further studies. For disadvantages, I can mention the weather condition that affect the procedure, and the other one is the accuracy that seriously dependent on the camera quality. You can see the 7 steps of the closed geometry. The first one is site cover, that you have to prepare the potential risk, hazard, everything, and then flight preparation, the drone battery, the camera, everything, and then place targeting and ground control points. You have to provide some targets for the further analysis and alignment of the epochs, data collection, image processing and alignment, data processing, and then result validation. You can see the 3-stage process for the image provided by the UAV or unmanned aerial vehicle. The first one is 3D cloud formation that we can use, in this case, use photo scan or IGSOF software. We import a lot of picture actually. In this study, 120 photos were taken at every epoch. Then the georeferencing part that we prepared actually 3D, point clouds in the photo scan, and then import the point clouds into the cloud camper and provide a 3D model for analyzing the each epochs, and then point cloud comparison. These software packages actually allow point cloud comparison by aligning different epochs using existing reference points in different 3D models. And this study we use cloud camper, however, we can use ISW or 3D shaper. In this case, this area of study, it's a slope that's located in Carolina, adjacent to the Carolina castle that's belonged to 7th century. It's a great castle, and you can see the municipality of Carolina has constructed some retaining walls. The reinforced concrete wall and the gravity wall that it seems that they're going to protect the slope, but I'm going to show you it's not a proper design at all. Here is the 3D model that prepared by the closed photogrammetry. Every pixel of this picture contains data. We can include, extract the topography of the site. So we use it in the finite element method in the next slide here. We use Plaxis 2D and GeoFile for this study, and as you can see, this slide, you can see the retaining walls didn't embed the slide, and this is the improper design. And you can see the movement vectors that can, it's revealed that the slide is both rotational and transitional. And the other important thing that the location of the toe of the slide, that it's in the sea. So with this occurrence, you can see the retaining wall is not, it's not at all proper design. And for the endorsing the locating of the toe of the slide in the sea, we did bathymetric assessment, and with the GNSS, you can see you can see a bulge at this part. It's obvious, and before the bulge is a dark place that is revealed that the toe of the slide is in the sea, and so this is actually the endorsement of the finite element assessment. In this slide, I'm going to show you the satellite photos of the study. This photo belongs to 2008. That's everything is okay. There's no erosion. There's no sliding. And 2 years later, in 2010, you can see a bump at the edge of the coast and the erosion that it was initiated. In 2013, the municipality of Kyrenia has constructed these retaining walls to the slope for the protection. But unfortunately, in 2015, you can see the erosion was continued and nothing changed. Here is the photo of 2020, 2 years ago, and this photo belongs to this year, 2020. However, I see, further erosion, huge erosion again, it's continuing. Here you can see the 4 epochs extracting from the plot comparable software. From the first epoch belongs to January of 2018, and the last one belongs to December of the 2019. It's a 2 years period. You can see from the first epoch to the second epoch, 1 year duration, you can see approximately 30 centimeter dislocation that it occurs actually 8 years after the initiating of the landslide. So you can see it's still continuing, and it needs a serious consideration to stop this phenomenon. And finally, I'm going to talk about conclusion. The constructed retaining walls on the slopes adjacent to the Kyrenia Castle obviously increase the process of sliding, and this improper design is still there, and the sliding process continuing, so it needs great consideration for solving. The closed-edge photogrammetry method, which was adopted for monitoring the slope, provides valuable results, and these outcomes endorsed with high accuracy by numerical analysis studies conducted with the geofile text study. The comparison between the epochs in a 2 years period from January 2018 to December 2019 revealed that the slide movement at the first year was about total movement in 2 years. So this is important. It can be found that after 8 years of sliding the shape, the sharp movement is still can occur. As it's obvious from the numerical analysis, the toe of the slide is placed in the sea, and this phenomenon has been proved again by the bathymetric survey in the sea with the GNSS. The important fact expresses that the retaining walls are not a proper protection either and with appropriate design. This can be found from the current study that closed-edge photogrammetry is a safe, cost-effective, non-destructive, and accurate method for monitoring the geotechnical assets, just like retaining walls and the slope. And also, this can be considered as a precise and routine method to any other issues in the geotechnical engineering. And this is the Kyrenia Castle in NISE, which is really beautiful, and it just takes 20 minutes from here. I really suggest you to go there for a visit. And thank you for your kind attention, dear professors and colleagues.
It's time for question and answer. Can I ask my colleagues to put the, you can join us if you like later or from there. Can I ask my colleagues to put the Zoom page online, because I'm not sure if Sarah is there in case there was a question. And once my colleagues are putting up the Zoom, I would like to invite you for your questions from Pedro, the keynote speech on cementing soils, Aya, and of course Sarah. Right, we have one question, Dr. Irwan, and it would be good if my colleagues can put the Zoom link as well, for the Zoom. So I can see Nilufar is there. Nilufar is our next speaker, but please wait for us, Nilufar. Please, Dr.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much for your presentations. My question is for Ayana. Well, it was very interesting for me to see that you used pine needles. However, it's an organic material. Could you, I was just interested to know, this organic material within the time with the like heat and everything else, it's going to decay, right? So did you do any durability test on them? And the second question is that where are you going to use the springs?
Thank you so much. First of all, this is the study that you are going to perform. I mean, it was just a literature review. We are planning to do it in Lebanon. Since only the compressive strength and flexural strength has been studied in Mecca in Spain, we are trying to study those parameters along with the thermal conductivity, water absorption, and some of the durability properties for the case study in Lebanon. It hasn't done it yet.
So we have from literature review. Can they use it somewhere else? They apply it?
No. Only they test the compressive flexural strength. That's it.
Okay, so we don't know after 2 years, 3 years how it's applied. So, and where are you going to apply them?
In Lebanon.
No, I mean, is it a retaining wall?
We are trying to use them for earthen buildings. We are trying to stabilize earthen buildings, or otherly, what do we call it, by using pine needles, since Lebanon is famous and popular with those pine trees.
Thanks. Questions from, I think Sarah is not here, but from Petro, Aya, and Najat. Right. So thank you very much, Najat. Thank you very much, Aya. I made a mistake, so we are not going to. Yes, right. So, yeah. So, we have 4 more talks before our end of session 2. These 4 talks are all on models, very, very different talks. We will have 2 talks on shading table. One, a very soil structure interaction kind of paper that's rocky, basically. Benefiting from failure of soil to make the structure survive. And that is a large scale experiment that was done in Tabriz University, and we have that. And then another shading table research work, which is done on geotextile rings for soils in Cyprus. We also have 2 papers on models. One, modeling of permafrost, and that's Nilufar from Polytechnic Montreal, our first speaker, and the carbon sequestration in permafrost, and then getting inspired from, let's say, fauna in the ground, and getting inspired and designing ground engineering interventions. I don't want to talk a lot about that, but that would be a presentation which would be done by Dr. Alessandro Martinez and Lin Huang from UC Davis. I see both gentlemen right here. So I've got to just apologize to my colleagues because we are a little bit behind time, but I think not that much behind. And without further ado, I would like to invite Nilufar to join us, and hopefully this time the screen can be shared properly. So we'll make sure that that screen is shared properly. So Nilufar, all yours.
Hi. We have a lot of noises. Can you hear me properly? What It has a lot of echoes.
Echo, but you find your screen? Yes.
If you are talking to me, you are muted. Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Arya, I think it's her. When we mute her, it's okay, but when it's on, it doesn't work. I think she has two computers on.
Right. Nilüfer, I can see that you are connected with two different devices, one with your picture and the other one without your picture. So if you turn one of your devices off, and then I think our echo problem will go away.
All right.
In the meantime, if you share your screen, we are ready for your presentation. Yep, I think something good is happening. Nilüfer, are you with us?
Arya?
Yes.
Let's go next one.
Okay, so once we are fixing Nilüfer's connection, I will juggle the talks so we can, keep the time. And on that basis, Alessandra, are you online? And are you ready?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Very clearly, Alessandra, yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can go ahead and share my screen, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. Now, Alessandra Martinez is from UC Davis, she's a technical engineer. He's actually sitting on our scientific committee. So many of our papers are going to, not many, I'm not going to scare Alessandra. Some of our papers are going to go to her, to his mailbox. Alessandra, you're all listening then. I'm going to turn off my own mic.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Thanks for the introduction, and I'm sorry I'm unable to be there in person. I would love to, but I was unable to travel this time. So the title of my presentation is The Frictional Directionality Between Snakeskin-Inspired Surfaces and Soils. And so we're looking at a little bit of biology and how we can adapt it to help us in geotechnical engineering. And I do want to acknowledge my co-author, Lin Huang, who's a PhD student in my group. Okay, so here's an outline of my presentation. I'll start with the motivation and background. Then I'll show some laboratory results with sands. Then I'm gonna jump a little bit and show you what the behavior looks like in clays. And then I'm gonna go back and show you some more results in sands, but now on centrifuge pile load tests to show an application of this frictional directionality. And so we're looking at soil structure interfaces. And the reason is that most of the load transfer between structures and soils takes place at these interfaces. And I really like this images from Hayward Baker, that's now Keller, that shows from an unusual perspective all the planes of contact between structures and soils. And naturally, that's where the load transfer takes place. And typical examples are the foundations, soil nails, tiebacks, and tunnels. More specifically, what we're trying to address is that many geotechnical elements can be subjected to loads in different directions during their installation and their service life. And this creates this dilemma in that we would like the skin friction to be high because that translates to a high capacity, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, we would like for the skin friction to be small during our installation. That would give us an easier installation, avoid refusal, and challenges like that. Now we see that in driven piles when we install them. Skin friction resists the installation. If we load them in tension, then it actually helps the capacity. Another example is the suction caisson for offshore wind turbines, as well as piles in settling ground. And so, like I mentioned, we looked at biology, and in particular, we looked at snakes, and specifically the belly of snakes, which is covered by the ventral scales. This down here is a 3D scan of snake skin. And if we take a cross section along this line, we see this type of profile, which is highly asymmetric. And now we do have to define two directions. One is the caudal direction. That would be if this patch of skin is moved to the left, you can imagine a particle resting here is going to slide along this milder slope. And shearing in the caudal direction mobilizes lower frictional resistances. And there's the opposite direction in the cranial. That would be if we move this patch of skin to the right, you can imagine the particles can get stuck here and the frictional resistances are greater. So I'm going to leave this schematic in the top right of my screen. Hopefully you can see it, just to remind what cranial and caudal mean. How we went about this research is that we first obtained 60 snake specimens from a museum at UC Berkeley. We collaborated with a biologist for this. We scanned all of them. And then based on these scans, we idealized and 3D printed surfaces that we can now test in the laboratory. Then we perform interface shear tests on sand and clay. And then we moved to the centrifuge, where we performed pilot tests. And actually recently we just went to the field and we tested soil nails with these textures. However, for the purposes of today, I'm going to focus on the interface shear test in the laboratory and the centrifuge pilot tests. Just a little bit of an introduction of our laboratory tests. We use this device, the interface shear test. We've performed tests on a range of soils. However, today I'm going to focus on dense Ottawa 2030 sand, which is a sub-rounded sand, as well as saturated, normally consolidated, and over-consolidated kaolin clay. And so this down here is a schematic of the shear box, and the soil specimen is in here. And then the snake skin surface is down here. You can imagine if we move it to the right, we're shearing the cranial direction. If we move it to the left, we're shearing in the caudal direction. And one more detail I wanted to describe is that the length of these asperities and the height for this presentation is fixed, as shown here. To show how these surfaces behave, I want to start by showing the behavior of a rough surface and a smooth surface. And so here I'm plotting the stress ratio, which is just a measurement of strength as a function of the horizontal displacement. And so we have a rough surface, the strength is high, we're moving in one direction, we stop, we turn around, we move in the opposite direction. The behavior is close to symmetric. With the smooth, as we would expect, the strength is much lower. Now, what happens with our snakeskin inspired surfaces? In one direction, we shear in the cranial first, the strength is high, similar to the rough surface. We stop, and now we start moving in the opposite direction, caudal. And this is the interesting part, that now the strength is similar to the smooth one, so it's weaker in the other direction. We can do the opposite test, where we first shear caudally, and the strength is smaller, and then we shear cranially, and the strength is larger. And so this is this concept of frictional directionality that I'm referring to. These results are very similar, with the cranial strength being similar to the rough surface and the caudal strength being similar to the smooth one. But really what I want to show now is what happens with the vertical displacements, with the volume changes. In the cranial direction, we have a lot of dilatancy. The soil is dilating, increasing in volume, and that dilation is similar to the rough surface. So there's a lot of shearing, a lot of deformations. For the caudal direction, we don't get quite as much of dilation, as shown here in the red line. More than for the smooth one, that's all the way here to the bottom, but certainly less than for the rough and the cranial. And so the soil is sheared and deformed by a smaller amount in the caudal direction. We can run a series of tests in the caudal and the cranial direction to quantify the interface friction angles, and we can see a very large difference. This is a factor of about 2. Now I'm going to move and just show a couple of results on clay. Here, the tests, we perform them in undrained conditions. Here, we have normally consolidated specimens, and we see the strength in the cranial direction that's in black, that's higher than the caudal in gray. And for this particular test, the strength for the rough surface is slightly greater. For over-consolidated, this is interesting because we see a very small difference between the cranial and the caudal. And so the differences are greater for the normally consolidated soils. We can also perform a number of tests as shown here. Here we perform them in drained and undrained conditions to define the failure envelopes. Here we get curved failure envelopes typical of clay soils for interfaces. And we see clear differences between the cranial, that's in black, and the caudal directions. The strength is higher in the cranial direction. And also interestingly, the strength in the rough and in the cranial direction, the rough surface and the cranial direction are similar to one another. So now to wrap up, I just want to show a few results of pile-load tests in sands. And I'll skip a lot of these details just for the sake of time. We use a centrifuge. We have a large centrifuge at UC Davis with a radius of 9 meters. And so the experiment goes here. This is a picture of our model pile. We performed these tests on sand. And we used instrumented piles as shown here. They're instrumented with internal strain gauges, and you can see the cables here. And we have piles that we can install cranially. And so you see that the sharp edge here that would encounter the particles during installation. We have the opposite pile, caudal installation. So the particles would slide during installation, but if we load them in tension, the particles would encounter this ridge. And then we also had a rough pile just for comparison. What I'm showing here are distributions of local stress along the pile. So this is a skin friction as a function of depth. And so for the rough pile, I'm showing in red, during installation, that's the solid symbols, I get higher stresses than during pullout. And the ratio is about 0.4, which is typical. For the cranially installed pile that looks like this, the stresses during installation are higher than during tension, and the ratio is about 0.2, which is small. But here's the interesting part. For the pile that's installed caudally and pulled cranially, the stresses during pullout are actually greater, 40% greater than during installation. And now we see how this concept of frictional directionality works for piles. And so with that, I just want to wrap up to summarize, saying that the interface friction angle in sands is about twice in the cranial direction than in the caudal. For clays, it's just about 20% greater in the cranial direction. We have greater deformations in the cranial direction. And we also saw a large influence of the orientation of the asperities for the skin friction of piles. And so we believe this can be applied and upscaled for field conditions. And with that, I want to acknowledge all the students that have worked on this, as well as the funding agencies, the CBBG Center, as well as NSF. And with that, if we have time and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Very different topic, and I did enjoy it. Any questions from Alessandro? Yes, so if we can have the microphone, one of my colleagues. So we have two questions. Pedro and Andreas. Oh, and Ibrahim, yes. So we have three. So we can start from front and then we can help with telling us. Yes.
Thank you. Alejandro, as far as I got out of your presentation, this results go for driven paths and not for drilled paths. I'm correct. Is this correct?
That's correct. For the centrifuge, they were driven in flight in the centrifuge. We haven't done tests on drilled piles, although I expect the differences to also be there, just based on the friction angles that we have measured in the laboratory.
Okay, because there is a difference between US, Canada, and Europe in the meaning of micropiles. Okay? Micropiles are driven, and the driven piles with small diameters are driven piles.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that
might cause some misunderstandings or lack of understanding, perhaps in European areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this all is more directly related to driven conditions, for sure.
Hi, Alejandro. It's Peter Ferreira from University College London. I was wondering what happened with the gaps when you pull the piles out on the clay. You notice that the shearing goes through the clay in between the sort of ridges. Did you notice anything like that? Because I mean, I am 100% sure that it wouldn't go through the sort of full shape when you shear it. You will have shear clay against clay, not metal against clay.
Sorry, I'm there's a little bit of echo. I couldn't understand you fully understand your question. Would you mind repeating it?
Yes. When you're drying the pile in the I don't know what is the crane or the cold. You can show it. There you go. When you drive the one that has less friction on the installation.
Okay, yeah, this one.
On the installation. When you pull it out, you should have a sort of a peak or something like that, and afterwards, it is my belief, correct me if I'm wrong, that the shearing will go through the clay because the clay will accumulate on those ridges that you have. And your shear interface will be different.
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
Yes, and I actually think that is the reason. That's part of the reason why the difference here in the clay. These are for laboratory tests, but you see the difference here is very small, and I think it's related to what you're mentioning, that the clay can get stuck and essentially clog. Not fully, but that effect is bigger for the over-consolidated clay, which is stiffer, and I think that makes sense. And so what you mentioned, we've observed it, although we did just do the field tests in a silty site, not clay, but silt, and we do see very large differences. And so it could be that in the silt it doesn't fully clog, but in the clay, it can clog more easily.
So yeah, just the microphone went away. Sorry. No, I think that it will be very interesting to sort of look at relationships between particle sizes and the group sizes. I think it's H is the 3 millimeter one. It will be interesting to look at that.
Yes, yes, for sure. Thank you.
Hi, Alejandro. It's Ibrahim from University of Lefke, the University of Lefke. And I would like to thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
Actually, on hydraulics discipline in civil engineering, and I'm not sure if the question is going to make any sense for you, but you have shown us the profile of the snake skin, and I'm wondering actually if they change direction or not in real life. That's one question, which is not the main part of my question. Actually, it's just a question, simple question. And you have shown some designs and some applications, but mainly on radial pipes. What I'm going to ask actually is if you see any potential solutions to apply similar designs, for example, for grounds to resist against structures to slide.
Could you repeat the last part? If I see potential for what? Sorry.
Potential solution to apply similar designs for the foundations, for example, of structures, so they resist against slide. Obviously, it is possible in 3D, for example.
Okay, I'm going to try to answer the question. Hopefully, I understand it correctly. If I understood correctly, you're referring to the fact that it's not for traditional structures like a building. We don't load the piles in tension. Is that correct? Is that what you're referring to? Yes. So that is correct. And so this type of texture would not help that much for those traditional, types of onshore piles. A lot of the applications that I see are actually for anchorage systems. So driven soil nails that are pushed and then they act in tension is one of the applications. Offshore foundations, part of multi-legged structures, end up having to resist a lot of tension. And so like a suction caisson or a mono, well, not a monopile, but a jacket structure with piles offshore again, those types of structures do end up resisting a lot of tension. But you're correct in that for a traditional building, most of the load is carried in compression. One could just put the ridges pointing down. That would make the installation harder, but it can make also the pile stronger in compression. And so we don't get the double benefit, but we can play with the texture to increase the skin friction as well.
And we have one final question, I guess, from.
Okay.
So I think this will help you in the US or Canadian area with piles, because in those areas piles mostly are used as top, or the footing of the pile is the thing which pairs with a compression pile. And with a tension pile, you also have a widening of the footing. So you have a kind of dowel against pull out with the big bore piles, for instance, and also with friction piles. With piles, you have kind of umbrella which under tension, which opens under tension.
Yes. I think if I understood correct, I think that I agree with that. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. I have one question, Dr. Ellis, back.
Hello, this is Erich from Eastern Mediterranean University in Famagusta. I think this is what we get when you do something very interesting. You get a lot of questions. So I congratulate you on that. I was wondering if this idea would have an application in CPT testing. If we design a CPT probe in this shape, for example, so that we can reduce the uplift load that you need to bring it back up so they can go deeper. And then you need less force to bring the probe up. So that's just,
yeah, that's an interesting point. We haven't really looked into putting it, for example, in the friction sleeve, and that's because the friction sleeve is already a calibrated measurement, and so changing it changes the measurement, which then changes the interpretation. In terms of putting it along the rod to help with reducing the loads and things like that, I think it could. One thing that's interesting is that the rods on traditional CPTs are fairly smooth compared to these surfaces, and we don't see friction that's smaller than for smooth surfaces. We can get close to it, but it's really hard to get even smaller. So from that point of view, probably not as much, although I wonder if they could be used as friction reducers, as sometimes they are used in field testing. Yeah, and if feel free to send me an email if you have more questions and would like to discuss. I would love that. And again, thank you everybody. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would have loved that, but unfortunately I couldn't travel this time.
Thanks, Alexander. Very much appreciated. I would like to give another try to our connections with NeoFab. NeoFab, I can see that now you are connected with one device. That's good news. If we have NeoFab on the screen, and then I would like NeoFab to unmute and share his screen.
Hi. I hope you can hear me this time properly.
And hear you clearly. We just need my colleagues to get your Zoom. Yeah, so we can see you, we can hear you, and please share your screen and start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen? And can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see your screen, yes.
Okay, good. So I'm Nilüfer, and today I'm going to present my work about thermo-hydro-biogeochemical modeling of permafrost carbon feedback. Permafrost is a soil that has been frozen for at least 2 years. The top layer of permafrost is called active layer, which undergoes freeze-thaw cycles and seasonal temperature changes. The climate change caused increasing the active layer depths in many different permafrost sites, like in East Cypria, in which it caused increasing the active layer depths by 2 meters. The high latitude areas are the most climate sensitive places on our planet. The Arctic is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet at a rate that has never been observed in the last 2,000 years. According to National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in 2018, the annual surface temperature were 3.5 degrees Celsius warmer than that was at the start of 20th century. But it was like the beginning of this story. And as in 2020, the Arctic temperature record of 38 degrees Celsius was acknowledged and announced by United Nations agency. When the thawing happens, actually it damages buildings, roads, and many different constructions. And on the other hand, it causes production of greenhouse gases and permafrost carbon feedback. Permafrost is an enormous source of carbon, in which most of this organic carbon is stored at the depths of 0 to 3 meters. When the thawing happens, greenhouse gases like CO2 is released to atmosphere, and greenhouse gases cause increasing the temperature, and increasing the temperature will cause thawing. Actually, as you can see, this is unfortunately a positive feedback loop which affects climate and which cause temperature rise. And we really need to do some actions, do something to save our planet. What are the sources of carbon in permafrost? One is plant root and the other one is microbial activity. At first, scientists were hesitated about the existence and activity of microbial community at sub-zero temperature, but then an experimental study by Johnson showed that they exist there and they are active and they produce methane and greenhouse gases. There's like a interesting sentence that called this microbial community as little greenhouse gas factories. And when the thawing happens, as I mentioned in previous slide, when the thawing happens, the thickness of active layer increases, and so it will cause the carbon that has been frozen in soil get available for that microbe to get processed and be changed to greenhouse gases. And also increasing the temperature will cause increasing the activity of this microbial community. But about the mechanism, how they survive in at sub-zero temperature, and what do they exactly do to turn this carbon into greenhouse gases, scientists are not sure about the answers of these questions. But for turning this carbon to greenhouse gases, one answer could be microbial respiration. What we have done is that we built a numerical model of permafrost carbon feedback. When the thawing happens, CO2 get released to atmosphere. So we have gas diffusion in soil. But in order to be able to simulate gas diffusion in soil, we first need to have soil water content and soil temperature distribution. And permafrost is a three-phase medium. We have gas, liquid, and solid phases. And soil heat transfer and mass conservation equations are fully coupled. After having these characteristics, we can use them as input for our gas diffusion in soil model, and by the end of the day we will be able to calculate the total CO2 flux from the soil. In order to validate our model, we considered a specific case. We simulated the winter flux from Arctic permafrost region. We used winter air or soil temperature as model input. This model has been done by NASA. It is an in situ study, and this figure shows the comparison of our results with NASA in situ data. The green curve is our results, and the gray spots and the gray curve is NASA in situ data. The figure shows CO2 flux changes with temperature. As you can see, we can see the effect of temperature changes on CO2 flux. By increasing the temperature, we have more CO2 flux from soil. And last but not least, this framework enables prediction of CO2 flux from active layer. And by the help of this model, we will be able to consider the cycles and processes that can impact carbon feedback and find solutions in order to at least slow down this process and save our planet. What makes our study different with previous study, we considered plants' root respiration as a source of carbon production in soil, which has never been considered in previous study to the best of our knowledge. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say for today. I hope you enjoy my presentation and thank you so much for your attention.
Another good talk. I remember the talk that we heard from Nilüfer last year, a nice one. And again, it reminded me of them of us, and it's the year that I like to speak with Nilüfer and see what I can do. Them of us, etc. But let's see. Now, Nilüfer, can I ask you to stay online? And because you will have one more speaker before we go on break, and I'd like to invite our last speaker, Dr. Mohammed Hanafi from European University of Leicester. Now, Nilüfer, if you stay with us after our last speech, we collect questions and wrap up the session. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure, but I'm afraid I cannot stay, for online for a very long time, but it's okay.
Right.
I will.
Like 10 minutes if you could, excellent, but if you are in rush, please feel free to do it. Okay?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Now, can I ask to switch the screen and have the PowerPoint of thank you. So this last talk is on shape table. We were expecting to have two talks on shaping table, but again, I had one technical problem. So you're going to have only one talk on shaping table, and very much looking forward to hear it. All yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Hanafi. I'm a PhD candidate in the European University of Leicester. Today, I'm going to present a study that was conducted with my co-supervisor, Dr. Abdullah Kenji, in the Middle East Technical University. My talk will be about the dynamic response of the shallow mat footings on coiled geotextile reinforced sand under cyclic loading. I will start with a small introduction about the seismic loading and about the geotextile. So as we all know, evaluating seismic hazard is an important aspect of geotechnical engineering. This can cause some really serious damages. Some examples are large settlements, soil liquefaction, damage on the foundation and utilities. For these reasons, many studies were conducted mostly in the labs to overcome these problems. However, most of the studies were done. So most of the studies were done in the lab, where just different tests are conducted and related later to the dynamic loading. For example, a axial test or a shear box test, and then it's related to the dynamic, to the resistance to dynamic loading. This type of test, they have some disadvantages. Like for first, it does not account for the on-site effective stress, and second, it does not account for the on-site boundary conditions. For these reasons, shaking table tests were adopted, where large sample of soils can be placed in container, and then an earthquake scenario can be reproduced. Now, the advantage of this is that this test can better simulate the field condition under more realistic testing conditions. Now, regarding the geotextile, so geotextile is one of the old and most effective techniques to improve the ground. It's been there for centuries now. Some applications are in buildings, roads, bridges, landfills, and soil stability. Now, geotextile have many advantages. It improves the bearing capacity of the soils. It increases the shear strength, and it provides higher interface friction. So all of this can contribute to the resistance to cyclic loading. And here we can see an example which dates to 2300 BC, where they used woven reed as an enforcement for sand. This is to account for the large settlement. So I will move to the materials that we used in the study. So first, the soil, which was sand collected from the Athens area of Cyprus. It's a polygraded fine sand. We can see some of the physical properties on the table in the left. The coil material, as you can see on the right. So we choose the coil because it's a relatively cheap material. Plus, it is natural material. It's made from coconut husk. The opening of the coil is around 0.2 millimeter, which can be a 5 ton. So it's in the area where the graph ends. This is the layer that we use. I will show the procedure, the experimental procedure of it. We choose a 10 by 20 layer, and then we can see some of the properties of the coil that was used. So the most important part is the tensile strength. So this is the testing system that we developed. So we use the shaking plate that is connected to a motor. And here we can see where the layer was placed. So first, most important is the accelerometers, which we used 2 of them. One was placed on the base of the table, and the other was placed on top of the soil in the foundation model. So the one on the top is the foundation model itself. This is connected to the computer where the data is being collected and where we can reduce the seismic parameters. The coil layer is placed underneath of the foundation in the middle. The sand is compacted and there were calculations made. We can discuss this in the Q&A later. And I will show a demonstration in here. So this is the complete system. So we've done 4 tests on unsaturated sand. We always use a sine wave of 1 centimeter amplitude. However, we change the frequency to check for any effects of the geotextile. And after that, we've done 2 more tests on saturated sand with the higher frequency. So this is first. So this is the foundation model. And here we first apply a constant load to simulate a normal foundation. So as you can see in the graphs and the pressure, we stabilize the load, and after that we wait for the displacement to settle. So this is the first stage. So this is the second one where the shaking starts. So you can see how. So this is number of cycles that there we can see also the pressure and the displacement. So I will show some of the results. So first is the unsaturated samples. So here we have on top the one with 1 hertz frequency, and one is on the left is the unsaturated one, and sorry, in the left is the unreinforced one, and the reinforced one is on the right. So here we can see that there is no effect of our horizontal layer, which was expected in all of them. So moving to the acceleration, however, here we can see in the graphs. So we can directly notice the softening of the curve. I should be able to. So it doesn't work. If we look closely, so one of them is the table movement, and the other one is the foundation, the lighter one. So we can see, sorry. So we can see the sliding of the foundation, especially if we look on the one on the bottom. So here we can see with the higher frequency, how the foundation, especially on the edges of the curve where the movement changes, there was sliding of the foundation. However, we can see on the right that it is less pronounced, especially in the second one, where it's nearly softened. So I don't know if you can see. just to check what is the arrow on the other graph next to the reinforced one. So moving to the saturated samples, so in here we choose two different cycles, one at 15 seconds and one at 75 seconds, in order to see any effects of the water in the soil. We can see directly that the curves are not moving in sync anymore. There is a lot of sliding, and in the second one we can see also that the foundation is moving on its own, which has been settled, which showed large settlement. So in here, directly we can compare it with the previous one. This is the reinforced one. And we can see that again, we have reduction in the acceleration of the foundation. And we can see also that there is no exceeding of the acceleration between the foundation model and the depth. So as a conclusion, we studied the dynamic behavior of geodetic style reinforced and unreinforced fine sand. We used a plexiglass tank that was connected to a shaking table. A specific design foundation model with an accelerometer mounted on top was placed on top of the sand layer with and without geodetic style reinforcement, and tested in saturated and unsaturated conditions. So the first conclusion that we obtained is that the inclusion of the geotextiles resulted in a softening in the acceleration response of the foundation model when compared to the unreinforced sand. This softening was less pronounced when increasing the frequency of the wave. Now, as the dynamic, this is in saturated samples, as the dynamic loading progressed, the sudden movement of the table lost their effects on the foundation, which was extensively settled down due to the liquefaction effects. The effects of the dynamic loading in the reinforced saturated samples were not as prominent as at the unreinforced sample, which showed the effectiveness of the geotextile in resisting the damaging effect on the foundation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Another excellent talk. So this is the closure of session 2. I would like to invite you to ask your questions from Mohammed. And also, I'm not sure if Nilüfer is still online or not. Nilüfer. So Mohammed, you can sit next to me. And if my colleagues can get the Zoom on the screen, because I'm not sure that Nilüfer is on or not. But in the meantime, questions. If one of my colleagues asks me, thank you.
Just one question. What about the long-term effect of that reinforcement? Because you probably have it in nature, you have it in a zone where the water table is rising or where it is changing, which will affect the life of the core mat very seriously. So did you think about that as well? Because for a foundation, you talk about 50, 100 years. So this would be an issue if we have a deterioration.
Sure. We didn't yet complete this study actually. So this was the beginning of the study. We started with one layer and then we wanted to test for more or for longer. However, as I was reading about the coil, the organic material is removed from the coconut husks. So I think it won't make a problem for the long term. But this is just a reduction.
Yeah, I don't think so, because if it's always underwater, there is no problem. You see it in Venice, for instance, with the wooden piles. The problem occurs in the zone where the water table is changing, where it gets dry, where it gets wet again, and things like that. So this is might be an issue. So this is with every organic material the case.
All right, we will definitely consider that maybe in the future.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. Any questions from Nilüfer? Right. So, this marks the closure of session 2. And before we go on coffee break, I can just one final check. Can I have the Zoom on the screen just to make sure that, and whilst my colleagues are putting the Zoom on, I need to double check something. This marks the closure of session 2. What we're going to have is to have a break. Yes, this does mark the closure of session 2. What we are going to have is to have a break, some 15 minutes. We will reconvene the sessions on at 16:20, 16:25, so 10, 15 minutes. And we will begin with the keynote speech on jet grouting, and then I'll tell you what's the program. It's quite a mix of talks, some 5 or 6 of them, that closes the day. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a short break and we will be convened in 15 minutes. Thank you.
No, no, it's okay. No, acostumbrado. Y bien, que funciona más efectivamente. Je vais essayer d'écrire encore. Pourquoi je pense à la prochaine?
Yes.
Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Telefon nerede? Bu çantalardan alayım. And then the reason they had used this technique actually was the electric fast trains when they were almost all the time. Not once they're in motion, but when they were trying to slow down, there was an enormous sound and it's off the train. So all the local people complaining because of the noise pollution. There was no discussion of the stuff complaining. They said, okay, let's leave these for a while. And not just for the reason why, I think this is the reason that energy stuff. So they started searching, and one of the engineers catched up this one, how the power actually went into the forest. So we got the field, and they found that now long twins. So these are the and when they search for the tips for the yeah, it's not that they have some form of skeleton. Not a skeleton, the color. Yes, feather. Yes, yes. When they look at the feathers, tips of the feathers, they realize that there are some small feathers. And these are providing extra water system rather than having large bodies creating, sorry, creating this well instead of providing a large water system. Many of these small dams, they are creating smaller water systems around. So these smaller water systems around each of the feathers are protecting against the larger waters. That larger waters, smaller waters are making smaller sounds, but they affect each other as well. So it's not growing. And they cut up this theory and applied on chains in Japan. To slow down the speed work, to kill off the noise. Yes, yeah. They were creating smaller water actually. So there's nothing to do with slowing mechanism of the train, but they were creating smaller vortices about the size of the train. This is something you're both interested in. You see, these are the most beautiful parts. This is part of the yes, because although we are not in the same field, we can get inspiration. things, ideas lying around. Yes. Yes. Yes. So now, yes, sort of will not. So cancel. No. I'm sorry for this. Sort of. Yes. No. Sort of will not. I asked him not to buy some. Excellent. Jacks. It's you.
Sorry, can I use my colleague's perhaps time almost as well?
I love to, but
if it's possible, but I a little bit, not 20 minutes.
Because leaving is the spread.
I know. Anyway, I don't want to talk about the technical data about my just a brief information. I know.
Video there and then.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No worries. What time is it? 16:26. What time did I say we start? 16:15. No, we have a time. No. 16:20.
Because that's where this is already, so I put on the forward.
So you are should start. Thanks very much. And you need to sound that day, and then 3 minutes before we start.
Bunu 30 gibi görmemiz lazım ya. Ya bugün bitmiyorsa yarın. Bu 12'den mi bitti? Bana... Yok. Sen bana attın mı bana atsana onları. SPT'de bir atar mısın onu? Tamam. Bana bir atar mısın onları? Bana zahmet. Tamam. Bunları evet. Şu. Sorry.
Sana bağlı. Sen bunu
Siz de yapalım. Arkadaşlar 15 metre kadar çok zor. İyi de getirdim. Karusamda getirdim. Zaten var.
All right.
Kaç metre yıllık oradan? 19. 15 demek. 15. Ve sepetleri
Basically, what you're looking for in that case, I can tell you, okay, this is what you have to live with, because it's a lot of things can be done. So guide you with the things that you need.
Çarına bak. Buna rağmen böyle çıktı. Bir çarın Aleti güzel ama. Ama tabaşına da öyle. İş yapalım. Makine öyle. Şöyle tam karşıya mı getirelim? Karşıya. Hayır, boynumuzda olmaz. Boynumuzda
All right. So thank you very much, everyone. So let me get some computer on. Right. So we are about 20 minutes behind, which is absolutely fine, not a problem. So session 3. Up to this point, what we heard from our speakers and from our keynote speakers covered the theme 1, which is B1, and the 3 elements of theme 1: materials, methods, models. Let's not forget that having a novel model, but not methods for the implementation, methods for the analysis, and models likewise that are compliant with that new material, whatever we are developing. That new material won't be as effective as we wish them to be. So it's really an integrated thing. That's why the 3 M's are brought into one theme: B1, materials, methods, models. To get something changed, we need improvements in all these 3 aspects. And beyond that, we also need to look into the acceptability of those novel 3 M's in terms of policymakers, in terms of insurance underwriters, and all that, those governance things that we talked about. And on that basis, we are now opening session 3. But session 3 is going to be a mix of talks about technologies, implementation, risks, how risks can be managed, management, and governance. A mix of talks. So the opening of session 3 will be our keynote talk by Professor Laman on jet routing. Then we'll move on, and we'll have 2 talks by Dr. Bertuk and Sonos, my own PhD student, on passive construction and passive buildings. So it's not at all geotechnics or material science. It's something in between architecture, construction management, passive construction. Why we have brought that here? Because I said, I think the only way to make those changes is that integration. Then we will move on, and we will have a bit, 2 talks on risks, so ground contamination, and some principles around recycling and upcycling construction waste, hence circular economy. And we will close today's well, the NICE 2 event with my favorite topic. The favorite topic always comes last, soil making, because that's, you know, my previous life when I was an engineer, ground anchored soil making. So I've, you know, left the one that I really like personally to the last, to enjoy the closure of NICE 2. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Mustafa Laman to give us his keynote speech and to open session 3. Professor Laman, and you can see the very short biography of Professor Laman. Professor Laman is a graduate of Liverpool University in 1995. I've never been to Liverpool, I have to. So, and then since 2005, he has been a professor of geotechnical engineering. He's extremely active, as evidenced by his steady size of publications and citations and his impact on geotechnical practice. And he also serves as a member of the Geotechnical Board of Chamber of Civil Engineering of TMMOB. You've got the full biography of Professor Laman on screen, and I would like to invite Professor Laman to give us his speech today at open session 3. All yours, Professor Laman, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I'd like to thank those, you know, they invited me, and it's very big honors to be here. They invited me. I'd like to say thanks to President of Civil Engineering Chamber of Civil Engineers President and the members of Civil Engineering Chambers. Also, I'd like to thank to Faculty Group and head of President of that group, Hüseyin Bey, and his whole staff. Thank you very much for the hospitality. I present you soil improvements. Actually, we have done some works in Turkey and some soil improvement applications, especially by using the jet gravity, deep soil mixing, soil reinforcement, and also recently we are using pipe foundations, unreinforced pipe foundations. So, as you know, it's very costly to use reinforcement in piles. If you don't need that, it's nonsense to use. Actually, these soil improvement techniques, I call them most popular nowadays. And recently, in some of my consultancy work, we produce so much products out of these methods, especially jet gravity and DSM columns. It looks a little bit very long. I have so many slides here, but most of them are case study examples. So don't worry about that. If the person warns me, I will move faster. I have got 4 subdivisions in my presentation. First one is introduction for these soil improvement techniques. Second one is improvement techniques details and some research activities I have carried out with my colleagues. And as I said, case studies at the end. I cannot move. The soil at the construction site may not always be totally suitable for supporting structures in existing conditions. Weak soils such as soft clay, loose sand, loose, porous, lightly cemented clays have poor bearing capacity and settlement behavior. As a result, engineers must have a solution to the issue of poor bearing capacity and settlement behavior in weak soils before constructing building on them. Am I controlling or you are? Because I cannot manage it from here. Oh, it's okay now. Yeah, it's okay. When a project encounters difficult foundations or conditions, the possible alternative solutions are the first one. I don't think to say really choose that. I don't think you choose that. You definitely go for that to avoid the project site. Go and some other land. It's like running away from a position. The second one is to remove and replace unsuitable soils. And third one is design the plant structure accordingly, reduce the loads, flats, and the dimensions, the weights. You have to reduce because the soil properties are very low and the compression, the strength parameters and settlement behavior are not good. So you have to reduce the structural dimensions and weights. And the other one is to design deep foundations pipe. This is another way of running from the fighting with soil. So it's easy way to run, but it's costly, as you know. And finally, to improve the existing soil conditions, which is the title of our topic today. The growing cost of land and the limited availability of suitable construction sites motivate engineers to think improving poor soil deposits. Soil improvement is defined as controlled alteration of the state, nature of mass behavior of soil to achieve an intended satisfactory response to existing or planned environmental and engineering actions. Our objectives with the soil improvement technique is reduce the settlement of structures. Nowadays, most of the projects we are dealing with related with settlement problems. Bearing capacity, especially in Turkey, with this new code, which is very similar to Eurocode, we don't have any problems with bearing capacity, but settlement is important. So, especially alluvial deposits around in our country, in so many places, like we have seen here in Cyprus, some places we have seen full alluvial deposits, low bearing capacity and settlement behavior is really difficult to deal with. So the second one is shear strength of foundation soil. Under the normal circumstances, statical conditions, there is no problem actually, but especially in earthquake case or some dynamic loads out of earthquake, some cause some problems for the buildings. And in that case, the bearing capacity, failure of the bearing capacity will come across and increase the density of the field mass and or subsoil prevent infection. This is a very important case because Cyprus as well and so Turkey, we are in a position that life fault earthquake can happen anytime, and so many geologists studied and they have seen that in Marmara region, in eastern side of Turkey and west side, even these Mediterranean side, all two faults, they are active and they can produce anytime big destroying earthquakes over 7.5. In one of them, I have joined with the group and we realized that after 700 years period, it's over now, anytime that earthquake can happen, and it is very close to the Mediterranean Sea, I can tell you. So we have to be very careful with this problem, this liquefaction problem. Reduce shrinkage and swelling of soils, again, in this region, the Mediterranean region, all Europe and this side, we have these problems. And reduce shrinkage and swelling of soils is the problem is the other way around, especially we discuss with settlements. In this case, it's going outward. That's the problem. And control groundwater Here again, the problem we are facing is very close to ground level. It's 2 meters, 2.5 meters in some regions of these islands. Stabilized excavation bottom, prevent deformation of surrounding soils, ground, reduce the construction cost. These are the objectives of doing soil improvement. And the methods, I will just follow some of the methods, which I'm not going to present today, but shortly, briefly, I will give information about, you know. But another point I would like to tell you that these classifications changing from book to book, from study to study. So I have done some amendments of myself in this presentation. I spent some time, and this is my way of showing the soil improvement techniques in group with these groups. Removal and replacement, preloading with and without vertical drains, in-situ densification, grouting, reinforcement of the soil, and unreinforced board piles. Yes, factors considering the selection of best soil improvement techniques, which I have just showed you. We have to decide those techniques, which one is the suitable. One can choose, for example, just grouting, but the geotechnician can choose ESM colors as well as the others. What's the main topic is we have to have good soil investigation, study and reports. Data is very important to decide the best solution, soil improvement techniques. Because in big projects, worldwide known projects, high-rise buildings, even for those, we have done some works, and we have seen that it's varying from one company to another, that soil investigation studies is not so good quality from company to company, so we have to be very careful. And in Turkey, with this new code released in 2018, and nowadays we are using that starting from 2019, with that code, there is soil investigation details, as well as the soil improvement details. Not so like a book, but as a code, I think more than enough information we have in these Turkish codes. I heard that we are not using this new code yet, but the previous one in 2008, we used to use in Turkey, we are using here in Cyprus. As I said, soil investigation is the most important part of our study. And we have to see from that report the soil type, either sand, clay, or organic, programmatic, it may cause swelling or other settlement or any other problems. Anyway, I'm moving faster now. Area and depth of treatment required. If it's a small area, of course, you may not have so many options to apply, especially in Ireland here. I'm sure so many facilities not so easy to reach. That's why you have to maybe, instead of choosing maybe 1 out of 3, 4, you have to choose maybe 1 out of 1. 5 foundations. I heard big constructors like say they are using 5 foundations in some region. That's it, that's okay. Everybody is using that way, but it's very costly. If you don't need that, if you don't need that 5 foundation, you don't have to use it. Type of structures and load distribution, soil properties, strength, compression, permeability, etc. Permissible total and differential settlements. That's another important point. We are following the Eurocode for these because it's very good for buildings. The total displacement they that's only 5 centimeters. and they let differential settlements only 2 centimeters. I'm following these since 1995, since I came from England in Turkey. But if you look at the books, it's written something like for the different soil and rough conditions, foundation conditions, sometimes 7.5, 12.5, something like that. But at the end of the day, you have so many cracks on the building. And if you are declaring that 5-star or 7-star hotels or building accommodation apartment blocks, and at the end of the day, you have some cracks, and it's not good for your position. And material availability, stone and sand, water, admixture, stabilizers, availability is important, as well as the cost on that. Availability of skills and equipments. You are facing this problem. And I remember when I came from England in 1995, in those years, I couldn't ask people do some soil improvement or pipe foundations. In first pipe foundation application, I prepared the design in Mersin. Governor was there and all member of parliaments. They were all there first time in that region, in the other side of this land, just in front of this Mersin, you know the place. The same alluvial soil deposits, and they are building 15, 16 story, so many high buildings, and they are not using any, even pipe foundations, although it's expensive, but if you need that, you have to use. So at the end of the day, it was so important that started using this pipe foundation, but nowadays, we can have any facilities for soil improvement, for pipe foundations as well, no problem at all. Environmental considerations, erosion, water, pollution, etc. Local experience and preference, of course, at the end of the day, economy is important to choose these. Soil improvement methods. The first one I showed you, I will give some brief information about that. Removal and replacement. This is a very old method. I'm very upset when I see some projects before I visit that place, that company. I have so many consultancy work with the big companies in Adana, in Sasa factory, which is very top in Turkey, and in Istanbul and Marmara region. And I can see that, especially in the industrial buildings, they are using so much filling work. They are using that at 2-3 meters. They use the foundation level very near to the ground level, and at the end of the day, 1-2-3 meters, another filling they need to reach the level of they use the place. And even I experienced some 3-4 meters fillings after not on the foundation, but under the foundation, but on top of the ground of the factory, out of foundations. So, as you know, the machines we can use these and for this kind of problematic areas. And the second and most used way is preloading for especially the cohesive soil, clay soils, and that's another problem. It takes some time. You calculate, maybe you have to wait for 6 months, 12 months, and you are in a hurry to build your construction, your building, but you have to wait. And recent example, I was invited to sites. They recently started using the main road, motorway, and they calculated this preloading, I think 6 months. At the end of 2.5 months, they said it's okay, although we haven't reached the maximum value for settlement, just stop it, and because we have to, it's a case in our country, in this region, if the president or others, if they say that you have to finish, you have to finish. Not in technically detail, but you have to. So in that case, they said, okay, let's forget this aqua conservation and remove these loads from the ground and then start using the roads, the other materials placed there and foundation and the others, and started after they use so much problems. And we visited, the manager said 5 times in the last 2 years after they opened that motorway, 5 times I replaced the top part of the road, which is very costly, and the distance about 1.5 kilometers is crossing the very bad area, like we said in the early slides, is showing that those or clay, very soft clay or area. So this method, again, if you do that, if you just remove and before the time finish, you have to take some different ways to control it. And they are not going to do it now because we said that. For example, the soil improvement techniques, the others, you have to replace it with that, but they have done it. So this is, again, nowadays, it's not a good choice for the companies because of the time. Densification, densification of loose granular soil, heterogeneous soil, municipal waste, or potentially liquefiable soil is quite a common practice. You have to densify this kind of soils before you use project apply that area. And as you know, these are the common known methods. And mechanical stabilization is the first soil improvement methods you can use. But the problem with that, you only have got limited thicknesses you can solve the problem. After that, it will not work. And some recent methods released in the last decade that you can use those machines, but I don't think you have got in Cyprus that kind of machines. I'm going to show it now. Instrumentals like dynamic deep compaction are for soils deeper than can be compacted from the surface. Vibrator probe compaction, like vibro compaction, vibro flotation. Low probe mounted onto the vibrator pile driver compacts the soil around the probe face space in grid pattern. These are some facilities. And the other one is you can use some sand or stone columns by using these machines, and from inside you can just fill these materials. But again, I'm not calling these methods as popular. It is not so common, especially with the machine facilities are very limited. And this method, dynamic compaction method, in the last about 27 years after my PhD, I have so many experience and field observations. Once I tried these, but before we applied, we stopped it because we calculated the distances of the buildings around. We have seen that so much disturbance and some not only comfort but also safety. So we stopped that doing. But in some big projects like airports and some motorways, they use these. I have no experience, and it's not so common, not so popular for the buildings like we are experiencing around. And routing is, I think, one of the most methods. There are some subgroups of these, and there are some subgroups named hydrocrack routing, compaction routing, permeation routing, compensation routing, and jet routing. This in that family, and these are the methods, especially dam projects, and some very heavy buildings for the soils, foundation problem, soil problems with foundation system, even with pile foundations, you have to use some injections. I have experience with that. We are now consulting one project, the tallest building in Turkey and in Europe. I was consultant for that as a geotechnician, as well as the superstructures side. My company prepared the design, and there the quality of the rock was excellent. No problem until 34, 35 meters, but after that, in about 6-7 meters thickness, there was a big problem with the soil because some like they call geologists, some soil. We have seen soil 7 meters, something like that, and we have used these routing techniques and 100,000 tons working in sand. And if you look at these, I think jet routing is the most popular one, as I said, because it's getting increasing to use in Turkey, in Europe as well. And utilizes high velocity and pressure jets to hydraulic shear and the soil and blends a cement rock to form a soil cement column. This can be considered type of soil mixing. And if you look at here, the soil types, you can use this jet routing, starts from clay till gravel. So it's very wide for the soil types to use these methods. And there are 3 types of that. First one is the economical one to apply. It's called single direct process. Second one is with air you are using and water, and the second and third one is coming with costly. So in Turkey, especially government company Turkey called builds houses in so many different cities and even small places. They use this technique. They ask us to use them. But if in some range of SPT values, the quality of soil is good, then you cannot use this first method, then it will be costly. So I have to move faster. This soil mixing method is the second one after these. I suggest you as popular, but the equipment and the machines are very expensive, very costly. There are so many in Turkey, but I don't think there is any surplus. DSM method is a soft soil stabilization method which mixes soft soil in situ with cement slurry to produce soil, cement with higher strength and lower compression than the native soil. And the other method, I have some experiences, is soil reinforcement, but it is limited because the heavy buildings, under the heavy buildings, you have to go downward too much, and then in the first method I told you, this replacement and soil work is not easy to deal with. That's why for the heavy buildings, it's not the way to use this. And for that, we are using geogrids for soil reinforcement. And as I said, these are the most popular ones. Just the red color ones. Jet routing is a popular soil improvement since it involves the injection of a cement-based slurry into the subsoil under high pressure, under high velocity. A small diameter rod leads down to the improvement bottom. Then the rod widening withdrawn jets and air to produce an improved column. battery problem. I cannot able to. Cannot use this.
Maybe colleagues can change the slides and on the instruction until we get that fixed. How about that?
Sorry?
Maybe
I cannot change.
Yes,
You
maybe to.
they can do. I can ask them. Yeah,
yes,
all right.
and then you can
Yeah, that's
instruct
better. I
them
think
slides.
that's better. Jet routing influencing the characteristic shape and size of constructed jet route column, grout, mixed pressure, air and water pressure. Of course, a function of the jetting type employed, as I said, 3 types. Diameter and number of nozzles, grout mix composition and broad withdrawal and rotational speeds. I don't want to spend too much. As I said, it is better in your area if you can use the single fluid one. That's the easiest and cheapest one to apply. Typical equipment for jet routing, you see here, cement silo, mixing plant, a high pressure flow pump, water pump, a compressor, a drill rig, and some other accessories. Application of jet routing, strengthening the foundation soil structure, control of groundwater, tunneling and roadworks, improvement of fields, soil stability, support for excavation, reduce defection potential of the soil. And some products, after you produce jet route, you can check by just simply digging around and see visually. The second stage, you measure, you accept the narrowest part of these products as a diameter. After trials, you get the best way to reach the designer's dimensions. And third, quality test is core samples. You can take these, but we normally ask full length of core samples, like boring logs, they prepare and they put into the box. You can see continuous pile is there, and the last one is control high length integrity, as PIT we call it. But I don't trust too much into these. The others are much important. Of course, at the end of the day, this is the most important one. You load in fields and see what is the capacity of that pile you produce. Advantages, I think I'm short of time and I have so many slides. I will move so fast then because I prepared to show them. Large cemented material column creation without causing huge ground disturbances, which is very good. And columns form continuous elements forming in different shapes, thus improving the mechanical properties and decreasing porosity. Improvement in construction process, thus emerging out with a better design philosophy. Its attractive nature in terms of confined space working and under difficult site conditions. Environmentally friendly because you are not taking our soil out and little bit, maybe 10% of the size of the pile, and it is very economical. But there are some disadvantages of these methods. Quantity of growth is hard to estimate, more or less we can estimate. Growth may cause ground movement and distress to existing structures. Certain chemical growths may contain toxins and have adverse impact to groundwater and the ground environment. Specialty contractors are required for the operation. And the most popular second, I suggest, the method is this one mixing. Recently, in project in Sasa, Adana, we have produced about 450,000 meters, 1 meter diameter. DSM columns means we travel from Adana to Ankara, maybe from here to Ankara as well, around 500 kilometers. There's very good method, and the deep mixing method is a deep in situ admixture stabilization technique using cement, lime, or lime-based and cement-based special binders. The application covers on land and in water constructions. Started initially in 1950s by Japanese. They are very good in these, and they have the books as well. The big book only about these DSM columns, and they have so much experiences on that. Again, applications are so wide by using these. Even we can use for retaining walls, temporary retaining walls, because it gives you opportunity to use the profile steel inside. Just after you produce the column, we have done that. Not so high, but for 5 meters experience we have up to now. And advantage of deep soil mixing is I can add some more even, but I just move faster. And again, the tests we do in this method, like the test we have done for jet grouting, only you don't have to check the visual part and the second part, but the remaining are same. As I said in the beginning, unreinforced board piles are sometimes difficult to reach the level with the jet grouting or DSM columns. Then you have to apply to board piles because you mean the drilling machine is very powerful, you can reach at any level. But with superstructure designer, you have to discuss. I always do that. In the beginning of the project, I ask him whether the dimensions of that building and the rigidity and the columns and beams and all the structural elements are, at the end of the day, no eccentricity and no embedment, the bending moment cannot be controlled. Then if they say no problem with that, even in the earthquake case, then I suggest you to use board piles without concrete. And in so many codes, it is written, even if you use the reinforcements, you don't have to use full length reinforcement for the length of the pile. You have to, it's 1/3 of it, you have to use definitely, and 1% the reinforcement of this section. But the remaining part, calculate and see the bending moment and shear force that disappears, and just forget the steel and make some money on that because you spend too much otherwise. Yeah, these are called ground improvement techniques. Unreinforced board piles, in addition to the grouted columns, an essential element of rigid inclusion ground improvement is the load transfer platform. This is a layer of granular structure that bridges the load between the rigid inclusions. It's called in European American codes rigid inclusions, this kind of methods. Actually, not so many in the literature you can find these unreinforced board piles. And this method of ground improvement is used for very rich soils such as organic seed pits, very soft clay, or any soil where there is little to no lateral confinement from the surrounding soil. But the problem I will warn you, like in your case in this country, if these materials, if these wet materials are so thick and economically you don't reach that rock or any strong soil, I don't suggest that. Use the other ways because it is so rigid if you compare with the soil around. That's important. Sometimes they make mistakes, especially pipe foundations, very rigid. And those jet grouting and DSM columns, the quality of the core samples in the laboratory that around 3 to 5 megapascal, means C5, C3. if you compare with C30 of the concrete, C35 we are using for superstructure, it's good enough, but I don't want that too much, the soil just neighboring to the soil, that material shouldn't be so much rigid. Journey contractors use rigid inclusion for growing problems on projects such as multi-story buildings, large tanks, urban embankments, and bridge approaches with mechanically stabilized earth walls. The design procedure for deep mixing, jet grouting, and unreinforced board piles are more or less similar. You have to choose some X and Y direction, some leads, and then start from there. Of course, beforehand, you have to calculate bearing capacity and settlement before you apply the soil improvement techniques. But the warning is important. Another one is you calculate by using Vestige method, Terzaitis method, whatever it is, strength and settlements, conventional hand calculations. But for the big projects, you have to use numerical analysis, finite element methods, things like that, to feel that. Otherwise, you can make some mistakes. I was thinking that I will not have time to show you the examples. I have a couple of examples, the design examples for these kind of soil improvements. But secondly, in the analysis, what you have to do, after you choose the breadths and dimensions and length, you have to again calculate, but it's not easy. It's not, you cannot use just for hand calculations. You have to use computer definitely. And recently some very important settlements, zero settlement projects we have come across, and we suggested some extra analysis, getting field tests, some group loading and things like that. I have done some research actually up to now about soil improvement. The most important ones, I will just in 1 minute I'll show you. This one is the PhD project, and at the end of the day, we were maybe first, I think, in 2003, 2004. We have got so many publications. We have tried to find the best geogrids, distances, length, rigidity differences, everything. We studied with this project. I'm just moving. By the way, I'll show you the geogrids. This one is you have to use for underneath the buildings. We call extruded geogrids. The other ones are not so quality. And when you apply, you are using this way. And of course, you have to put some extra length. And as I said, I'm moving now the study. This is PhD and some papers we published. At the end of the day, this is the result of that study. That the first geogrid you have to use the diameter or length of the breadth of the foundation is B at 0.3 B. This is final result, and U over D between the geogrids, second, third, it should be 0.20 B, sorry, 1 B, and H optimum, and the others, number of geogrids works properly optimum, its number is 4. After 4 geogrids, you don't have to use, I think, no benefits. And at the end of the day, we get 3.5 times the bearing capacity of existing soil condition. You got 1 bearing capacity. At the end of the day, with these optimum values, you can reach to the 3.5. The second one is huge study. 2 PhD studies we completed out of this, and 4 MSc. And the 1001 project is very difficult to finish. And with my group, we studied in Adana, and we have used this land, and the municipality allowed us to use that. And we have done all soil mechanics work in the beginning, soil investigations in our university laboratory. And this is big land, and we have used so many piles to use in the tests. And as you can see, this is professor now. dean of one faculty, this guy, and he was doing his PhD with me only 10 years ago. And these are the remains of our study, geogrids and numerical analysis, 2D and 3D. Again, at the end of the day, we have got these optimum values. And circular foundations, we have used big scale foundations, 90 centimeters. If you compare with laboratory one, small diameter foundations, this is, you can say, big one. And scale effect we have studied as well out of that. And these are the laboratory parts. One group was working in the laboratory, and out of these, we have got these papers. Most recent one is 4 years ago, and some international conferences. And another work with soil improvement, we have studied together with Erol Tutumer at Illinois University, and we were together with him. We visited there, and he has done the work. These are the groups. And I don't have time to tell you some case studies. 3 minutes. I know I spent so much time. Sorry about some examples. This one is soil reinforcement. The project I did, like that one, in Adana organized industrial zone. The roads were problematic. So much cracks on the road. And what we have done, we used these geogrids. This was the case when we visited. And Ahmed Bey is here, and we worked together with him in this project. And all the roads cleaned and after excavated, we have used, of course, the numerical analysis first of all to study, to see what's going on and what we can do. And we analyzed the existing natural conditions, and we have seen the displacement. And after applying the geogrids, we have got the results and better. And then since then, there is no problem with this project, and they completed. It's okay. We visited last week together with Ahmed Bey. After years, there's no problem. The second one is jet protein and RNA-enforced piles we use. This is in Turkmenistan. Recently, we have carried out this work. There was liquefaction problem as well as settlement problem in the field. What we have done, we used short D, okay, we have used SVTs, you can see too much low values, you can see less than 10. And this is a profile. The foundations, around the foundations, we have used DSM columns here, all around, because against liquefaction, to protect against liquefaction, we have to use that. And underneath the foundation, we have used the pipe foundations in the middle, but drill piles. And before applying these, this red color part is liquefaction occurs, but after applying that, these DSM and in between pipe foundations, they were reduced to 0.62 here in between under the foundation, no problem with liquefaction, and it's applied. And these are the details after pore pressure change you can see. And in yellow, I am now a consultant in the last 2.5 years, 7 million square land, organized industrial zone is going to be built. And there we are using DSM columns for factories, each and every factories, the strong one here, the soil, and weak one there. We are using these. Some examples I am showing you from, this is the road one, the road, and we have applied this way first time because it was so thick. And DSM column jet protein, you can correct me if I am wrong, around 25 meters is very optimal, very reasonable, we can apply. But we have applied more than that, it was difficult. In jet protein as well, I think how much depth you can reach with the machine, kaç metreye ulaşabiliyorsun? Jet, maximum. 20-25 meters jet routing yani. Jet routing 25 metre. 50 metreye kadar, yes, it says that we can reach to 50 meters with jet routing. And these are the reports from machine, and you don't have to just stay in the field, go home and your office, just ask them to prepare you these reports because it's recorded properly. And we are using extra different tests to see the settlements. This is, we are not treating, this is the result of that. You can see 50 centimeter settlements if you don't apply these methods. And every week they recorded and they showed me. And you can see some different places we have got this data to check this. And jet routing we applied again with Ahmet Bey in Adana, this ethnography museum. And here, city center, because of the traffic and so many effects, there was cracks you can see out of. And we have just investigated, we have seen these problems in the soil. At the end of the day, after these cracks, we applied inside and outside these jet routing techniques like these, as you can see with angles. Even you can apply laterally. I showed you in the last example, from inside the work is going on. And after the finishing this work, it was here like this. And another one in Adana again, the old Ottoman Empire mosque, there was problems and cracks inside, outside. You can see the soil profile, soil investigations we have carried out, and then, of course, we have to dig, excavate 8 meters around these mosques. Then we have applied the jet routines laterally. I think one of the maybe so rare ones, examples. These you can see some with angle. These are the retaining walls, temporary retaining walls in city center, just moving around with all the cars and buses. And this is the project we designed, DSM columns. And the colors, different colors are lateral ones. This one here, the green one is the lateral, underneath the wall, that thick wall of that heavy building, and with angle one, it's produced now here, jet routing. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like that. And existing industry in Bursa, recently we used jet routing there, and factories, only one building, there were so many buildings, but this is one of them as an example I've shown. And these are again inside and outside. We have carried out it because liquefaction problem. We have done out of the buildings this tangent piles, jet routing piles as well. Okay, thanks a lot for your patience.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Professor Laman. It was a good, if you like, closure to all those technologies that I wish to be covered in NISE, because we covered chemical stabilization, mechanical stabilization, hydraulic stabilization, and ended with a number of good case studies that brought them into vision. And in that sense, I think this tied in nicely with all the talks that were on the material side, on the method side, on the model side, because this is really a very last step and a very practical step that needs to be taken in order to get those ideas into reality. In that sense, I think this was a very great presentation. So thank you very much, Professor Laman.
Ana konuşmacımız olan Profesör Doktor Mustafa Laman'a plaketini vermek üzere 2. Uluslararası Yapılar için Doğadan İlham Alan Çözümler Konferansı sponsoru, Tüfekçi Grup Direktörü Hüseyin Tüfekçi'yi sahneye davet ediyorum.
Thank you very much indeed. So let's begin with our regular program of talks. 5 talks. So we have lost one. So 5 talks, and 2 on passive construction, and it's very architectural. And then we will move on and listen to a talk on ground contamination. Then a bit on circular economy, waste management, and that is a talk that I'm very much looking forward to hear. And finally, soil, me going back to future, past, so time traveling to my own past. So can I invite Dr. Bertuk to the stage to give us his presentation. Now, Dr. Bertuk, thank you very much for your time. I remember Dr. Bertuk from University of Istanbul a few years ago, and it's a pleasure that we met one another again here in Cyprus. All yours, please.
But I can manage. Hello, it's good to see you, Dr. Aya. Welcome to Cyprus. And hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Bertu Özersoy. I graduated from the University of East London last March, so I am a newly graduated. I am an early career researcher. And this afternoon, I will give you a presentation about my PhD research, which I was completed at the University of East London. So, the title of my presentation, Developing a Novel Methodology to Calibrate Building Energies in the Southeastern Mediterranean Climate. So, I will prove my claim at the end of my speech today. Here we go. I just want to acknowledge my supervisors. First, Professor Betty Brown, and second, Associate Professor Anka Sifela from the University of East London. So I won't be able to achieve my PhD without their support, particularly during the peak period of the pandemic. So I'm so thankful to them. Here we go. This is the table of contents of my presentation, but I will give you a brief information about the novelty of my methodological framework, which I developed particularly for the Southeastern Mediterranean climate. We are in Cyprus. My project primarily considers the island of Cyprus. For this study, we selected pilot study location and the pilot housing stock, which is located in Famagusta. So our international students may not be familiar with the location of Famagusta. Famagusta is located in far eastern part of the island, and it is the coastal city. And the housing stock, which is selected as a representative typology, housing typology for this study, is located in the density part of this city. And according to the Copenhagen climate classification, Cyprus has shown hot and dry climatic conditions. Bear in mind the climate is the most important aspect of this PhD research, and I will demonstrate the outcomes later on during my speech. As you can see, the humidity reached up to 90%, almost 100% during the summer. And as you can experience from today, Cyprus has hot and humid conditions. And as a part of the Mediterranean islands, we enjoy the most of the sunshine. So the southern radiation factor is the most important part of this research. This brings us to identify the nationally representative housing stock. And this is the most important aspect of this PhD research. We look at the first, we look at the Eurostat data, and then we identify that the 27% of households live in apartments in Cyprus. We also look at the census data, which is gathered from the State Planning Organization of Northern Cyprus. And as you can see from this graph, the younger generations are on the rise. So we have a young generation at the moment in northern part of Cyprus. So this brings us to identify the archetype housing stock. We spent a gargantuan amount of time to identify what type of housing is appropriate for the generalization of the finding. And then according to the data, we found that the medium-rise apartment blocks, which was built between 1985 and 1995, are the most representative. So as you can see, this type of housing stock was built across the island without considering any environmental design factors. And then we particularly focus on this housing typology. We also look at the integrated GIS data to aggregate the housing stock accurately for the foundation of this doctoral thesis. And then we found that the 38% of the built stock represents the residential building typology. And this graph on the left-hand side demonstrates the residential stock, which was built between 2015 and 2019 in 5 major cities in northern part of Cyprus. We also look at the energy consumption. And as you can see, the housing sector accounted for the 48% of the energy use in northern Cyprus. So this brings us to identify the focus of this study. And the aim of this study is to develop an evidence-based energy policy framework for energy integration and implementation of the energy performance of buildings directives. As you can see that the Republic of Cyprus has been enforced to implement the energy performance certificates, but in northern part of Cyprus, we have no such this kind of regulation. And this research is primarily sits on this ground, but it was developed step by step throughout my PhD process. And the first contribution of the knowledge is to develop energy policy design by implementing energy performance certificates of the buildings. Second, develop the thermal comfort by integrating the household's actual data into the simulation model. And then the fourth one, to develop a building regulation and assessing energy use and develop a particular method of design for the complex building energy simulation parameters. And this brings us to identify the novelty of the study. And the novelty of the study is, of course, developing an evidence-based energy policy framework. First, we integrated the GIS data to aggregate the housing stock, and then we identify the representative housing typology. As you can see from this flow diagram, we identify the medium-rise residential housing stock with such a poor condition. And then we integrated the households' actual energy use data to identify their thermal comfort and assessing energy use.
And this brings us to question about the thermal comfort. So what is the purpose of looking at thermal comfort in this particular Mediterranean climate? We'll look at the ASHRAE Global Thermal Comfort Database 2, and we identified that there is only one study considers the occupant's thermal comfort, which was conducted by the researchers from Tunisia. And there is no any other data available for this particular Mediterranean climate. So this brings us to work closely with the researchers from the University of California, Berkeley, to develop our model to identify the thermal comfort thresholds. And then we developed this interface in collaboration with the researchers. And then we integrated our field survey data to provide the most accurate, almost most accurate data for the identification of the thermal comfort. So this brings us to develop a novel. Novelty is based on the comprehensive methodology which were applied in certain amount of time throughout the PhD process. First, survey. Second, environmental monitoring. Third, building performance evaluation. Fourth, multi-objective optimization, which brings us to develop energy evidence-based retrofit policy design for this particular climate. So, as you can see, the human data sits on the top of this flow diagram. So we gather the data from the survey, we identify the representative, national representative housing stock, and then we calibrate the simulation method in several times. First, including the building performance evaluation, and second, optimization. So this brings us to identify the questionnaire survey based on in 3 different parameters. First, household social demographic characteristics. Second, thermal properties of the buildings. As you are an engineer, this means that we look at the U values of building parameters and we integrate them into our simulation model. And thirdly, we look at the energy efficiency systems. And as you can see, we install the weather station on site to monitor actual environmental condition parameters while I was distributing the survey to the households. Second, I conducted in-situ measurements. I also used thermal imaging camera to understand the thermal performance of the building envelope itself. As you can see on the left-hand side, I gathered them into highly efficient chips developed particularly for my PhD research.
If you start to...
Okay, just give me a second. Sorry, apologies, wait. And then we assess the building, we assess the building thermal performance by using the thermal imaging camera in several times, and then we integrate data into the simulation model. And then we develop, this is the summary of the Python script, R script, which I developed particularly for this study, and then we developed a black box energy model to include all this data into the simulation model. And we integrated the several data sets into the model, and then we calibrate the building energy performance and occupant thermal comfort. We also used heavily across all my PhD research the statistical methods. I applied certain of statistical methods to provide absolute accurate information at the end of my PhD research. We integrated the household socio-demographic characteristics. We also look at the household occupants' behavior on their domestic appliances at home. And then we also gather the field survey data, and then we integrate them into the simulation model. I just want to share one important information. These are the results of the environmental monitoring findings. As you can see that the humidity in this particular location during my field survey, the humidity reached up to 90%. And as you can see that our climate is humid, but according to the Copenhagen climate classification, it indicates that Cyprus climate is hot and dry. So it demonstrates a contradiction within the Copenhagen climate classification. And at the end of this data, I found that in Cyprus, in naturally ventilated buildings, households feel thermally comfortable between 28.5 and 31.5 Celsius in this particular housing typology, which was selected for the study. And then we apply and we make a generalization of this thermal comfort threshold across the islands. And then we included the household's metabolic rate, activity, and total insulation into the data simulation model to make our model absolute accurate. And then we also look at the thermal building topic thermal performance data in the simulation model. And then we also integrate the household's energy bills to validate the survey findings and simulation findings. And then I developed passive cooling design strategies by integrating 6 different design alternatives. And then at the end of this building simulation, I found that after the implementation of all these 6 strategies, we managed to reduce our 81% of energy consumption reduction is possible. And this is
Dr. Becker, I appreciate you.
And this is I'm just nearing the closure of this part. And as you can see, this is the passive cooling design strategies which was applied onto this building envelope. And these are the outcomes which contribute to the energy policy framework and occupancy thermal comfort. And now today, because this is a comprehensive PhD research, I managed to publish over 30 articles and conference papers, which I managed to publish last 8 Q1 publications in a year time. And one important contribution to knowledge is the threshold, which I found as an output of my PhD research has been accredited by the Aşağı Global Thermal Comfort Society. And now Cyprus is located on this map as part of my PhD research output has been entailed to this global thermal comfort database too. And I just want to share the final outputs of my PhD research, because my PhD thesis is only a tiny bit of my work. And then we decided to develop the handbook, and the handbook of retrofitting high-density residential buildings, which will be published by Springer next month. So I'm in a stage of sending the proofs. And this is one of the major important outputs. As an early career researcher, and I'm in my home country, I have a glimpse of hope to create at least awakening call to tackle the energy crisis in our islands and beyond the southeastern countries. And thank you very much for listening to me. And this is the end of my speech. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Becker, for presenting your works on energy efficiency of buildings in the Mediterranean climate, which was quite fascinating, and it ties in with the next book, which is online. And I would like my colleagues to bring up the Zoom. So the next talk will be given by PhD candidate Solmaz Kamalifat. She's my PhD student in Institute of Fine Arts, Vienna, and she will be giving a talk on the interaction between light and shadow in closed spaces. So can you hear us?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and my greetings from Vienna to Cyprus. As Arya said, my name is Solmaz Kamalifard. I'm a PhD researcher in architecture at the Academy of Fine Arts, Vienna. I'm focusing on human experience in built environments. And today I'm talking about my research study about a phenomenological approach to light and shadow in interior built environments. Can I share my screen?
I think you can share your screen from your end.
Okay. Let me share.
Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, that's your, so you've got to make it full screen.
Okay, good.
Not yet full screen. Now full screen for you.
Okay, nice full screen. Okay, good. The application of aesthetic and emotive space-making techniques with light and shadow that intend to influence human mood and behavior is an approach in interior architecture. Light has been used as a means of expression, as a stimulus for arousing emotions and influencing people's experience and emotional and behavioral responses in art and architecture. While architects use this changing contrasted and pattern light and shadow compositions in their design work, a firm understanding of their influence on human experience is yet to be determined. But my research started based on my concern about how humans interact with their built environment, and also how the potential of natural elements can be used to affect human experience of space. Inspired by the fractal patterns of light and shadow made by trees and leaves in forests and woods, I concentrated on striking patterns of light and shadow in interior spaces. Changes in a sky type and time of a day can result in a variety of light and shadow compositions in an interior space, and therefore can alter our impressions. Architects can manipulate their lights to induce visual effects and create a kind of living systems through which architectural form play an active role in creating dynamic perceptual experience which is inspired by nature. The key question is that if the presence of light is exaggerated by using striking patterns of light and shadow, how would it change occupants' impressions? In other words, how the patterns of sunlight and shadow as a function of architectural composition, sky condition, and sun position are associated with what individuals experience. It is hypothesized that striking patterns of light and shadow are visually more interesting than other light compositions, and they enhance occupants' experience of pleasure, arousal, and offer a clearer, more complex, and spacious space. As you can see in the diagram, we had two series of variables. Dependent variables where occupants' experience of a space, which includes visual interest, their evaluative impressions, including pleasure and arousal, and also visual perception, clarity, complexity, and dimension. And independent variables were light and shadow compositions. We had three compositions. They are defined based on previous studies: direct and pattern, direct and plane, and indirect compositions. And architectural configuration, sky condition, and sun positions are variables that make these light and shadow compositions. The aim of this study is to understand the link between sunlight and shadow patterns and occupants' experience of space in real sunlit indoor environments. The emphasis is put on comparing occupants' perceptual responses due to different light and shadow scenarios from phenomenological point of view, which is based on occupants' subjective interpretations. Research questions were: what space components in an indoor sunlit built environment are most attractive to occupants? And is there any connection between them and light and shadow compositions? What subjective impressions are affected by the presence and absence of direct light and shadow compositions, and what subjective impressions are affected by the intensity and shape of direct light and shadow compositions? Two field studies are undertaken in Sheikh Lotfullah Mosque in Isfahan, Iran, and Dona City Church in Vienna. Semi-structured interviews are conducted to determine which features were visually more interesting than others. I asked people to explain me the most significant feature in the space, I used a semantic differential scale questionnaire to collect data about occupants' perception of a space. This study suggests that both sky condition and sun position impact occupants' evaluative impressions and visual perception. In particular, impressions of pleasure, arousal, and perceptual clarity enhanced when direct light compositions are present, and also variations in light and shadow patterns intensity increase occupants' sense of pleasure and arousal. As you can see in the diagram, elements with direct and pattern shape of light with high contrast are significantly mentioned more than others in interviews. And this reveals that the striking patterns of light and shadow appear to be the most exciting and attractive spatial component in both environments. At the end, the findings highlight the significance of striking light and shadow patterns as a driving factor of the spatial experience. And every interior space in which sensory design is intended and architects aim to touch occupants' feelings and experiences to attract, satisfy, excite, and engage them, can use the mutable and stunning light and shadow patterns as a natural, dynamic, sustainable, cost-effective, and accessible option. Concerning sunlight and architecture, this work provides new insights into how the built environments and its interaction with nature affect humans' experience, providing that sunlight and shadow patterns as natural components of a built environment can have a significant impact on what occupants experience. This was a brief summary of my work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So, right. So we have 3 more talks, and these 3 more talks, now we are moving away from passive solutions for buildings. And I have 2 options, either to go for a coffee break or to continue the talks. I think it's possibly better to continue with the talks, since we can move in and move out of the cafeteria. The 3 more remain stocks are very different. So the first one, and I would like to so much remain online for the,
okay, bye.
Have questions. So the first one is on ground contamination. On that basis, I would like to invite Hamza Said to come to the stage and talk about hydrocarbon contamination, something that happens a lot particularly in the Middle East area, and his perception of that. This will be a good talk. So Hamza, all yours, and yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to welcome you to my presentation, which I am going to highlight the critical aspects of the hydrocarbons contaminations, which are mostly found in the soil, and their potential mitigation techniques. So here is the overview of my presentation. I have divided into 5 different phases, and here are the details. And especially, I have this there's an image over there, which is basically approximately 33 years ago from Alaska, and still there are a lot of lessons to be learned from such disaster. So when we talk about the soil contamination, it's a globally recognized critical issue, and the major role players in the contamination are due to either hydrocarbons, heavy metals, or other organic and inorganic compounds. And we can see the scan electron microscope images of these compounds. So I will mostly focus on the geotechnical perspective of such contaminations. So when we talk about hydrocarbons, they are basically organic compounds, and they are existing in nature as either solid, liquid, or gas. And they are the simplest atomic structure, which is composed of carbons and hydrogen atoms. So hydrocarbons are further classified as aliphatic or aromatic, and we can see the examples in figure 4 for heptane as an aliphatic hydrocarbon and benzene as an aromatic hydrocarbons. So these are detailed classifications of the petroleum hydrocarbons by Ola et al. From 2017 article. So we can see that by far in 2022, the global crude oil production has an average production of about 0.94 billion barrels per day. And one of the major sources of contamination, as I mentioned earlier, is the hydrocarbons. And based on the data from the European Union, the major contaminated sites in the Europe are either from the heavy metal, which accounts for 33%, and 35% is for hydrocarbons. So generally, hydrocarbons are present as diesel, petroleum, or in most cases, crude oil. So basically, how does these hydrocarbons affect the geotechnical properties, especially when we talk about the 3 main properties, such as the morphological characteristics, in which the particle texture, particle to particle interaction, and especially the pore size distribution. And similarly, when we come towards the behavioral sciences of the soil, especially for the cohesive soil, the hydrophilic nature is basically turned into hydrophobic nature. And as you know, the clay soil has a strong affinity towards the water, which is completely turned into hydrophobic. So when the micro levels changes occurs, it directly affects on the macro levels, such as the shear strength properties. So when we talk about the hydrocarbons, heavy metals are also associated, especially when the oil refining is done. And these heavy metals are directly influenced on the, for example, if you take an example from the clay minerals, in terms of the exchangeable interlayer cations. And due to that, the pore fluid chemistry is changed as well. And on top of that, the soil fabric is completely changed, for example, into the flocculated structure. And in terms of the agricultural sciences, the pH levels are mostly affected. So the questions from this comprehensive review from the available literature, that how these contaminants basically interact with the soil. So what are the primary triggers behind these interactions, and which are the most affected geotechnical properties from such contaminants? So I will discuss briefly in the upcoming slides. So coming towards the effect on microstructure. So as you know, the clay particle surface is negatively charged, and positive charged ions are attracted towards the surfaces. And when we talk about the hydrocarbon contaminations, unlike water molecules, they are not dipolar, and they cannot create a polar covalent bond with the clay particles. And as a result, we can see in the figure number 9b, the diffuse double layer is reduced, and at the hydrocarbon and clay interface. And this phenomenon lowers the water required to plasticize the clay particle, which is one of the basic properties of the clay particles, and thus it reflected directly onto the strength characteristics. So in this figure, the heavy metal concentration basically leads to the flocculation in most cases of the clay particles, which in turns what happens is that the repulsive forces are reduced, and due to these particle entanglement, it turns the stable solution into the unstable suspension. And we can see from the figure 12b that how it is comparable when at zero concentrations of the heavy metals in the clay soil. So similarly, when it comes to the cohesionless soil, as we know, the primary shear mobilization occurs due to the particle-to-particle interlocking. So if you see the 13a, the roughness of the particle is observed over there. But as the rate of the contamination increases, the particle surface is turned into more vitreous, or in other words, like glassy look-like material. So this one can directly affect on the internal friction angle of the soil. And in many cases, this reduction is observed even at the lower rate of contaminations. So here is the prime example between two particles over there. And as you can clearly observe that the particle surfaces are now being covered by the hydrocarbon film. So there is no particle-to-particle interlocking at all in the figure F over there. So in terms of the geotechnical properties, there are certain unanswered questions, especially after thorough literature review, that what happens to the internal friction angle? And but there is a certain consensus that in fact the cohesion is reduced in the cohesive soil, and the compressibility of soil increases significantly at some levels. But this is one of the prime examples from the data set we have collected, and I will only have shown the selected ones over here, that at low concentrations it increases, but suddenly after it decreases. Now, this unusual trend is basically linked towards the clay minerals, especially you know that there are three basic clay minerals, such as the carbonate, illite, and morillonite. And the carbonite has the lowest specific surface area and cation exchange capacity. And due to this, because of the less available negative surface charge, so the reduction will happen quite earlier as compared to the morillonite clay particles. So similarly, here is the variations of the compression index, and general trend which we can observe here is that it increases. And especially this is quite observable in the clay with high plasticity. So when the hydrocarbons are present, when the heavy metals are present in the soil alongside with the hydrocarbons, it mainly depends on the type of the heavy metal over there. So for example, in this figure for the unconfined compressive strength, at the 50 parts per million concentration for the mercury, it showed the most increase in the, for example, unconfined compressive strength. But this is a temporary increase. So if there are other components present in the soil, this reduction will be evident. And also there are some conflicting findings in terms of the compressibility of soil in this case, because in some cases the compressibility was quite low for the heavy metal contaminations alongside with the hydrocarbons. So there are several mitigation techniques available. I will just briefly go through over them, but among those, bioremediation, electrokinetic stabilization, and the solidifications are more prominent in these cases. So for example, let's come towards the bioremediation. So in this case, from the name, the biological organisms are used to remove these environmental pollutants by metabolic process. So as from our first keynote speech today, it is basically a biomimicry from the microorganisms. So the oxygen is provided into the soil and the contaminants are pushed towards the other end, and the microorganisms decompose these contaminants. So similarly, when it comes to the electrokinetic treatment, it is basically a process in which begins with the providing the electrical field to electrode in various variations, such as, and it creates various reactions such as the electroosmosis, electrophoresis, electrolysis, and electromigration. In fact, our department, civil engineering department in the Eastern Mediterranean University, is quite active in this research, laboratory scale research, and there are publications in the recent years over there in this particular EK treatment method. So similarly, when it comes to the solidification process, in this case, the basic phenomena is that the solidifying agents are being injected into the contaminated soil. And these agents basically increases the binding between the contaminants and the soil, and it prevents the contaminants from spreading. In most cases, the cement-based solidifying agents are being introduced, but due to the nature of the theme as a nature inspired, so I think other aspects such as other techniques such as natural polymers can be a substitute with such solidification and the removal of the contaminants. So finally, I will conclude my presentation. I have highlighted the impact of hydrocarbons along with the heavy metals contaminant, how they affect the microstructural behavior and the geotechnical properties, and the remediation approaches for immobilization or removal of the contaminants. But at times, I will close this presentation by saying that if we are providing any solution, we have to also look into its field application as well. That this application is also on large scale or not, and other terms, is it going to be cost effective, and how effective is it going to be in a long-term solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I've been thinking about that clarification, and when you said cement, obviously they're going to move away from cement, and you talked about natural polymers. It would be interesting to see how these range of natural polymers interact with different kinds of contaminants, and whether they are, to what extent they are effective or not. It was a very interesting presentation. Thank you. So, we talked a lot about wastes, recycled wastes, oxidized wastes, glass fibers, plastics, but we didn't really look into the financial side of it. And on that basis, I would like to invite Dr. Ime Akanyeti on behalf, and her colleague Ms. Jamalia Kinji, to give a talk on, I think, very much related to circular economy, and that is about the extent of savings that can happen in North Cyprus on recycling, construction, and demolition waste. All yours.
Thank you very much. So myself and Jamali and my colleague that we prepared this research presentation together are environmental engineers. So we are looking a little bit from a different angle to the topic actually. So when we think of construction, for us, or the main question that comes to our mind is, what are the environmental problems related to the construction? What are the pollutions? And one of the main things is about the waste generated during and after the construction. So that's why we started on a research project dealing with the construction waste and what are the possible ways to estimate the savings that we can get from recycling or recovering the construction and demolition waste. So as we know, solid waste problem is a big problem globally overall the world, and since the population is growing, we have more and more solid waste generated, and the environmental impacts related to this is increasing and causing serious impacts on health as well. And especially for small islands, this is even a bigger issue, and we have more challenges in small islands because we are geographically isolated, and many of these islands have tourism-driven economy. And this makes it a little bit more difficult for these islands to manage their waste. And North Cyprus, Cyprus actually is one of those small islands. And when we looked into the literature, actually we couldn't find a lot of information about the construction and demolition waste generation rates, compositions, and how actually these are recovered and the savings that can be obtained specific for small islands. So when we think of the European Union Waste Framework Directive, which was adopted in 2008, we have a waste management hierarchy starting with prevention. So actually the first priority or the most preferred option should be preventing the waste, but obviously we can't prevent all of the waste. Then we should reuse, recycle, and we should try to recover the waste and introduce them into the circular economy. And at the end, if you come to any of these, we should think of landfilling or any other sort of disposal. And European Union has set a target for 2020 for the European countries to reach at least 70% reuse, recycling, or material recovery of their construction and demolition waste. So if we look at European Union countries, we see that majority of the countries have actually managed to reach this target. If we look at Cyprus, for 2018 reports, they had 64% recovery, so they are increasing their recovery rates, almost there. But if we think of North Cyprus, because our data is not included in these European statistics, we have no information. So what is the situation in North Cyprus in terms of construction and waste management? So we see that we are constructing a lot compared to the fact that we are a small island and we have a small population. And this construction volume has increased, especially after 2014, until then we had relatively stable rates. And actually this value, I should mention, that are the total construction meter square that is permitted to be constructed, not actually constructed. These are the values. And we see after 2014 a sharp increase, and in 2019 we see like almost 4 times more meter squares that have been permitted to be constructed. What does this mean? It means that the waste related to this construction is going to increase significantly because of this sector. What happens to the construction and demolition waste? We have very minimal data from 2015, about 110,000 tons is being generated per year. This is rough estimation by the Contractors Association, and 39,000 tons is going to Güngör, which is a constructed landfill site. And the rest is going to wild dumping. What is wild dumping? Just dumped into nature with all its environmental impacts and health impacts. Although there are small numbers, maybe that are some contractors are reusing these materials or recovering these materials as a filling material, but we don't have any reports about this issue. And because of this lack of waste recovery or recycling, we can't reuse and recover, so we are resourcing and exploiting our resources more than we should actually do. And that means we have more quarries because we need materials, we are importing more materials to do the construction. And as I said, we have this limited information, and it is very important that we have reliable data on construction and demolition waste generation rates, especially regional data, and the composition of this waste that can be recovered or reused. And if we have this information, actually, then we can talk about integrated waste management or sustainable waste management systems and how we can do it. That's why with Jamaliye we came up with some research objectives and we started working on them. The first one is to determine the total and regional generation rate of construction demolition waste in northern part of Cyprus. And if once we manage this, we will determine the quantities of recyclable and recoverable materials in the waste. And finally, we will estimate the potential energy and material savings considering the implementation of an effective recycling system. So to do this, obviously we need data, but we have been really struggling obtaining data because there is none available anywhere collected. Luckily, we managed to find the total meter squares of structures that have the permits to be constructed, and Chamber of Civil Engineers were kind enough to share this information with us. But we need the actual data on the actual constructed and demolished meter squares. So we have done our requests. We are waiting the municipalities to provide this information to us. We will also conduct some surveys with the contractors, engineers, and the experts in the field, trying to get at the composition of the construction and demolition waste, because this composition shows variations from region to region. Like the one you have in the United States cannot apply the one that we have here, because we have different construction materials, as you know better than us. And we have some assumption values that we have achieved and used from the literature. So we have some preliminary results based on the data that we could actually access. So again, these are the values based on the permitted constructed meter squares. So we have residential and non-residential structures that got the permission to be constructed for 2009 and 2019. So as you see, there is a huge difference in the quantities. And when you look at 2009, you see relatively similar values for non-residential and residential. But if you look at 2019, you see that the majority of the permits were given to residential structures. And I would like to get your attention to Famagusta, which is the highest quantity, or sorry, meter square in terms of region. And actually, why it is important for us, the residential and non-residential, because we get different amounts of waste generated from residential and non-residential buildings. So when we compare the demolition waste and the construction waste, again, regional, we see that, especially again for Famagusta and Iskele, we see that in 2019, we have the high numbers for these in comparison to the demolition. So these are, I guess, relatively the regions that have relatively new regions open to the construction. That's why they don't have that much demolition, but they have construction. And that means these regions will have serious quantities of construction waste that will have to be managed. We also compared the construction waste index, which is the kilogram waste per person per, kilogram per person per year. And on the right hand side, you can see the index values for different countries, EU, United States, and regions, etc. So if you look at the values on the left, this is the waste index coming only from the construction waste. The one on the right includes both construction and demolition. So if you look at Iskele, in 2019, the construction waste index was higher than many of the regions and the countries actually. This indicates that, especially in this region, if all these permits that are taken by the contractors are going to be actually constructed, there will be a huge amount of waste generated in this region that will have to be managed. And then we try to get some estimates on the composition because we still are trying to get the survey results. We use literature data on the composition from different countries. So we see that mostly for the construction waste composition, we have concrete, brick blocks, wood, steel, and gypsum. I would like to draw your attention to the quantities actually here. So if you look at the concrete, so the orange ones are the data obtained from the contractor association, which we assume is the data that is actually constructed in 2015. If you look at the gray one, it's the one that received permission. So probably the actual value is somewhere between gray and the orange value. But that means that if we take concrete into consideration, we have between 20,000 tons and 35,000 tons concrete actually that is being wasted from the construction. And if we consider that this material can actually be reused, recycled, or recovered, we can think how much actually resources we can save and how much energy we can save. So actually, we couldn't finalize this research. We are still in the progress, but our next stage is to get these estimates correctly from the composition and estimate how much resources and energy we can recover if we can actually implement sustainable integrated construction and demolition waste management plan. And lastly, we have the demolition waste composition. So these composition percentages are taken from the data based on the South Cyprus. Again, we don't have any composition values for the North Cyprus. So we see asphalt, dredging soil, and residuals being the three major compositions. Yes, so as I said, we are still in the process of finalizing our research, but we believe that it will be an important research for North Cyprus since we don't have such data and such statistics for the waste management for construction and demolition. In conclusion, so we have 4 times more buildings with construction permits in 2019 compared to 2009. So that means we have a serious problem with the construction waste, and that means since considering that we are actually wildly dumping them, we have serious environmental problems related to construction and demolition waste in North Cyprus. And we realize that the regional waste generation rate should be considered. As you have seen the example of Iskele, it's a special region currently under heavy construction, and that means maybe that needs to be dealt in a different way compared to the rest of the North Cyprus. And we should pay attention to the construction waste index and in relation to the other countries and take examples how these high index regions should be managed. And we need further studies, further data to be collected from all the stakeholders to have a proper understanding about the construction and demolition waste rates, composition, and how they should be managed. Thank you very much for your time. And
now, yes, Vice, I can see that data is scarce, but seeing this really sharp rise in the number of residential buildings in the space of 10 years, it can kind of tell us that what sorts of main types of construction and demolition waste can be available. Let's not call it waste as potential aggregates or in powder form as potential additives. So what you have done, despite the scarcity of data, is extremely valuable. And I think it should feed in directly into what is being researched in terms of locally, in terms of potential additives and aggregates for next generation of construction and building networks. So thank you very much for that excellent presentations of yours. Last but not at all least, soil making and a ground anchor, a presentation by Jax Pataki and for Dr. Anusha Iramanya. Oh yes. So soil making and ground anchor. This is the last of presentations of NISE. You'll know for slope stabilization, for deep basements, for stabilization of vertical cuts. An interesting subject, all yours.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, I'm a master student at NISE University, and today I'm going to present to my topic, a comparative study of using soil making and ground anchor for slope stabilization. Here is my outline. I will start by introduction, followed by the introductory methodology of the discussion, and I will end by conclusion and key summary phrases. In this study, we did these two components. In one hand, we had soil making, and in the other hand, we had anchors. Both are technically used to strengthen the retaining wall in existing slope or excavation. Namely, soil making and ground anchor. Net and anchor are placed closely for the sake of improving the factor of safety. And both are used with the aim of withstanding tensive forces, shearing forces, and bending. The factor of safety that we want to improve will depend on 5 points in this study: the length of nail and anchor, the inclination angle of nails and anchor, the angle of the slope, the spacing between those patterns, and the height of the slope. In this study, we use the Bishop simplified method by the mean of the software called Slide version 6.0 that uses the linear equilibrium method. This picture provides some details and information about the nails into the ground. The nails and anchors are steel bar and they can be routed if they are placed in the drill hole, or they can be non-routed if they are driven into the ground. There are machines used to introduce the nails and anchor into the ground. Let's move to the following point with the gradual review. In 2021, a study was done to know the effect of nailing angle on the pull-out resistance of the nail of the soil nail in the soil slope. The finding was that for they use 3 inclination angle of the slope and 7 inclination of the nail to do their study. And they found that for the nail with the same height, the inclination angle of this nail of 30 degrees, the maximum stability of the nail was found at 7% from the upper edge of the slope. And also in 2021, a study was done to know the magnitude, an increasing of the magnitude of the nail pull-out force was found for the slope with the same height as the angle of the excavation slope increased. Also, the maximum was generated at the 7% of the height from the upper edge of the slope for the net security the angle of 30 degrees, as I said. The gradual study of the lateral retaining wall displacement for soil milling showed that the finite element method model gave lesser value for the maximum lateral deformation in the second part compared to the design shaft and the field measurement. The study was done in 2022. They wanted to design a design shaft that can help to predicting the factor of safety. And also in 2016, the study was done between two software using two different methods. The slope/W used the limit equilibrium and the Praxis 2D using the finite element method. Let's look at the following for the methodology. In this study, as I said, we used a Bishop simplified method by the mean of the software called slide version 6.0. And to achieve our ends, we use three angles of the slope, 60 degrees, 45 degrees, and 30 degrees. And we consider also three lengths of nails and angle. We consider also two heights of the slope. And also, we put it at the top of our slope, a structure of 10 kilonewton per meter square that can consider as an existing construction or a building. These are the characteristics of stone that we consider in our study. This table shows us the detail about nails and angle that we consider in this study, and the picture in the right shows us a typical slope, a 60-degree slope that we designed using the software slide 6.0. These are pictures of real slope of 30 degrees, 45 degrees, and 60 degrees. Here we give results of slope for 60 degrees, and this graph shows the relationship between factor of safety and inclination angle. The graph on the left and the graph on the right are a graph of 10 using the length of nails angle of 10 meters, and the height of the slope was 10 meters also. But this graph, the difference with this graph are only the length of nails and angle used was 13 meters, and for this was 15 meters. Let's move to the following point, discussion. For the slope with the inclination angle of 60 degrees, we notice an increasing of factor of safety when we increase the length of nails and angle. We notice also by increasing the spacing between nails and angle, the factor of safety are not improved as well. And also the maximum factor of safety in this case was found for nails at an inclination angle of 30 degrees and for angles for at an inclination angle of 20 degrees. Inclination, the increasing of in the heights of the slope didn't give any positive result. By positive result, I mean that the factor of safety was less than 1. And in the second case, when the angle of the slope was 45 degrees, we got the same result in terms of the nail performed better than the angle. And the increasing of the height didn't give us also the good factor of safety. And the maximum factor of safety was seen at the inclination angle of between 70 and 80 degrees for the nail. And in the last case, when the angle of the slope was 30 degrees, the nail provided an increasing factor of safety by increasing the inclination angle. Here, the maximum value was found in the extreme inclination angle. For all the cases, we can say that the nail performed better than the angle. Conclusion. As I said, we can conclude that the nail performed better than the angles, and also the more we put space between nails and angle, the more the factor of safety will decrease, and also for increasing the height of the slope didn't give us the good factor of safety. That's why we suggest to go for a retaining wall. And for further research, we suggest researchers to do a linear regression or an artificial neural network for predicting the factor of safety using NEN by gathering data as we did in this study. Here are some references we use in this study, and thank you very much for the kind question.
Thank you, Jack. Questions from our presenters. Jack, Ahmed, Berto, Solmas, Ime. Any questions? Absolutely. In the corridor questions. Yes, by all means. Or your microphone is arriving, so.
Okay, then I'll ask. Well, since I was working also on the quite the same subject, and the demolition waste of tiles. So to use it as a waste in soil, and I had the same problem to find the data. So what do you suggest? Like, I know that it's very preliminary, and I know that data collecting is very difficult. It seems that us as researchers are just going the same path, and we don't see any improvement, because my research was 2 years ago. I see almost the same data that I found, and your slide means that no improvement is happening. So what do you suggest? How we can make it better to at least like see the situation in collecting the data? The next step after that would be different, of course.
Can you? So you mean in terms of data collection, your question is, or in terms of actually how we can improve the waste management?
And my first question is about data collection.
Mm-hmm.
Because first we have to know what's going on, then we could decide what we should do.
Okay, so actually we thought this question because we checked all the possible resources where we can obtain the data, and we realized that actually no one has the data on the composition, for example. So no recorded information. So we have to obtain this information ourselves with scientific methods. And that's why actually we came up with this surveying method, which we have seen actually in some other countries, they have done it. By interviewing and talking to the experts in the field who are actually gathering the waste from the field and actually disposing them, they will have an idea at least on the quantities and types of waste that they are collecting. So maybe, okay, in the most proper or like the best scientific method would be to actually gather an amount of waste and actually differentiate each type and actually weigh them and then get it. But the cost and feasibility of doing this is actually quite high, and you need support from the government or other, let's say, funding bodies. But this we can do, surveying and talking to the experts, we can do. So this is what we see as a step forward to actually get data on the composition of the waste. And if that answered your question.
Thank you very much. I trust there is no further question in the room. And that brings us to the closure of NISE 2. Once again, I should thank the Chamber of City Engineering, the sponsors, the organizing committee, particularly Abdullah for and the entire team, to be honest. I did nothing in that organizing committee. I was just attending some Friday morning, 7 a.m. God bless you. 7 a.m. Friday morning meetings and then straight back to bed. But that's something I just said here and here. You did everything, and I'm very much thankful to all of you. Now, this is not the end of the journey. We hope that we can have a NISE 3 next year. I will do my best to see how it can happen in London. In terms of NISE 2, I will try to put together a summary report of what was discussed from this morning to the very end of now, basically, and put together a feature paper. And in that feature paper, we can all appear as collaborators. So that's something that I'm communicating to you. And obviously, your full text papers can be submitted, I think, via the email address, and then there are a number of partner journals that, depending on the topic of that paper, the contents will be distributed, will be seen by the scientific committee, and hopefully will appear in published form sometime in February, March 2023. I think the deadline for full text papers are 18th of November 2022 to give us enough time to, particularly if you are working on the material and method side, to give us time to liaise with the editorial chiefs and bring these works into published form. So thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you have a good rest of the day and evening.
I would like to invite Mr. Gürkan Yağcıoğlu, the Chair of Chambers of Civil Engineers, to present a token of appreciation to the today's event chair, session chair, and vice chair of Nature-Inspired Solutions for Built Environment Working Group, Associate Professor Dr. Arya Asadi Mengurdi.
Ortaya alabilir miyiz lütfen?
We're going to take together all photos, please, to the stage.
Gördün mü? Ha, güzel. Ha, tamam güzel. Aynısını ben çekeyim. Tamam.
Hüseyin Bey, sizler için bu toplu aile fotoğrafı. Tamam.
5 dakika bitiyor.